One last day for EU. 4 teams remain. 3 teams, in fact. And 1 championship to be claimed. Welcome to the final day of the CGL GOATS tournament here on the EU bracket. It's me, K-Wing, here with Spectreon. Spectreon, excited to have you on the stream. Are you excited to see the conclusion of the EU bracket?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I got to start off this tournament, 2 weeks ago on the Saturday. Now we can close it out here on Sunday, the 18th of August. I mean, I'm so excited. Obviously, a little bit biased towards this region. All these players are incredibly strong. Of course, these 2 teams we've got playing here, a Client of the Week and Mr. Prashi, both have plenty of storied names in the EU scene. These players all know each other very, very well, and they will have no false expectations about how this matchup is going to go. It's going to be incredibly close, I'd hope. Should be incredibly exciting, and I cannot wait to get my team actually into the matchup.
Yeah, incredibly exciting, and we do have that first to 3 instead of the first to 2 we've been having for a lot of this time, so we've got longer matches, guaranteed assault, going back to 2CP, just like the Overwatch 1 Doomers really do miss, myself included. I do sometimes miss 2CP, but then I watch this and I go, yeah, that's enough. It's like GOATS. I watch this and I go, that was a good enough GOATS for like half a year, and then I'm good. I have my fill of Overwatch 1 shenanigans. We're done, and then we're good. So let's be done.
I feel like for me, like, I don't mind GOATS. I think it's got great macro to execute. It's good fun. I feel like, though, 2CP, I mean, for example, like, attacking Hanamura second, forcing yourself through that high ground, oh, no, never again. Never again. Not in a million years. So I think I'm good for that. First map has come through, though. I believe it's going to be a Lijiang Tower. My ears don't deceive me. Of course, take a look at the bracket here first. Client of the Week, and I missed your Prashi here in the winners final. Delete Friend, Smelvin Industries. Winton Commit Tax Fraud are out already as well. So those are some of the bigger losses that we've suffered in the upper bracket here. Well, I kind of wanted to see Winton Commit Tax Fraud go further, because those are some UK university players who are also pretty fun to have around. But now we've cut down the selection significantly. Can't wait to see who gets it all the way to the final, at least first here.
Yeah, and we have our upper bracket here. We also do have that lower bracket that everyone's been playing through. You see that little line going down. So we have a lower bracket finals that's going to be happening right after this with some new faces and some new friends on the stream. And the loser of this is going to be playing in there as well. So, going to Lijiang Tower as our first map, it's pretty solidly a GOAT's favorite of just playing Rush and absolutely crashing into the enemy team. And that's the thing with this GOAT's tournament. Because these teams are basically playing one of, let's call it 2 compositions. I know it's more, but be real here. You're either playing Reinhardt Zenyatta or you're playing Winston Ana. No one plays Moira.
Terrible hero anyway. Zen's just better. And I think
Zen's
with these two
just-
teams
Zen's
as well,
better.
like guys, this isn't a use one. Why are we gonna sit here and mess around with like Winston nonsense? Okay. Yeah, none of that garbage over here. Just we'll stick on the honorable Reinhardt. Don't wake me up until I've had my fat shatter. Anyway, no, it will very much be Reinhardt. Both these
Specs
players.
coffee mug. It's on your coffee mug. Don't wake me up till there's a absolutely fat shatter.
I think my coffee mug actually has the Overwatch logo and says overslept because of how often I oversleep. But look, listen, okay, especially from the side of a fake Nevix, this guy is essentially a Ryan one trick. Only recently has he unlocked other heroes on his account even, but Reinhardt is definitely the make or break here. From this side of Client of the Week, most notable players look to be like Panda, Buddy, Soaks, kind of the backline. Tank players, all very strong as well. But I think Missy Oprashi is definitely a team I'm a little bit more familiar with. I've seen Demon absolutely fry on the tank position before, and while I've seen him more commonly on these main tank roles, off tank definitely works for him. I mean, it's just saying beforehand, but Horrocks in and out of retirement so many damn times, but there's a reason why he just keeps coming back, and it is because he is actually quite good at the video game.
He always comes back. Both teams near mirror to themselves. Kind of the Week going to push in more aggressively, giving Old Crash the opportunity to take point. Both Zaryas charging up incredibly high with their bubbles and that usage. A lot of these reversions coming through. So these players are, oh, what a dive! Right on top of Linrax with Panda, not able to follow up, so Velvet and the rest of Old Crash rolling through with Fake Nevix charging up so much that Earth Shatter, nearly got it after a whole fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great dive there coming through onto the backline. Linrax obviously does get ganked, but it leaves the backline of Client of the Week totally unprotected, so Nevix, Velvet, Demon can just walk them. That's why Panda, Buddy, Soaks all just get flattened. First cap comes through here, of course. Nevix might have a shatter already. That could be huge.
It could be absolutely huge, as Nevix, it's going to be a bit unpredictable out of Client of the Week. They might not expect it as they're starting to move in. As there you go. Starting to roll in is Client of the Week. Shatter goes in onto the back line, but a great bubble keeps them up and keeps them alive. Nevix stunned up and can't push in. And it's just, I miss the Old Crashy holding the line, trying to stop the rush in Transcendence. And answered by the beat of Old Crashy. Shatter out. Lands onto 3. What a beauty. There goes the grab from Crashy. Beat out to answer it. Reverse grab. Shredded through. Client of the Week will eventually answer with about 57% on the board for Crashy.
Demon tried to sneak away there, try and keep that Zarya energy high, but instead gets taken down. So lovely flip there, just ult trading on top of ult trading there. To be honest, I thought Client of the Week lost when they were forced outside the garden, when they lost HP advantage, but they're just able to press enough Q buttons essentially to get them over the line. Another shatter coming close for Deme, but the first bump from Velo could be the difference maker now.
The Diva Bombs are fairly rare, so there goes the rally out of Soaks. Client of the Week can engage right there, right then. Buddy goes down, Linrax in some trouble, gonna get traded out. Nevix gone. The Shatter is free if Deme wants to or needs to use it. But it's just chasing down the Zarya. They need to get this kill, they need to reset that charge. Diva Bomb thrown in the back. And that's gonna be the reset for Old Crashy. Client of the Week slowly climbing, passing 40.
Yeah, you got it back now. Lovely rally engage there, and remember, winning fights on goats makes it so much easier to be cycling, snowballing your ultimates, because now Lucid's essentially got another Graviton Surge here, and with Linrax and Horrocks both being a little bit further from their defensive ults than you'd like, that could spell disaster for a Mistio Crashing.
Yeah, if that grab is true, it might be a wrap for Old Crashy once Lucid throws that out. As there goes the engaged Shatter thrown out. It's a massive one. 3. Spectron can finally be talked to because we've seen a Shatter.
Oh, I gotta say, so far, Nevix has been absolutely knocked in his ass by Deme. Oh, lovely stagger Graviton. 20% left to go. They're pushing towards their spawn here, Lena. I mean, I'm so impressed by how they're playing our client of the week. Look, they've got all backline ults online now, and while that means they don't have as much oomph, perhaps, they can weather the storm of a Mistio Crashy. They can just keep them off point by this time. They have to force onto the objective now.
Forced onto the objective, but they have to use 2 ults just to do it, just to get some good position. As now the flip comes around a little bit slowdown because of just all the stuff that's happening right now. As the Transcendence thrown out from Linrax does expire. Fake Nevix has this Shatter ready and rare and waiting for it to come through. Demi gonna get booped off, it seems, and just finished off by Horrocks. Now it's just Client of the Week in a bit of disarray. If they get taken out here, there could be a lot of trouble. They have last fight territory for both these teams with the bomb.
Yeah, you need to go like right now, otherwise there will be Client of the Week respawns and a full 6-on-6 to decide Lee Jung Tower here.
Diva Bomb into the backline, stunned up Fake Nevix, but stays alive. Shatter thrown in. Buddy and Deme first to fall, and now the Old Crashy rolling through the rest. That's going to give them round 1 as the raid boss comes through from Soaps, but it can only last for so long as OT burns down. Round 1 to Old Crashy.
I gotta say there, it comes super, super close, obviously. But the thing that decides that last pat is the fact that Client of the Week, their actual setup is pretty poor coming into this. Demi and I believe it's Buddy fighting on the objective, while Lucid's still messing around in Garden, so when the crunch comes through into the front line, there's no projected bubble to keep it healthy, to keep it active. I mean, Orion should really not be killed by a break stun, but here we are. That was the difference maker in the end. Of course, here on Control Center, it's going to be even more kind of Rhine-based than the previous. The chokes are brilliant for the hammer, for the fire strike. And so the kind of duel in between Deme and Fake Nevix is going to matter a hell of a lot more. So far, it has been Deme, in my opinion, who's been having the upper hand of things. More shatters connecting, generally taking less damage and all that kind of jazz. But we're going to have to see a step up from Nevix if he wants to see that kind of story not continue.
Already, Lucid charging up so much for Fake Nevix and Demi. This Reinhardt duel that's so important. Now starting to square off. Playing around this pillar, playing as just as scared as he can, because that stun is so scary. And if you just go a bit too far in, you're going to get stunned up and dunned up as Nevix finds out. Linrax and Horrocks soon follow after, and Client of the Week just roll right through. No mech, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because Demon throws his bubble onto Nevix, so Nevix can swing. Which is not a bad idea in of itself, but you don't find too much with the hammer, and then when the bash comes through from Soaks, the Discord is applied, you have no way of cleansing that. Discord on Rhine is essentially just a win condition in comps like these, and Missio Crashy lose because of that.
That they do. Now Deme and the rest of Client of the Week holding at this door. It's such a difficult hold to break. You either have to flank around or just push in by sheer force of will alone, and it looks like Crashy going for the force of will. Stun comes through, and there's that Discord orb onto Deme, able to hide behind cover to cleanse it out. But now it looks like the rotation coming through. There goes the Diva. Cut off from the rest of her team, though. She's in a bit of trouble. She's going to get completely run down. Just stunned, but still not focused down, but because 2 ults just got used. And it's an eaten grab. Lucid devoured by Velvet. Velvet's gonna get taken down. Lucid doesn't need the grab to take down that Diva. Rally in for Client of the Week. Shatter in, gonna find 2, but the Transcendence makes the follow-up impossible. The Client of the Week pulling back as Old Crashy rotates point.
Ghost is either the fastest or the slowest combo imaginable. Shatter here for Nevix, see how he decides to invest it.
It's going to be important. Has the shatter, going to get stunned. Now looking for the opportunity, trying to peek around the corner, lands it onto 4, and the follow-up is going to be instant. 4, I missed the old Crashy, lands it, and finally captures point, 87% to 0, 86.
Yeah, it takes them a hot second, but when all is said and done, they managed to get their flip, being so defensively sided as well at this point. They are feeling pretty comfortable that they can get something going. Grav seems like a great way to start. A Grav bomb combo could absolutely leave Client of the Week on their behind, but they're through choke already.
They're through choke immediately, almost no resistance. There goes the grab, Diva Bomb thrown in, Candace combo, knocked him on their behind. It's gonna get soaked. It's a great boot from Horrocks. Set the Reinhardt away, but he goes down, and a good fight win for old Crashy, but it feels different, doesn't it, Spec?
It really does, yeah. I mean, they can really get this snowball going now. Look at their ultimates on the backline. Got all 3 support ults, the Shatter close as well, and while Client of the Week have impact almost 5 check marks here, again, that defensive positioning matters so much when we're playing a comp like Goats.
Early rally from Soaks, Chef replying a bit later, as there's so many ults, it's just so much on screen.
Oh.
A double kill out of Velo with the Diva Bomb. And old Crashy dashed on the rocks. It's going to be a question of can they get back in time?
Nevix lets his shield get broken an absolute millisecond before the bomb goes off there. Huge mistake, and one that will cost them a double kill, control to the point, and now they need to make their way towards the objective, but can they even get a touch?
Shatter thrown in by Deme, but it just doesn't land. Deme gonna get taken down, so an opportunity now for old Crashy as OT ticked up, burning down. Beat leaves for Client of the Week. They're in a lot of trouble. Soak's gone, and old Crashy find a way to wrest a victory from the jaws of defeat. The Reinhardt is back, so the contest can come through. Old Crashy in some trouble.
The shatter there of Deme is actually blocked by Demon's self-bubble there. I've never seen that before. Really, it's not for a hot second. Now I miss your Crashy, close to last fight territory, close to their ults. Client of the Week might have thrown away their chance at victory.
Yeah, with all those ults old Crashy has coming up on 4 ultimates. Oh, the grab goes off, but Demon's gonna get taken down before they can see any amount of success from it. And the Diva Bomb just wasn't there in time. Fake Nevix goes down, traded out for Lucid, but the Reinhardt, so important to this composition. You're worried here for old Crashy. Shref goes down, Diva Bomb over top, needs to be absolutely massive for Velvet, but there's nothing in there. The Shatter to deny the remake for Velvet. Now it's Deme swinging the hammer for the fences. And looks like we're hitting a home run as Client of the Week will get themselves around 3.
Yeah, come super, super close here in the end, but this time going the way of Client of the Week. Gotta say, this series has absolutely been giving in terms of the excitement, in terms of the closeness so far. Been so back and forth between these two teams. So many, old dogs, absolute journeymen of the scene, just competing absolutely down to the wire here. It's going to end on Gardens. Wider open. Again, a lot less focus on the Rhines to kind of come up clutch here. It's on the rest of the court, specifically the Zenyatas, the Zaryas, and the Divas, the more pokey elements of this comp who can really make or break the difference. So watch for what angles Lucid and Demon especially can take, because the soft off angles of Zarya comps on maps like these are absolutely the difference maker here. Demon, I think, has had a bit of a lead over Lucid, but it has been absolutely hair close.
It's been incredibly close. It's a massive move out of Horrocks.
Mad lads!
No way, Horrocks going for another one, and gonna land it onto the Diva. That's 55% to the beat. What a madman.
Steven Horrocks absolutely just fries Client of the Week there. First fight. That means first cap before I miss the old Crashy. So much ult charge for Lucio. I'm absolutely gobsmacked here.
Well, yeah, they are going to get first cap up of that. I thought the Diva was into contest, but wasn't able to hold it for that much longer as Client of the Week now engaging. Deme stunned up and dunned up, and that's just an immediate win for old Crashy. What a great use of the break.
Yeah, perfect there. And they get the Discord Orb as well, just to make sure Demi gets flat at the time. And our first stagger of the day. Velo just given a bit of a mercy here. I've seen a lot more brutal ones than that, but able to just throw themselves off the map, wait for a little bit of time for everybody to come back. But that's more time bank for Mr. Prashi, more percentage to take up here, and more ult as well that they can begin accruing. I mean, they already had advantage after the Horrocks boops, but now it's just going to be Excavated, so the snowball might just be getting worse and worse here.
It very well could be getting worse and worse. All three support ults online. Transcendence from both teams. There goes the early rally from both of these teams. Nevix stunned up. There goes the grab, trapping up multiple of Client of the Week. Demi gonna go down. And it's Old Prashy comboing fights together, one after the other. Massive boop out of Horrocks to deny Soaks the reset.
And again, it's Panda 5% away from Beat, who could have stopped Demon's Grab finding that value. But instead, the ult lead that Horrocks accrued in the first fight just comes back to bite Client of the Week in the behind yet again. I love how snowballing these comps can be. And now I missed the Prashi, last fight territory, significantly ahead in ultimates. Or actually even now they look again, but still, they've got that defensive positioning. They're set up to close out here.
Grab thrown in, not eaten up, but there goes the beat to keep everyone safe, and Sound Velvet thrown in the bomb to deny the space. Panda with the beat, and the shatters right into the shield. Other shatter into the shield. Back and forth these Reinhardts go. Velo goes down. Now Deme needing the hero play, but their health is low. And so is the hope, it seems, for Client of the Week as the OT wick starts to burn down, just having to touch a toe on the point. But there goes the tail Lucid goes down, and there goes the collapse of Old Prashy. Client of the Week dash down. Aura, says Fake Nevix, and I feel like basically winning off the back of some really solid Lucio play. Pretty good Aura.
I think we can call it that, yeah. I mean, of course, Nevix is a known trash talker, and he's always going to be in chat. Before game, after game, anytime he's got a chance, he's going to be trying to break the mentals of Client of the Week. See if that actually comes into effect here, but absolutely electric first map here of the EU side of things. I gotta say, that was everything I could have hoped for and more here, K-Wing. All the action just condensed into 3 maps of control. Now, of course, thinking about the next maps like a little bit here, I'm not even thinking about the map so much. I'm thinking about the actual matchup here, because I think we know we're going to see the exact same comps. You know, we're going to see it just continue. It's going to be entirely about what the comfort is for these players. It's going to be entirely about where they personally like to play. Because in terms of what the actual map is going to bring, it's a lot less than if we were playing a standard tournament, right? What are you going to do? Not play goats? Not play Rhine? Like, come on now, guys. Be so for real.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Play Winston Ana in EU? I think the heck not. I don't think that's going to happen. Like, EU and Winston is like NA and performing well in international tournaments. It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. The two don't mix. They never happen. It doesn't mix. But either way, that's the question, is what needs to happen for Client of the Week to push forward, to regain control, because this is still absolutely within their wheelhouse. They could absolutely come back for this, because we've seen all of the jokes about the teams that lose control often turning it around for the 3-1. What do they need to start turning it around to get that 3-1?
I think it's razor thin margins, to be honest. I think it's definitely worth mentioning that with, you know, maybe a couple individual players going the other way, then we are looking at a victory for Client of the Week here. Remember, it was 99-99 on both the first 2 points, and the last point only goes the way it does because Horrocks hits the rollout like an absolute, I mean, as only he could really do. So, you know, like, I think yeah, exactly. It's absolutely razor thin margins. I do think that Client of the Week can just keep on playing as they are, essentially, and keep it competitive. If I was to say one thing they could improve, I haven't been crazy impressed by the off-tank players. I think the D.Va and Zarya have been relatively passive, all things considered, and I think a little bit more aggro, a little bit more risk-taking maybe could create the opportunities that they're looking for. Hollywood coming up next. Now that absolutely is going to test those off-tank players I was just talking about, because it's going to be the angles that your diva can take on the high ground as only she can, and the kind of softer angles that Zarya can take on these wider open points, like the first and like the very last objective in the game. So I think that this is going to be a perfect examination of Lucid and Velo, because so far I think Demon and Velvet are a bit of a rung above.
I'm very surprised about the Hollywood pick, especially because you would normally see a dive composition here. You would normally expect potentially to see the Winston here, but as we put the fact that, well, EU and Winston goes about as well together as oil and water, we're still seeing the double Reinhardt. So these guys are going to play Reinhardt until it is physically torn out of their hands, but it's interesting to see that we're going to Hollywood and not to a more dive-centric map, or not dive-centric map, rush-centric map like King's Row. We're going to be playing around high grounds with the Reinhardt and seeing how it goes.
High ground start here is interesting for Client of the Week. It means a CCTV wrap could be clever. Yeah, look how much space you just get for free now.
Yeah, and now it's going to be Demon wrapping around trying to get that high ground of their own, but they're going to be poked at in that low ground situation. And now it's just a complete turnaround for I Miss the Old Crashy, completely flipping the map on Client of the Week, giving themselves a lot of good space and a lot of good cover, but Horrocks is going to be the first to go down as Velvet just eating so much damage. You can hear how high that defense matrix went. Linrax and Fake Nevis go down, and Old Crashy, the rotation, not as successful as they would have wanted. Now Demon is going to get stunned out, or going to be staggered out a bit.
So the idea here is to try and take away the high ground advantage from the poke core of Client of the Week, the Zen, the Diva, the Zarya. However, it's because they just get caught out on rotation a bit, because I Miss Your Crashy, they get marked, then Client of the Week are able to just take the brawl mid-rotation, really cut them off when they're not looking for a fight, and clean up because of it.
And now trying to roll out on the right side, but it's just going to be a collapse on top of I Miss the Old Crashy. They're in some trouble rotating around now to that other side. Really interested in flipping this map around, but it hasn't worked out for them so far. Deme going to go down a bit too aggressive, trying to take Fake Nevix and take that, trying to take the mistake that was made as Nevix goes in a bit too deep, but Velo, Transcendence in from Client of the Week. Soak stunned up, and Old Crashy will cap first point. Buddy in absolute no man's land is gonna get taken out really late in this fight.
Staggering the Zenyatta, that is diabolical here, buddy.
Brutal.
Yeah, sorry to hear it, mate, but you just got flattened. Lovely fight there from Miss the Old Crashy. Client of the Week tries to take a timing to punish the alleyway rotate, but they go a little bit too late, and so they use a lot of cooldowns to find very, very little. And then, again, they find the bash onto Nevix. The bubble is there in time, and overextending, trying to punish, is where Deme makes his mistake, flubs his lines. So onto the high ground now. This is going to make it chaotic with all these ults KK win.
Early grab denies the drop down for Old Crashy as the Diva Bomb just lands on the low ground, and no one anywhere near that for Client of the Week, as there goes the grab of Demon. Can they find it's the pinata of Deme? But the support is there to just keep Deme alive. Shatter out, completely missed on the side of Fake Nevix. Deme now the one with the shatter gets stunned, so no bash on the field. Deme throws it under the cart, lands onto two. It's gonna be Horrocks taken down. It's gonna be Chef in some trouble. Transcendence used just a bit too late for Horrocks. Old Crashy now having some opportunity to push forward. Raid Boss as well. They're stacking up these support ults, but they can't really get the advantages. That's gonna take down Velvet, and they're done at this point. They have to back up a little, but they have these respawn specs.
Yeah, they are very close. A Graviton at a strange timing. They're going to continue to find these staggers very likely. The pin, Nevix dies.
Oh. Yeah, Nevix dies. There goes the Diva Bomb. It's going to get Velvet gone. Trades coming through, but that is advantage towards Old Crashy. Demon just melting down Velo, but is it going to be enough good take on Soaks? It's just Demon and Chef absolutely bullying the rest of Client of the Week.
That's an epic land winner there. That is absolutely why I've been picking up Demon so many times. We're seeing the value of this Zarya time and time again. This time, it feels like just deadlifting. I missed the old Prashi into a fight win here. Client of the Week come out once again, but this is their last fight to try and defend second.
Their last fight for second and third. Well, they'll have some advantages, but you really want to put a stop to it here for your eventual attack. As the ults coming online, big shatter in, but the shatter response is massive out of Fake Nevix. Grab thrown in, but the beat still lingering for some members of Client of the Week. Soaks in trouble. He's gonna get taken down. Transcendence has to be used, but old Prashi will keep on rolling.
I think another thing we've been seeing out of Client of the Week is that when they're kind of pressed, some of their kite paths are often a little bit messy. So we'll see often Buddy will go a different direction to the rest of the team. This is okay if your team can live, but if not, you just end up on an island with no real way of kind of dealing any damage or, you know, dying with your team. So we're seeing a lot of strange splits coming through here. We'll see that get cleaned up a little bit, and I think it's one of the reasons why we're seeing a relatively healthy time tank as I miss your Prashi goes towards the last section.
Yeah, a bit of a split in for Client of the Week. They're in a bit of trouble. Deme in a wild space, and there goes the Transcendence. They're just going to push through. Cake Fake Nevix by surprise, and that's all she wrote, pushing them into spawn.
Limericks actually dies in spawn here, but yeah, you can't actually stay here. Gotta retreat back to the choke, I'd say. Looks like we are gonna have to wait a hot second for the next action to come through, as it looks like Deme has DC just holding his shield into the wall. So far, though, this has continued to be relatively competitive. Again, Mr. Prashi has managed to eke out a little bit of a lead now, it feels like. But when all's said and done, I absolutely believe that Client of the Week can keep it competitive, can keep it close.
I believe it too, as old Prashi has put together a lot of really good fights, and some of it, like you said, has come down to pathing. I think a lot of it comes down to some of your ult usage, charging up these ultimates a bit quicker, and having the ability to start rotating them. We have seen Prashi do that with perfection, almost, just charging up ults incredibly quickly, being able to rotate and having an advantage. A lot of the time, it feels like it's either a Prashi ult fight advantage, or it is about even. We've rarely seen Client of the Week coming in with an ult advantage. It's always been Prashi with that advantage and Client of the Week either even or just a bit behind.
I think one reason for that is going to be the fact that all of Amicio Prashi have played together on rosters before, essentially. I mean, this is basically just gas tier 3 with extra steps, whereas Client of the Week, they don't have that same level of experience together, that same amount of reps, and so all these like micro-coordination plays aren't going to be as a second nature for them.
There goes the grab. Diva Bomb thrown right into the back line. That's nasty out of Velo. And it's going to be Client of the Week able to stabilize incredibly well.
Dude, Velo's got that advanced Poco Sec. I've never seen a bomb like that before. There's no way for Velvet to react to that, and an incredibly unwelcome surprise in the mail for him there. Gonna be a re-engage for Client of the Week, or I missed your Prashi, sorry, in a couple seconds, and they are up to 6 ultimates. So they will have a bit of a lead here, especially if they go early, and Buddy can't charge his Transcendence. Client of the Week might really struggle to absorb this push.
They will have Panda's beat. It might give them just enough time with the rally, with the beat. It might give them enough time to charge up the Transcendence, but the Transcendence doesn't land on half the team. And Client of the Week bursts down. It's 3 ults used by old Prashi, but it's 2 used by Client of the Week. That's a fight you take.
Absolutely, especially considering how dominant that win was. 40 seconds left to go. You've got ult advantage coming into that last fight. Rally armor will be decaying sooner than later, but it has enough time for them to continue to take this fight.
Yeah, with only 4 meters, it's only the Transcendence online for Client of the Week. They might get the Shatter later in the fight, but it's going to be so difficult. Shatter stunned up! What a massive one out of Soaks. Now Buddy with the Transcendence. It's the beat Transcendence combo. Might be a bit of a mistake there from Old Brashy. You never want to stack those up. Buddy in trouble though, gonna get taken down as the support ult's gone, but so is the Korra Client of the Week, as Demon just showing how much Hellfire can hurt.
Particle Cannon right now, absolutely frying. Demon, of course, having a crazy game on the Zarya. Whoever said you can't pop off individually on a comp like Goats? Client of the Week, I mean, just snowballed out of those last couple fights there. They tried it, and they kind of did get smacked down a bit. Just the ult advantage that they gave up by trying to spawn camp. I missed the old Brashy there, really came back to bite them. And of course, they're still talking trash in the chat. This would be EU if they weren't. But I'm super impressed by the play there. Obviously, finishing in time with no time left does mean that there's a bit of a chance here for Client of the Week, especially if they can cap with a more healthy time bank. We could well be seeing a scenario where I miss the Prashi have to just play for the draw. Demi only got 3 kills in the kill streak. That's just unfortunate, mate.
That hurts. That really hurts for the Reinhardt. And honestly, you kind of love you're really expecting this. You were expecting to see the absolute trash talk out of fake Nevix, out of the entirety of this whole region, because if there's one thing EU knows how to do, it's yap.
We are miserable little buggers, aren't we?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an NA. Look, we are over
EU.
NA.
We in EU.
Look, I am from NA, so we are incredibly braggadocious and incredibly bad at following up.
Well, you know, at least there's a start there, because otherwise you end up like Kevster, and all you do is win and don't say anything about it, so it's boring person imaginable. Walking with the bubble now, not going to be finding a crazy amount of value, but instantly as a drop off the high ground, trying to steal Prashi.
And Prashi are taking this on the low ground. They are not playing around the high ground. No, sirree, as Nevix is going to get stunned up and completely burned down. Lucid now showing the power of their Zarya. And just the DPS, and it's a quick early take for Client of the Week. They're gonna have so much on the time bank.
And one of the reasons, in fact, remember last time we saw this attack where we wanted to see the Pokeballs stay on the high ground? I mean, dropping here just forces you to play entirely stacked in a conga line, and that might work in that other region, but here in EU, we need our actual off angles to be set up, and that's just not capable when you're dropping this early. So, Amicio Prashi flub their lines here. Client of the Week, gargantuan time bank, and they stay competitive here on Hollywood.
Yeah, staying competitive is all they really need. As early rally out from Soaks, it's going to let Deme and the rest of Client of the Week push in with reckless abandon. There goes the turnaround from Chef, but Nevix won't be able to benefit from it. Chef's going to get taken down. There goes the rally. Dashed on the rocks. And now that's a good fight win out of Client of the Week. Trading rallies, getting the advantage.
Yeah, just not the support ults there to absorb the push from Client of the Week. I mixed up actually tried it, but they just couldn't cut the mustard, as it were. So now it's set up already. We could be looking at a 6-minute time bank throughout third point.
That's a massive, massive grab. And Velvet getting took to the side is demolishing for Old Brashy, because they can't heal up Velvet. And the beat just can't keep them alive. And so now they have to engage 65 as the cart nearly rolling through. We're close to an almost 6-minute time bank. Demon's grab getting devoured. Velo with the grab eat. It's a massive bomb out of Velo, taking out Fake Nevix. And Old Brashy in trouble. Diva bomb of Velvet thrown in, and just nothing on the kill feed. Demon gone. And with just above 4 minutes on the time bank, Client of the Week roaring through for Old Brashy. They need to drain this now. 5-minute, 20-second time bank down to less than a minute if they want even a chance of a win.
K-Wing there, absolutely pacing it through Hollywood right now, speedrun style. It's just the snowball that we spoke about earlier, that with Goats they can sometimes get set up. They consistently have better ults, and so they're consistently winning fights, which means they get better ults, which means they win fights. It's going to continue through here. They got 4 check marks. And Missy Prashi, you have to pray for an epic shatter.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Nevix can get that shatter off. Last time was canceled out. Nevix is low, not gonna get the shatter off, and it's just gonna be another time where Client of the Week run the field. What a turnaround for this team.
Yeah, this is ridiculous so far. They've got the rally over health, and they've got 4 check marks. This is about perfection for Client of the Week here. Last fight, gonna be kind of hard to break. A little bit easier in GOATs and in the regular game mode, but still, this could be brutal for them.
It really could be, but they've got all the ults they could want to try and break through. There goes the grab, the bomb into the back line. Goes through in a little bit of slowdown. Shatter from Deme in the back. That's fake Nevix, that's Chef, and it's Client of the Week turning it around with force. What an incredible attack as they clean up the rest of Old Crashy. Grab thrown in, but no one can even touch. 3 minutes, 50 seconds to attack. Old Crashy is going to have to basically full hold Client of the Week on a, basically on a new game of Hollywood full hold. How absolutely insane from Client of the Week, just grabbing the steering wheel and stepping on the gas.
Yeah, like Lewis Hamilton throughout that. Just an absolute, I mean, record-setting lap of Hollywood. Only thing you can really call it there. Now, I miss your Prashi. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to defend, only a tick to give up, and I gotta say, some of these players not known for their strong mentals. So, hopefully they can stay in it, keep it competitive, but it could be a bit of a go next type of scenario for them. I'm gonna be so real. I don't really see what kind of play you can make under a scenario like this, because executing this perfectly for this long, I mean, I wouldn't say there are many teams on the planet who could do it, even at the peak of GOATs, you know? So I'm very, very worried for I missed the old Prashi. Client of the Week, 33.3 recurring percentage points away from tying up our series 1-1.
And that would be absolutely massive for them, getting that tie, and especially in the fashion that they've done here, 1-0. And even for Old Prashi, if they are able to execute perfectly, it's not like they're going to just magically have some big advantage that they're going to be at match point, which is what they were wanting. Massive boop coming through his fake Nevix, in trouble, having to force the rest down. Velvet stuck in the corner. Old Prashi just losing their diva, losing a lot of chance for damage mitigation. And now Client of the Week, it's a great roll through, taking out Lucid. Now trading out 4v4 now. And about even spawns, so Buddy in trouble. The Lucio of Horix going in so aggressively, just can't take down Buddy. That could have been the turnaround. Linrax will finally do it for him, but that was a really long one, as Lucid, for the side of Clients of the Week, will have to start backing up. That's about a minute off the time bank. They're going to need about 3 more of those.
A stay of execution here for a Missio Prashi, but the death knell may yet toll. They're able to survive by the skin of their teeth. But can they do it again for the remaining almost 3 minutes on the time bank?
And with an ult fight coming up, Panda with the beat. Horix still a bit behind. Gonna charge that up very quickly though. Grab ready and rare and rally thrown out from Soaks. Chef does have theirs, gonna throw that out immediately, but taken down! That's massive for Old Crashy. They can't have that happen. Both beats out. Horix looking to be the later beat with a bit of an advantage, and they capitalize on it. Sip out of there. Deme taken down before the Transcendence can be cast. And Clients of the Week in trouble now as Soaks goes down. Client of the Week, they've lost half their time bank. Are they in some trouble?
They could well be. I may see Prashi halfway through to completing the full hold. It would be absolutely miraculous. I mean, the half of the tournament even. Client of the Week though, coming up close to a lot of their ult cycles, this could be it.
This could be the fight, but we've been saying that for the past 2 fights now. There goes the grab. Oh, Nevix might have gone in a bit too deep, stunned up. Fake Nevix charges away. There goes 3, and finally, Client of the Week able to land something substantive. on the point as the time ticks down, tick through. A valiant effort on the side of Old Prashy, nearly taking that, nearly playing perfect, but the one little slip up is all they need to take it 1-1.
I mean, it's the fact that they used all their backhand ults in that previous fight, right? I mean, when it comes to this fight, they hit a pretty strong Graviton Surge, but trying to follow up on it, they get shattered, and you have absolutely nothing to block out the Earth Shatter. Not a beat, not a Kitsune, not Transcendence, and not even a rally. So what can you really do at that point? Just sit there and take it. Unfortunately, I came super close. Again, I miss your Prashy able to make it competitive in a scenario where really they should just get run over. But when all is said and done, we're tied at 1-1 here on Hollywoods. This series between these two old dogs teams continues to just give us absolute gifts.
Absolute gifts and absolute bangers of maps. And now 2 maps in, tied up 1-1. We're going to take a quick break for these teams to catch their breath before we go into our next map, which is going to be Assault. So we'll have to see. I mean, it's been a while, personally, since I've casted a game of Assault. I did some of the GOATS tournament 2 weeks ago, but it was all 2-0s. It was never giving me any Assault, so we're going to 2CP in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. Don't change the Twitch channel, because we'll be right back after this short break.
Feel my heart, it's beating. All my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beating. All my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, was so
Oh, goodness gracious. Welcome back to CGL. And I'm sorry to say, but I have been lying to you because I didn't remember the map order. We're going to Escort next, and we're going to Rialto. I'm sorry, that's what happens when you cast, and this is true, are a bit of a dingus. It happens. Either way, we're going to Rialto, but we are guaranteed to have that map for no matter what. But we just had quite the incredible turnaround for Clients of the Week, didn't we, Spec?
Yeah, I mean, an absolute knockout blow thrown on their own attacking half, just absolutely locked Hollywood down for them, and brought us back into parity in this series. So whoever breaks the equilibrium here, they are going to be in a very comfortable spot to advance forward in this tournament, of course. This map, this Rialto here, this is going to be for series point advancement point as well. Grand finals for the victor. The losers drop down into the losers finals to play against 0907. So a lot of stakes in this game here, and so far it could go absolutely either way. Momentum on the side of Client of the Week, but again, this series has been an absolute knife's edge. It could fall any which way on any which map. And as we move on to some longer sight lines on Rialto, it's going to be a little bit more similar to Hollywood than Lijiang. Maybe this is going to continue to favor Client of the Week, a little bit more than, that's what it might be on paper, but, flip side of things, this is GOATS. Absolutely anything could happen.
I think that's just how you have to say it for the entire time, is it's GOATS. Anything could happen. That could be the tagline of this tournament. It's GOATS. Anything could happen as we move into Rialto and Client of the Week and Old Prashy. You have to hope that Old Prashy was able to have their moment of, all right, we go next for this map, because they can't let the snowball continue.
Yeah, it's very possible here. I'm curious to see the GOAT setup on this map specifically. I haven't seen it in God knows how long, so gonna be learning along with everybody else if we want to see just like a high ground start for 5 players, 6 players, or go for a spawn camp, as it looks like Client of the Week are trying to do this close hold. Break it might take a while, but the easy access to the high ground could equally flip that script pretty quick, because Linrax with a strong firing line from the high ground. I mean, how do you deal with that bar Velo just flying on and finding that assassination?
How do you deal with it? Indeed, close. Forex looking for the boob,
going
aggressive. He is looking for it. Bro is bringing out the fishing pole for how hard he is fishing for these. Oh my goodness, Linrax in trouble, somehow stays alive for just a little bit longer, just to guarantee Old Prashy those picks. And the stagger onto the Diva will only be just a moment.
Yeah, great defense matrix there to keep the backline alive there. Without that, then Client of the Week can trade backlines and have a decent shot at the fight, but instead Velvet is there and can begin taking some early space on this Diva. Look how far they're pushing their front line forward, just leaving Horrocks and Co to push the objective, and they'll be very well set up for this refight.
That they will next fight. Great pick by Horrocks, taking out Buddy early. And now Old Prashy are able to move through with that damage boost from Linrax. Soak's gonna get taken down. Here goes the charge from Nevix. It's the rest of Old Prashy just keeping rolling.
Yeah, just huge first kill coming through there. Every single time a first kill comes through in a comp like GOATS, it's even more impactful than in a regular 6v6 strat. So they're just allowed to snowball here. Milking 3 fights out of first point on Rialto is absolutely fantastic, as long as they can recontest it.
3 fights is great, but they need to be able to win one of them. Horrocks, I think Horrocks is looking for another boob, but caught out and taken down. They have found the fisherman, and he's not going to fish anymore. Shatter in, it's just for Transcendence. Shatter into shield for Nevix. Nevix is going deep for the long ball. The Hail Mary out of Nevix lands. And Old Prashy keep on rolling.
I'd be so mad if I was Panda and I got pinned like that. Nevix just YOLO pins into the backline and somehow finds a kill off of it. Of course, we forgot to mention, but Helmer Drake's going to be in as well, so the average age of the server has got yet higher from a Mr. Prashi. As well as the OWCS qualifications, Helmer Drake is a very strong player on his individual.
Yeah, and also, as you said, old, apparently. The first thing you said was, oh, Helmer Drake's a boomer. Anyway, Deme Horix is just taking boop upon boop. Oh, goodness gracious. Horix bringing the entertainment time and again, but Old Prashi have now strung together 4 fights in a row. We sure have seen the mental reset.
Yeah, I mean, I asked Horrocks around the time of OWCS Stage 1 to tell me what he could about Helmer Drake, and I think his first word was, he's an old head like me, so that's always stuck pretty well. Just a trans, try Mr. Prashi early on, but the rally's coming close, and a shot from Fake Nevix always a possibility.
Yeah, Fake Nevix looking to the skies for the Diva Bomb, which will not come. They'll not charge up to that set grab, just a bit of feed for the Transcendence. Both Transcendence out. Silk's gonna go down. That's a big play, and it's just gonna be Old Prashi still rolling through. Great plays. Old Prashi are really on a roll.
Yeah, no, this is an attack, maybe not as crazy as what Client of the Week were able to do last time, but it's strong. Definitely. 4.5 minute time back. If the recontest here isn't perfect, they don't even touch.
Wow. Incredible from Old Prashi, keeping Client of the Week off the point. Now 4 minutes. Injury also third. Oh, the Shatter's gonna land. Fake Nevix and Helmer Drake in trouble. And that's finally the return to sender from Client of the Week. They've got it finally, but it's been so much.
And they've got still a huge ult bank to work through here. I think a small advantage for Client of the Week, you know, having no trans is a huge issue for Mr. Prashi. But other than that, this could still go either way. And especially as they're going for a bit of a fake grab, actually facing the rotate out.
Yeah, and there goes the grab from Demon. Fake Nevix in a bit of trouble. Horix gonna go down. And Deme Shatter coming out from Fake Nevix. Can it be the turnaround? No, in fact, it's a late Shatter. Not gonna do much to change the outcome of the fight.
A huge mistake from Soaks.
Yeah.
Huge mistake there from Soaks getting staggered there. It doesn't really matter if Mr. Prashi dies. They've got the closest spawns known to man. Demon was able to hold the charge as well. The 2 factors that you really care about when you die. But now Client of the Week have to back up all the way. They have to give up all the space in the world because of that frag. And now Mr. Prashi will having free walks to payload once again.
They will be able to walk the payload, but it's still under this archway. They crucially don't have to give up this first choke point hold. Grab waiting. Lucid just looking for something clever. Throws it down. Massive grab catching 3 or 4 of Old Prashi in it. Have to draw out the B and the Transcendence. Charge in. Deme lands onto their Transcending Zenyatta. Just only lands onto Linrax. Soaks takes down Velo.
What are you doing up there, mate? Spider-Man on the rooftop, but not going to be winning out the day this time. Mr. Prashi gets the clean up there. Again, it's a portal diff. Being able to cycle the beat and the Transcendence means that the pressure cycle of Mr. Prashi is just so long. Getting closer and closer to the last fight now. Client of the Week going to have to clutch up.
Client of the Week in a lot of trouble. Rialto was a notoriously difficult map to break through. This is probably their best chance to get this hold going. But it's going to be so difficult to keep this play going. You have the Shatter, you have the grab from Old Prashi, and only the beat to counteract one of them. They'll have to be smart. Shatter in, it's going to be Panda with the beat, but it's not enough for Deme. Velo going to get demeched as well. The beat, just not enough. Transcendence thrown in late from Buddy, just not able to charge up to it. Soaks using the rally for Client of the Week. It's all the support ults, but none of the fight win. 1:23 on the clock is a devastation from Old Prashi.
It really is. I mean, finishing Rialto at all is crazy, but, you know, giving yourself enough time for, you know, a very comfortable attack should you go extra innings, that's the icing on the cake here. So, Mr. Prashi, I mean, they take a bit of a hard one on the chin in that previous map, but they keep on swinging. It's a left jab onto Client of the Week, who are now forced to equalize. And I gotta say, Real, so they seem to be struggling a little bit more. I feel like they have been on the back foot. Their aggression hasn't been as well considered. Trying to cross these longer sight lines, they have kind of struggled with these rotates. So I do think it's going to be hard for them, given the hindsight being 2020 and all. It looks like Mr. Prashi going to go up 2-1 here, but there's always a chance. I mean, the memory of the Client of the Week attack on Hollywood, I think it's going to be seared into me for a hot second, and they can absolutely do the same here on Rialto as well. Comps still the same. Absolutely none of that Monkey Anna stuff going to be coming out as we expected. Just the Ryan, the Zen, all day, every day here in the region, and for good reason. It's what they've played for so long, and on top of that, there's no real reason. Playing a different strategy. Teaching yourself multiple comps when the one works absolutely fine everywhere. Again, gonna be a spawn hold here. No secret about it made from Velvet, boostering up high. We'll see if Mr. Prash can get any more time off the bank than their opposition.
Yeah, it was a first fight win for Old Crashy as Velo just charging through, gets the pick on a Helmer Drake. That's exactly what they need, and that's going to be a complete fight win for Client of the Week, just matching them in spades.
I have no idea how Helmer Drake couldn't bash on there. I guess we'll call it the old man getting a little bit senile here. Either way, gonna be Mr. Prashi, who get first fight super fast here. Basically nothing got out that first fight. And they're gonna really struggle as well to get the corner fight that their opponents did.
But they're not going to get 3 fights. They're probably only gonna get this they might just only get 2 as they roll out. Fake Nevix getting it stunned early as a big rush in from Velo, charging up this ult pretty quickly. Buddy, close to the Transcendence, able to counteract any ult that comes through from Old Crashy. Lucid pushing in, full charge, absolutely burning the shield of Fake Nevix, stunned up. Neither in any real trouble. Rally out from Stokes. Drake also has a beat thrown in. Deme in too deep. So Client of the Week has to just get back. But they keep the Zarya so far, and they'll keep the charge.
Keeping the charge is huge here, and there's no way that Mr. Prashi can chase that. Okay, they're able to get soaked again, actually. But no, it was a support was coming online a little bit early that allowed Mr. Prashi to win that fight out. Trans from Limrax keeps Fake Nevix alive for long enough, and the beat from Horax turns into their own aggression panda. 5% too slow. Client of the Week lose out that fight, but this time, the only support in the server, they are going to love this fight.
Yeah, there goes the bomb, and Client of the Week. It's a big ult investment out of them. 3 thrown in, but it's a very fast fight win. It's just going to be the D.Va staggering out on point, trying to get that 3rd fight in, but I don't know if they're going to get it, Spec.
Nah, not at all. I mean, especially with the bridge being fought here, unless there's like a truly baffling pin out of Nevix, I just don't think there's going to be a touch. They've rallied though, they want to fight for this.
Oh, it's a big boot, but the contest is going to go through. Shatter in to land on a 3. D.Va bomb into the back. There's no kills on the kill feed, but Old Crashy get the 3rd fight, and they win it. Holding Client of the Week, they've got 90 seconds and falling. They keep the Zarya again, but it's cold comfort.
Yeah, you would much more prefer to have the cap than the Zarya energy, but they have to make do with what they're given. Mr. Prashi spent everything in that recontest. It's just the Transcendence of Linrax that's online. Horrocks, at the pace he's been building these beats, could probably charge another one before the end of the map. But Client of the Week, they're going to need to throw all their eggs into this one basket right here, right now.
They're taking a long rotation, and Old Crashy is not going to wait around. Now they're not doing that rotation. They're just going to fight right here, right now. And they find Fake Nevix in too deep. Transcendence is not there in time. But Old Crashy, it might just be the time they need to build up that beat, build up that grab. Beat thrown in immediately. Responding now to the grab. Oh, as Horrocks is going to get taken down. Linrax as well. Helmer Drake, and it's Client of the Week. Barely scraping by first point. Damon going to go down, and there you go.
Yeah, it's cleaned up. It's really tricky, to be honest, for them, and they got stymied very hard that first point, but when all said and done, they're able to at least extend play. They're in a pretty decent shot for the next fight with the rally overhealth, bomb, shatter, and trans. I miss your Prashi. Curious to see what they do here, but aggression has been the name of the game for them so far.
And it has Deme peeking around the stairs with a
big.
shatter. It's massive for
What?
in the.
What is that?
That is what peak
Crazy
performance
header.
looks like, Spectreon. You might not like it, but that's what peak performance looks like. That is peak Reinhardt.
We gotta put Nevis's brain under the microscope. Just that's an insane play to make. When all
There's
said
some
and
neuron
done, though,
activation.
yeah. Prashi have bridge control. That's so much poke that a client of the week are going to have to take for free here when trying to break it, and they can drop it any time to fight the payload.
Oh, it's a massive boop onto Fake Nevix in a lot of trouble. Grab thrown in, just completely pinning up the entirety of Client of the Week up there. Diva Bomb thrown in over top, but she can't find any picks. And old Crashy looks like Client of the Week might finally be roaring back, but they've still got another fight on point B to go.
If Nevix got boops there, then the correct response from I Miss Your Prashi is all just a jump at the same time. Obviously, they were caught by the grab, but leaving the Ryan low ground on his own for a while was not ideal. Free contest gonna be possible. No portals for Client of the Week, a silver lining.
Yeah, that's the only silver lining, though, as there goes the shatter from Fake Nevix. Doesn't seem to land onto a soul. There goes the Transcendence and the grab on top of it. Diva Bomb thrown in.
Oh.
Shatter with the Diva Bomb. Client of the Week. It's a big fight, but it's a fight they win. And those have been in short supply.
A huge fight there. I mean, absolutely pivotal to bring their pace back to what it needed to be. Because after they got stuck so long on first, then second needed to be a breeze for them. To be back on track to match the pace of I Miss the Old Prashi. That they are. And it might be tricky to get exactly the same time back, but it's still on the cards.
Yeah, they can get something close. At least it's all they need. But Lucid going down and Soaks going down is just a complete tire pop in their plans. That's it.
Yeah, they're just hemorrhaging frags as well. These staggers are absolutely brutal to take. You know, at least saving the mech is better, not having to reset the charge again on the bomb. But a minute 39 left to go. It's going to take them at least 20 seconds to make it to the choke. And another maybe 30 to win out the fight. There's almost no chance of finishing with time here, K-Win.
There's almost no chance. As Transcendence out from Client of the Week, they're fighting to stay alive here. Deme goes down and they just need to get out of there. They have no Reinhardt. They have no hope. As now, that's just all. They have the same spawn.
Wait and see now what they can do. Down to a minute. Fighting off objective is going to find even more time. And I miss your Prashi with high ground to drop from. And the Graviton Surge as well seem poised to wipe out their opponents once again.
And a lot of ults too.
Oh my.
Grab thrown in, be able to answer. They're in some trouble. Still Client of the Week. They might be able to find out Fake Nevix, but the shatter's gonna land onto 5. And it's just devastation. That was the investment fight for Client of the Week. And now they've got next to nothing.
35 seconds left to go. Client of the Week will be able to charge into their tankles, yes. But what can they actually do with it? Because they've been stuck so many times. It's absolutely... And the aggro bomb!
It's an aggro bomb, but it's very high in the air. Soak's gonna go down. Bello having to reset, and as time ticks down, any staggers are big. Lucid gone. The Diva demeched. And there you have it. As the time ticks down, Client of the Week, they're gonna have to try and rush on to the cart to try and get some stagger. It's the whip shot to deny. And old Crashy have roared back, responding in kind as it's haymaker after haymaker from them.
That was, wow. That was a great stabilization there. The defense of the point, absolutely ironclad here. Obviously, this like bomb shatter combo was the biggest multi-frag of the map and, you know, probably the series so far. But it was just the consistent execution of I Miss the Old Prashi that got them the win there.
Yeah, that was just consistency. Like you said, the way that they played was so I mean, the attack was incredible. Just the ability that they had to string together fight upon fight upon fight upon fight, and goodbye Spectrum. Either way, the ability that they had to, oh, goodbye me. Okay, cool. But the ability that they had to string fight upon fight upon fight together really got them into such a strong point when they came into the more difficult parts of the map, when they came into deeper parts, point C. They had the ability to burn some time there, and they had the ability to not have one fight dictate how the entire point would go. They could reset, they could take the time, and Client of the Week just did not have that luxury on their attack. They got to point C without a minute 30 left. So if one big ult fight went wrong, which it did, they don't have the time to recharge.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Attack Rialto is just, it's terrible. There's no two ways about it. It's such a tricky map to actually egress on, the third point especially. Obviously, normally it's not a kind of courtyard hold. That's pretty rare, to be honest. But even just attacking throughout the regular stages, it was always going to be incredibly hard for them. And, you know, all the mistakes they made on that first point really coming back to bite them. 2CP is going to be coming up next. It's going to be the pick of Client of the Week. You know, they're going to be where they make their final stand. Their backs up against the wall. And where else would they go but Hanamura?
Hanamura is probably one of the two favored 2CP maps. It's that and maybe Volskaya?
For me, it's like Volskaya Temple. Hanamura is beautiful to look at, but actually playing it, like, I think we were complaining off a broadcast, or maybe on broadcast, about how attacking second point is just so damn tricky. It's going to be absolutely a Rhinefest, and Hammer Cleave is going to be brutal.
The Hammer Cleave is going to be absolutely brutal. The Fire Strikes as well, as basically attacking any point, any time on point B. You have to basically cram yourself into a little like airplane gangway as just in full view of the enemy team. And good luck trying to not get out of that with either some Hammer Cleave, some Fire Strike damage, just something that the Reinhardts are gonna love. It is tiny Overwatch to the nth degree in there. And it's such a dangerous place to be, but you have to squeeze through it if you want to play the Hanamura game.
I mean, your other option is just walking down main and getting crossfired from every which angle. It's absolutely brutal. There's no two ways about it. We'll see if Client of the Week are able to use that brutality to extend play in this series, or if I miss the old Prashi, you know, going back to some of their own stomping grounds, will be able to make it to our grand final and consign their opponents to that lower final against 0907. Only time will tell, of course, but honestly for me, it might just be a bit nostalgic going back to that map at all. Of course, you know, the assets are coming back this season, Season 12, with their Clash being added, but it's just not the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same. You're not gonna, you know, Hanaoka, you're not going to have to cram yourself into airplane gangway or reenact the D-Day landings at Normandy, respectively, on either point. If you're going through center, good luck facing the German machine guns, or if you're going into this tiny little tight choke point, good luck part 2. Good luck, babe. Either way, it's not the same. Emotionally and physically, it's not the same. And I will forever miss Hanamura, and then I will see it and I go, I realize why we no longer have Hanamura.
Listen, I've always been a Hanamura hater. Like I said, the strong push map or 2CP maps are like Temple of Anubis, maybe. I was a fan just because of how well you can move around it. Like, for movement heroes, that map's great. For everybody else, it's terrible. And Volskaya is just generally the most consistent 2CP map. You know, it doesn't have any glaring flaws. You know, the chokes aren't as heavily abusable as they are in other maps. So I think it's generally the best. Obviously, there are stinkers out there. Paris was unplayable. Horizon Lunar Colony, I actually still have nightmares about. Like, there was some maps all the time there, I'll put it that way.
Those maps got removed even before 2CP. Like, people went, no, like, the team went, no, the entire time. Like, even before they were like, you know what, we're axing 2CP, HLC and Paris especially. Paris point A and point B, nightmare fuel to attack on. Like, Paris is basically, if you loaded into a game of quick play and you got Paris attack, good luck getting a team of 5, because everyone would be like, leave, 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 leave. Just everyone would leave. It was a nightmare, but either way, loading in, Lucid taken down very quickly, as Old Crashy on the defense has already started showing their might.
Yeah, I mean, Lucid just takes a bajillion damage, just no two ways about it, and so we see just a wait in spawn by the looks of things from kind of the week while they get everything sorted out. In terms of a first fight, though, that's about as clean as you could realistically get from a Missy or Crashy. They're loving life right now.
It's as clean as they could take it, as Nevix already up to 70% to the shatter. Soaps going down, and it's another one. Ooh.
Nevix? You didn't have to try and spawn camp them. You didn't have a bubble there. So a bit of a slip up. Ryan won't be back in time for a chokehold, but they should be able to fight on the objective, I believe. This might come back to bite them in the behinds. They have to play card.
They're not, though. They're backing up. They have to
They're right, still respawning.
They'll have to walk. This is absolutely awful there, as they finally do get the Reinhardt, but they've given up already 2 ticks. They need to regress immediately. Nevix charging in again, taken down. Deme as well gonna get taken down, but with the Reinhardt gone, it's just not looking good for Old Crashy. And they're going to, off of a really rough, really tough time, they're gonna lose that point.
Yeah, no two ways about it. The push was just a bit of a throw. I miss the Crashy give up first point and only get real 1 fight out of it too, if you stretch the definition. 5 minutes now to attack second point, but this is the pain point. This is why the map sucks. They're gonna go main. They're gonna take the crossfire, and we'll see if they regress it or not.
And onto Velo, able to use those boosters back up, but boost off the main, now fighting just below, as support ults flying from both of these teams. Horik's going to be the first gone, as now Client of the Week starting to charge up this fight. Rally coming in, but there goes the grab. It does get them onto the point. Diva Bomb thrown in over top from Velvet. No kills in the kill feed for it. There goes the Shatter to land on 3. There goes the reverse. Nevix gone. Lucid, though, down. And this is why this point is so tough to break, as the point's still ticking up, 84% and climbing. Just a few members of Old Crashy left on the point. Horix and Panda both gone, but it's these respawns that are going to be so quick for Old Crashy that are just going to make it impossible. You need to be perfect to win point B. Oh no.
And a stagger onto Buddy as well. The second time the Zens got staggered. They are extending this one. And know how they're constantly, they're pinning him towards the wall. They're booping him back. Oh, this is brutal. They decide to finally kill because the rest of Client of the Week is back. But, I mean, you can't push now.
And now they almost engaged onto the rest of Client of the Week. That would have been devastating there. Old Crashy really milking the time there. That was like a minute and a half. Full fight, and they're still waiting to get really set up and back, but they do have the Transcendence. Both teams have the Transcendence. Rally on the side of Client of the Week, now rolling in through that upper left, rolling onto point, and Old Crashy in a bit of trouble. They gave up point control. Nevix gonna get taken down, so the defense in more trouble. Transcendence from Linrax, but he's still holding on to his. And yeah, that's going to be it. That's going to be the wrap. 3 minutes and 2 seconds for round 1. And, ooh, I think we're getting some 2CP-itis here, because a quick round 1 could beget a quick round 2, a quick round 3, a quick round 4, a quick round 5 through X, as many as we want.
I've seen, like 8 here on this map, so we're gonna have to wait and see if it actually gets that bad. I gotta say, Nevix doesn't actually take like a bajillion damage as he drops down. The trans from Limrax is too late. Really made it too hard to recontest there, unfortunately. And you know, down your Rhine, you're just going to hemorrhage frags. So a little bit sloppy from my Misty Oprashi, really expecting the high ground walk more, but Client of the Week make the main routes work. They can absolutely get a similar time bank, can I miss the Oprashi, but I doubt they're going to be given the same gift that they did to their opposition. So just going to have to be that clean execution. They have been, pretty strong in it so far. So I do expect them to cap out the map. I do expect us to go to extra innings. But whether it's with better or worse time, I think is the real question to be answered here.
Yeah, I mean, I have to make a call. I'm making a call out post right here, right now. Horrocks, get off Twitter. Please get off Twitter. I just got a notification on my phone of Horrocks liking a tweet I made during the break. Get off Twitter, my guy. You have a GOATS tournament to win.
My bro
oh
is
my
not
goodness.
locked in.
My bro is not locked in. Blood is not locked in. Blood is on Twitter right now, liking tweets from casters. Calm down. Push in. Speed in your team, brother. Speed in your team as we go in. Already,
Whoa.
Deme in some trouble, charging up very quickly. Linrax going to get collapsed on. And, well, Client of the Week, though, answering in kind, as they will get that first hold, and there's not much they can do about Horrocks getting stunned.
I'd be a little bit worried about the spawns. Remember, they just got a pick, and we've seen exactly what losing their Reinhardt did to I Miss the Oprashi. So as long as Horrocks is back, they can kind of try and beat the timing and at least get that forward positioning. Yeah, they won't be able to hold Archway, but hold the full choke as long as I Miss the Oprashi speed through into side room now.
No, they get to hold the Archway. That's a massive play for Client of the Week. Getting that Reinhardt back before Prashy is able to push in. Getting that 6 back is, you cannot overstate it. We saw just what happened there as a really good play. Helmer Drake gonna get taken down. And old Prashy, Client of the Week, holding strong on this defense.
They really love this idea that they should take this side room instead of just taking the fight, but so far all it's doing is exposing them to a bunch of cleave, a bunch of spam, and they just lose all their HP instantly. Soaks is typing at them, of course he is. But I miss your Prashi. I think they've learned now that this strat's maybe not going to work out for them, so a different tack I would hope for them. Client of the Week, a huge ult advantage though because of how one-sided these fights have been.
And that could really get itself to a massive stagger as Velo in a bit of a corner. Gonna get demeched, but, well, using the ult, gonna get that remech back, and Client of the Week just cleaving through.
Yeah, Velvet tries to escape, tries to make it back to spawn, but Deme puts an end to him with a fire strike. They're struggling here. I missed the old Prashi. Just 2 minutes away from forcing us to a number 5, our Client of the Week. But it could go either way. They still have plenty of ults to rotate, but, you know, some of their own coming up for I Miss the Old Prashi. Everything bar the rally, really. Could be close, could be coming up next in this upcoming engagement.
And Client of the Week, they need this fight. They need the opportunity to push point B. Point A is usually thought of as the easier point to push. Transcendence has to be used against the Shatter, really. As now Client of the Week pushing through. Charge in from Deme. Finds Helmer Drake, but goes off the map himself. Both Reinhardt's gone. What a... that was interesting. Grav gonna take in Demon from just 8 million miles away. And Client of the Week still holding on to this defensive nightmare of point A.
Yeah, down to just a minute now to attack. I miss your Prashi running out of options fast. They've got a Shatter. That's pretty much it in terms of tools to work with. A bomb as well to maybe forcing space. Silver lining is that Client of the Week have absolutely nothing until this rally from Soaks comes online, but they've lost their scenarios like this before. I miss your Prashi's been absolutely stumped right now.
Now they're in trouble. They have the Shatter, they have the bomb. Those are very situational ultimates. And ones we haven't seen get a lot of trouble. It's fake Nevix going down early. And with the bubble going onto Linrax, they'll stay alive, but losing the Reinhardt again. They've charged up Client of the Week down to 3 ults. That disadvantage is gone.
15 seconds left to go. They're going to need to get on the objective very, very quickly. They're going to go now with a bomb to take the space, but Soaks is dead.
They take Soaks. They take out Soaks. That's the opportunity that they need. Shatter in, lands out to 2 for Nevix. And that's just barely, it could be barely enough. Good charge from Nevix. They do have someone capping point. They cap point A in overtime. So they get time on the bank. It's going to be a difficult time to attack point B with just the bare minimum of time left, and they need to do it with a minute on the clock, and they only have 3.
This is going to be tricky, I'll put it that way. See if they can make the pace. Obviously, getting a better time bank, an impossibility. All they can really think about is getting to that extra innings. Client of the Week do have a very strong ult bank here. I miss your Prashi. If this fight goes long, much the same, but remember, we spoke about why Client of the Week just avoided this choke like the plague. See if I miss your Prashi does the same.
Yeah, they are not going to try and go to that high ground. Oh no! What a smart grab! Everyone taken into it for old Prashi. They jump around. Now onto the point. Shatter thrown in for Deme. Going to get burned down. But Linrax not able to avoid that bomb. Even 5v5. But the spawn advantage so much for Client of the Week that they just overwhelm old Prashi. And Buddy getting a lot of picks there to Zen. Really going wild for Client of the Week.
That was a pretty good shot, to be honest, to take that, but unfortunately Linrax's toe out of line means that the Celtics drug takes him out, and with it, a lot of the damage, a lot of the utility. Oh, I missed the old Prashi. Minute left to go, or 2 minutes, sorry, left to go, and is their last shot, to try and finish with any sort of real healthy time bank. It could get brutal for them. Client of the Week, though, pretty skint when it comes to their check marks. That has to be what I missed the old Prashi banks on.
It has to be. As for old Prashi, they've got 3 ults. They have the Shadow, they have the Bomb, they have the Rally. They're going to use that Rally early as Chaos breaks out. Horik's going to be the first to fall. Old Prashi, they just can't abide that. They get 2 in response, but they need to capture this point. They can't have it be imperfect. Already losing 1. They need this. They need Horik back immediately as the charge in. Smart from Deme. Incredibly smart as point starts ticking up. That's going to be 2 ticks for old Prashi. Can they get anything in there? It's the smartest grab from Demon to enable old Prashi to get the point cap with just a minute on the clock. Oh boy. Old Prashi running by the skin of their teeth with a minute proper remaining.
It's an extension of play, though. They are not going to mind that at all. I will say that, you know, they're attacking now. I missed your Prashi. And obviously last time it took until OT to cap out now. So still not the best scenario for them. I'll put it this way. They kind of need to close this first fight out in record pace. Any stagger is essentially a loss for them. 2 fights is what you could get at the absolute peak of your performance. If you absolutely speedrun losing the first try. But realistically, it's just going to end up being 1 shot. I mean, and it is a bit of a moonshot, right? So they've got just the 1 chance to try and get any progress on the objective. Client of the Week after that will have 3 minutes to try and match it. So it's still very, very close to going all the way to 5 here between these 2 teams. Next minute's going to decide exactly how we do that, though.
That's the question. And there is always the nightmare scenario, which is Dronamura comes knocking. Client of the... What? Deme? What are you doing? Okay. I thought Deme was going to go for some crazy crap, and I was going to have a stroke. Horix is taken down immediately.
Bro. Back to spawn. That's it. That's your extra attempt. So that's all you've got. If Client of the Week want, they can take this forward space. But they shouldn't do, probably. They can just play the choke. They can just abuse it, as they've been doing so consistently before.
Wait, Nevix split.
He'll be okay, I think. They will be able to link up pretty quick. But that was all of their tomfoolery out of the way. They have no more second chances.
Yeah, they have to play this perfectly. They need a tick if they want some hope. Otherwise, they're going to have to full hold Client of the Week as they start pushing through. Deme stunned up, in some trouble, but the healing is there. They can hold up his shield. Now throwing in Deme on the Reinhardt shield, getting low, only 300 HP, has to rotate around. Old Prashi taking some space on the point, bubble out from Elucid, no bubbles online, fake Nevix goes down, Soaks is traded out, but the Reinhardt gone. It's nothing for old Prashi. They're close to the grab, but I don't think they're gonna get it. Horix is gonna throw out the beat, but it's only there for Velvet, and Horix himself just trying to do the Lucio thing and skate around the point. skating around the bell, just trying to evade for just a little longer. Trying to switch on to the Moira, the Zen switching on to the Moira just for a quicker spawn back, but that's going to be it. It needs Old Prashy to make a 3-minute first point hold. Possible, Spec, possible.
They held for about 3 minutes in Hollywood.
That they did. That, and they're holding for a draw. They're holding so that map 5 isn't a match point for Client of the Week. They are not holding for the win.
Gonna have to wait and see if they can actually complete it. It's a possibility, definitely. And, you know, for what it's worth, their defense at first was really strong until they kind of entered. So all they need to do is keep the feed drive low. No, don't do your best bumper impression. And there's still a very decent chance that I miss the Oprashi getting this draw through. Client of the Week, though, I mean, I absolutely ironclad there. They on the choke, absolutely brutal. It feels like when it comes down to just abusing these chokes, that's where they find the most success. It's where they find the biggest differential between them and I miss the Old Prashy, because when it gets a bit wider, it gets a little bit more competitive, I'd want to say. I miss the Old Prashy. Got to be a little bit stressed, I got to say, but same for Client of the Week. They need this match point. They need to stay competitive in this series, because if we go to a map 5 and all they're playing for is to equalize, to maintain parity, that's really not as exciting as you'd want. That really doesn't reinforce your mental nearly as much as you want. So they really need this as much as their opposition. All 10 players in the server, nerves have got to be high.
Yeah, all of them need to be so... What are they? How did they get the Zarya up there? Some incredible feats of parkour were certainly done while I wasn't looking. As already Client of the Week putting pressure on this point. Oh, the Zenyatta just in trouble. Lucid and Velo running through Old Prashy and guaranteeing themselves parity. 2-2-2 as we move on to the final map. Map number 5 on its way. The first game of the day to map 5.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this is just the gift that keeps on giving. There's no two ways about it. Just crazy rounds here. Drake 5 minutes again. Yeah, no, there is crazy. It's so close. It's just so close. I mean, it wouldn't obviously be. I'm just gobsmacked. I'm at a loss of words. It's just so close. And now we start thinking about a map number 5. We need to go to a 5 to decide between these two teams. I mean, I knew it was going to be competitive, sure, but this is just something else.
It's completely something else. And the crazy thing is I'm going to disagree with you a little here. I don't think it is close. Each of these maps, a lot of the time, has been just a lot of dominant plays by each of these teams. Has been dominant, but it's been flipping who seems to be in control back and forth. These maps oftentimes aren't close, but this game has been haymaker upon haymaker from both these teams. So incredible. And now going into the last map, we're going to give these teams an opportunity to take a break and give them a second to regroup and get ready. One of these teams is going to book their ticket to the grand finals, and one of them is going to have to fight for their lives in the lower bracket. We'll see just who that has to be right after this short break, so don't go anywhere. Don't change the Twitch channel. We'll be right back.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Two teams, one ticket to the grand finals, and one map remaining between the two. Welcome back to the CGL GOATS Tournament EU bracket, where we have had a back and forth match between Client of the Week and I Miss the Old Prashy, both interlocked 2-2, and our deciding map is going to be the control map of Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, Control the last time went to my Missy Prashy. It was close, except when Horace got that 2k boop to start off the proceedings, obviously. So I expect it to be the same. I think the critical difference maker between these two sides has been, when it comes to playing around chokes, I've always been more impressed with the Client of the Week. When it comes to more wide open flat points, where you can use these kind of soft angles more, it's generally been I Miss the Old Prashy who've been coming out on top due to, I mean, especially an exemplary performance from Demon in the early stages of this series. I think Oasis has a little bit of both. I would expect like University, off the top of my head, to be more of a Client of the Week map. The other two could be a little bit more up for contention. Of course, only time will tell as we head into our decider of this series. It's been electric so far, and I expect the decider to be the absolute pinnacle of all of that. So, Client of the Week, I Miss Your Prashy. Remember, playing for a berth to the grand finals. The loser consigned to lowers for an extra battle. Winner of that matchup, gets to win the winner of this. So, just one game going to separate them, but you'd really not play the extra one. You'd really rather come from the upper rather than the lower.
Especially when you're talking about trying to keep yourself fresh, because already you're talking 5 maps, and then going into the lower bracket where you're playing a minimum of 3 extra and a maximum of 6, even 7 extra. You could have such a rough and tumble team, like a team that has played, you're talking somewhere between 8 and 12 maps versus a team that's only played 5 in the finals. So for these teams, they are looking to give themselves a bit of a rest, a bit of a reprieve before we go to the grand finals. One of these teams will be moving on, and the other will have to fight for their lives in the lower bracket. And it'll all be decided right here, right now, as the door is open on Oasis.
Remember, we said this is a map that's very likely going to favor Client of the Week. And Missio Prashi would love a quick start here to take that advantage away from them.
That they would, as both Reinhardts squaring off across the center. That center pit is going to be very deadly, as Forex already taking to the skies. As is Lucio, as Lucio goes in way too deep, not able to pull back in time, and that self bubble will not save them. Taken down quickly.
They can't chase and find any extra kills though, so there's a lot of ult charge they won't be charging. Extra time on the bank for a re-engage for Clients of the Week, so not over for them just yet. This second fight, I think this one has to be pivotal.
Incredibly pivotal, as not a lot of ults charged, so you're getting another dry fight. Little Prashi able to take out Panda immediately. They're gonna speed in, and Client of the Week with no legs behind them, they're just gonna be sitting ducks.
Yeah, battered back to spawn here. And now, look at the lead in ult charge for Missio Prashi. I mean, 40% for Lucid, 90 for Demon. We picked him up, and, you know, we're a little bit quieter towards the latter half of the series, but shows exactly why, you know, finds his lungs here on Oasis. And now it's going to mean that Missio Prashi, they're in pole position to take this point. All they have to do is snowball.
And they can 100% do that with this grab, with the shatter. They only have Buddy there. Buddy's gonna land the headshot onto Elmer Drake. 5v6 for Client of the Week. They're in an advanced position, but the shatter from Nevix lands onto 3. Lucid in some trouble. Beat thrown out. It's a critical one, but Silks is in no man's land. Client of the Week able to reclaim that break, but if old Prashi had realized, that could have been devastating for that break. Before Silks, Nevix goes down, and Client of the Week reclaim the point with over 80% for old Prashi in last fight territory. They've got a lot going against them, and Vela goes down.
Yeah, that's going to be painful here. It means that they can't really hold this forward spot position. They can poke from it for sure, but if it comes to an actual battle, they're going to have to drop back to defensive positioning anyway. Missio Prashi will struggle with just a bomb. The Graviton from Lucid also should be largely unanswered, so Client of the Week, not the end of the world for them just yet.
Not the end of the world, but it's feeling like it's close with the rotation. The bit of the fake, as Deme's going to go into the pit. They're completely stuck in there for just a little bit, haven't come back. Big grab onto members of Old Prashi. Diva Bomb into the back is gonna get Demon. And the remech kill onto Horex. This is before the remech is like 300 damage. And the stagger onto Velvet will be critical for Client of the Week.
Yeah, it buys them that extra time, but that was what I would consider one of the stronger fights Client of the Week could muster now. And Missio Prashi have since charged into their ultimates, so that was the freebie. Now comes the real test. You do have the trans, but Panda needs to charge into a beat for the duration of this fight. Otherwise, they're going to really struggle against the pressure that Missio Prashi can bring.
Yeah, Buddy's trans needs to be absolutely important, but Nevix goes down. That's just it. Client of the Week, if they can get any staggers, and they can't though, they're going to push forward, but that's a big fight for Client of the Week. Now, they take down Horex. Massive.
Yeah, huge frag. Last fight territory now for both these two sides. Horex will be back pretty quick. And in terms of check marks, it's everything for Missio Prashi. Client of the Week won't have the kitchen sink to throw, but 3 check marks still isn't too bad. A Demi Shatter will be a great way to close this fight out, though.
Yeah, Demi going in deep as the shatter, throws it out and completely whiff from Demi. Both DPS or both support ults thrown out. Diva Bomb not landing anything, but Buddy's gonna get taken down immediately. Overtime ticked through for old Prashi. And it looks like maybe there's an opportunity, but you can't get staggered out if you are old Prashi. As Lucid gets taken out, that's gonna be it. Wait though, Helmer Jake and Linrack's gone. Not a lot of health online for Client of the Week, but they have an opportunity to take down Fake Nevix. They could take this back. as it's Velvet down in the corner in the pit. Linrax switching to the Moira just to get back quicker. It's the rest of Client of the Week holding on the point, only missing their Diva, but all of Old Crashy is bringing the full force of their army to bear. Deme charging up to the Shatter. Fake Nevik has the Shatter blocked. Now pushing away. Lucid staggered and charged. There goes the grab. And there goes round one, it seems, for Client of the Week in such trouble. Diva Bomb onto the point. Beat thrown in. They do have some ults. Buddy charging up to the Transcendence. Can they get it out in time? No! 98% of the Transcendence and dies with it. Deme close to the Shatter, but will not be able to let her rip. Devastating there. That could have gone a little differently had Buddy gotten that Transcendence off.
Oh, absolutely. The stagger fight there, just a couple too many frags being given over, trying to close out the action rather than just play your life, wait for some respawns. I mean, that fight could have gone differently if Deme hits a Shatter in the pre-fight as well, right? It's just a super long poke that unfortunately doesn't go in the favor, just into a shield. It looks like there's a technical issue for Client of the Week, but I gotta say, it seems like it's a pretty strong time for them. Just one control point away from being knocked down to the lower final. But, okay, we're ready to get back into the action pretty quick. Hopefully they've been able to collect their nerves. Nerix is trying to put them right back on it. I missed the opportunity. 2 chances to knock him down. 2 chances to close this out. But they've had some before. They've flubbed their lines before. This is it.
It's do or die for I missed the old Prash. It's do or die for both these teams. Client of the Week especially as they roll out towards the point. Both teams rushing through. Buddy just a bit behind for Client of the Week as they both Reinhardt's thrown out. It's a massive boot, but Deme able to stay alive. It's so close. Client of the Week have to just cede the high ground as both Reinhardt's get charged. Nevik's going in deep, gonna get taken out and punished for that. Now the Diva there. Deme gonna get taken down, but they lose Helmer Drake. Prashy in the process. And Horrocks in trouble, barely staying alive. There you go, as Client of the Week will roll through the split up members of Old Trashy and get themselves first point capture.
Able to make it relatively competitive, but yeah, Nevik's getting just destroyed first fight. Really sucks for him, especially because Deme got boots of high ground and then stunned. That should absolutely be it, realistically, but peel there for Deme, or maybe a lack of target priority means that I missed the old Prashi. Starts out with an advantageous fight and end up with a loss. Outside looking in, and reaggressing here is so hard because you have no tools to clear the high ground.
And Client of the Week have charged up to this rally. It's not the most influential ultimate, but when it's the only one on the field, rally to me going off incredibly early. Nevik's in trouble, gonna get chased down. And Client of the Week will start the ult cycle rotating.
Yeah, the speed boost of the rally there probably more important than the overhealth, but just allows the pressure to be so high on Nevix for so long. You know, combined with the fact I think they already use their speed, Nevix just stays in too long for some reason, even when they've got the bubble. Probably should be backing up, and instead just stays in choke and gets focused down for his troubles. Rerouting, now some ults in line for miss the old Prashy now, so they can go blow for blow with their opposition.
Aggressive play from Horrocks. They're trying to boot Client of the Week off. It's a big grab. Horrocks waiting for this beat to come through.
Oh, wow.
And the Diva Bomb. It's going to be far too late for Horrocks to do anything about it. No beat thrown out, but it's another one fight for Client of the Week. Now about one fight away, especially if they get the pick on Helmer Drake.
Yeah, surely they don't, right? Surely Helmers knows enough not to die. Down to 100, but we'll keep the HP at least for now. I miss the Oprashi. I've got their best fight yet. Almost everything on board, bar the Transcendence. Client of the Week still got 3 check marks. They go for the same rotation that's worked for them before. Or rather not, because they've never been winning out these fights.
No, they haven't. As Velvet close to the Diva Bomb. This big fight for Old Trashy. They need to win it economically. As the grab gets devoured. Velo. There goes the Shatter out from Deme, but Deme going to die for their troubles. Now low. Down a player. Client of the Week throws out the beat. Buddy's gonna find their counter in Linrax, and now going forward, even up, no Reinhardt. Diva Bomb thrown in over top for Velvet. Claim soaks, And Old Trashy, they get that fight win, but they get it with quite the investment.
Yeah, I mean, it took the entire kitchen sink to throw. And because of that, I mean, they haven't been able to charge into some more ults in the duration of that fight, but they're not in a comfortable scenario. Client of the Week have plenty of time when they only need one fight to extend plays to take us to City Center. Shatter, Grav, a great start though, I gotta say. If they wanted to start snowballing, this is about the scenario I'd want them on. So, an early start maybe, Shatter connecting, and Mr. Prashi could be right back into contention.
That they could be. You're looking at now these oh-so-crucial Zarya Diva interaction to see if Velo or if Velvet could get that big eat that we've seen earlier. Grab goes off from Prashi. Are they able to get it through? Lucid goes down. Deme next. And Client of the Week, another lost fight for them. And Old Prashi so close now, charging up 36%, about 2 or 3 fights left.
Short stagger onto Velo will help, but at the end of the day, it's just converting these fights that really matter. Only using the Graviton as well, essentially, is huge for your ult value. Because now, you can easily trade ults with any team in the world. 3 support ults, exactly what you need to see. You can live through the Lucid grab.
100% you live through that grab between the Transcendence and the Beat. You just need to see those go off without a hitch, without overstacking these ultimates. As there goes the early rally from Crashy. Trance to counteract this, to counteract the grab. There goes the Beat from Crashy. Now holding on to this Shatter. Big ult investment from both these teams. Beat online for Panda. Are they going to use it to reaggress? That they are. Pushing in Shatter from Nevix, goes right into the shield of Deme. Deme gonna get stunned up. Helmer Drake, the first to fall. Is that the opportunity? Silks landing 2. Silks and Velo combining for the 4. And this Diva Bomb over top is gonna take out Buddy. Is it gonna be the opportunity for the turnaround? I think Crashing might have needed just a bit more than that, as Hort's gonna go down. And Lucid and the members of Client of the Week grab the point back in overtime as the Wick will burn down, but the Reinhardt can't touch. It's Deme from the top ropes with a charge off the map. Nevix can't touch, and we go map 5, round 3.
98 to 100. That came down to the wire once again, but just a lack of success found during their pressure cycle means that I missed the old Prashi, really struggled there. They used all their support ults to survive. Horrocks Beat comes through to try and get the pressure high, but unfortunately they don't get any kills off of it. They don't get an HP advantage off the back of it. And so Client of the Week, they just wait for the Panda Beat, and then they go right back into the action. I mean, still, Prashi have no way of responding, especially as the Nevix Shatter misses. So we go all the way on this series. It feels like nothing else would really be worth it. Gonna be City Center to be the decider here. We've been here for so long. We've competed for so damn long. But all of this is going to end now in the next couple minutes.
That it will, I swear. I need this match to end. I've got a shift at work in about 35 minutes, so I need y'all to wrap this up right here, right now, please. As Horrocks in some trouble. Velo chasing them down, but not able to land that final blow, that oh-so-crucial final blow. Velo and the rest of Client of the Week holding a bit of pole position on the point as Crash re-engaging. Now Velvet, Deme gets stunned up, able to recover, but the chase is there from Velvet. It's close as both these teams playing around the pillar, playing so nervous. 1 point, all that stands between them and glory. Is Deme gonna be the first to fall? Inclined to the Weak, they're not gonna let themselves get staggered out, but the pick onto the Zarya, the second most important, you would argue, as you lose that charge and you lose that Reinhardt.
Yeah, I mean, Deme should have died the first time he got stunned up, but the peel was there from his team, and the follow-up a little bit messy from Mistio Prashi. Second time, though, that was the charm. Taken down, and the first domino to fall. Mistio Prashi keep it clean, and on the re-engage, all they need to do is wait a couple percentage points for the Horrocks Beat to come online.
And the Horrocks Beat is online. They're gonna push right in, and they will be unable to die Panda using the beat, but it's too late for Deme. So close, but yet so far for Client of the Week. They're just gonna have to reset, but they're getting chased by old Crashy, looking for some late picks It's gonna be the engaged from Velo pushing in, trying to just beat back the tide of Old Brashy. Nevix in some trouble, gets stunned up. There goes the grab, and the Transcendence there to keep the members alive, split up in half. Thankfully, Buddy lands on the best part. Both Diva Bombs in over the top. Big one from Velvet taking down Velo. So no Diva on the side of Client of the Week. They have to pull back as it just keeps ticking up for Old Brashy. Now one fight away. Shatter only catches Helmer Drake. Can they find the pick on Helmer Drake? They do find Helmer Drake, but the Shatter from Nevix lands onto the 3. But no follow-up is there.
It's off the map.
Deme gets booped off the map. Devastating from Velvet, but the fight still solidly in the favor of Client of the Week. They'll take it back because why wouldn't we go to the last fight territory for both of these teams?
Yeah, again, this is a great spot for Mr. Old Brashy. They're still super comfortable. But we saw on that previous point that may not be enough for them before they were able to push into their enemy spawn. I will say that Graviton Surge being online here with portals being so far away is super painful for Client of the Week. They need a rally to bring them through it, and sometimes that's just not enough.
Sometimes it's not enough indeed. As now some of the last fights lining up here, Client of the Week. They need to be perfect. They can't let another fight go down. Demon with the grab, looking for a miracle for Old Brashy. Throws it in, lands it. Many caught up, but Client of the Week is the first to find a pick. Pick Nevix going down, Velvet getting demeched. Might just be the fight stacking up for Client of the Week. They'll find it, and Old Brashy will retreat, but with Demon still alive, can they find this pick onto the Zarya? Demon still living through it, the only one to live, but crucial.
Yeah, Horrocks and Fake Nevix will come together there to help Demon out. The shield, the speed boost, all of that allows the charge to follow through. Mr. Brashy, honestly, not a bad fight for them. They spend heavily. They spend only the 1 and get the trans out, get the rally out. Not the end of the world here. But again, they're running out of time. They need to start conversing these fights.
That they do. It's Client of the Week in last fight territory. This one fight will be the decider between Client of the Week and Old Brashy as the grab landing onto missing Diamond Old Brashy, but the beat doesn't go onto the tanks. Shatter in, lands onto 3. Is the follow-up there? No. Horrocks in a bit of trouble, has to retreat just a bit back, but stays alive. Self-destruct into the back. There goes the remake. But Horrocks still alive on Old Brashy. No picks coming through. Velo in some trouble as the rally starting to build up, still holding on to some of this armor the Brig can give as the rally coming through again for Soaks. But Lucid gonna go down. Big grab out of Demon. We'll find Lucid. Client of the Week needs to find an equivalent pick, but they lose Deme. And Old Brashy is rolling through. Helmer Drake low, both the supports low. If they can find a pick, they could get some recontest, but it's not there. And the point gonna flip around to Old Brashy. Client of the Week has an opportunity to recontest.
But he pops the trans to keep the HP low. Demon just waits it out, grabs towards the end of it, and they follow it up. They need to push up now. A touch is a possibility. The Shatter could deny everything.
The Shatter could 100% deny everything as 3, 2, 1. The touch is there, but Deme has to give their life for it. Now on a 4v6, it's almost impossible for Client of the Week. You're going to need a hero play from all of these players. They need to be on their best as Buddy goes down. Lucid soon to follow. 3v6. Client of the Week. So close to the buzzer. 99 to 100. Old Brashy booking their ticket to the finals, and I pray, I hope to see this matchup again in grand finals, because good God, Old Brashy and Client of the Week going blow for blow, ounce for ounce, or whatever the British thing is, milligram per milligram, either way. You have such a back and forth match, such an elite team from both of these squads, that was such a close fight. But in the end, only one of them can win, and I miss the Old Brashy will move on. Client of the Week is gonna have quite the road ahead of them, because we've been to a touch and an extent, glossing over 0703, we cannot count them out. You cannot count those guys out. So it's going to be a struggle for Client of the Week in the lower bracket. And if they can push through, then they have to face I Miss the Old Prashy again.
I mean, you might not be able to teach old dogs new tricks, but you can definitely get them to play goats pretty good. That was absolutely electric there. When all is said and done, yeah, that will be I Miss the Old Prashy going through into our grand finals, as I think I predicted at the beginning of the tournament. The other team, of course, Client of the Week, they have, as you just mentioned, a matchup against 0907. But that's going to be coming up after a short break. So when we're back, we will have the losers finals of the CGL Goats EU tournament. But for myself and K-Wing, I think that's been all. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. And that's us signing off.
And welcome back, everybody, from an insane starting game for the final day here for CGL's GOATS tournament. I'm taking the place over as I'm still here with Spectron, who's pulling the triple header today. In fact, a little bit more than a triple header, but an exciting match to start things out with a map 5 banger. And now we have Planet Louis going up against 907, who just took a nice 3-1 win off of Smelvin Industries. And I'm hoping this one's a certified banger too, but I mean, what's your view going into this match?
I mean, for the sake of Client of the Week, I hope it's a 3-0. They've just had an exhausting series. And, you know, their opponents, they are going to be coming into grand finals. with absolutely nothing to do. They've got just an hour or so, maybe even 2, 3 even, just to relax, sit back, enjoy the weather, or what's left of it here in European, where it's a bit, well, terrible, I'm going to be honest with you guys. But they can chill, they can relax. Whereas the winner of this game, I mean, any damage that their opponent does here is going to continue through onto that grand final. Of course, 907, I don't believe they've played today, or at least they haven't played on a stream, definitely. Whereas, of course, having that absolute banger to make it through has Client of the Week. So there's going to be a lot of exhaustion that gets to you after playing a series like that, and that's only going to compound throughout the day.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, 0907 has kind of gone through the same situation. They only go 4 maps against Melvin, and they seem to do it in a little bit more convincing fashion, as they're the team that's kind of made the run to the lower bracket. I'm pretty sure there's even a match like in the second round of the lowest that they won 2-0 as well. So this is the team that kind of has all the momentum on their side right now, but I don't think Client of the Week is going to be that team that's going to fall apart just because they lost a super close one, but you have to recognize and have to respect the fact that 0907 is coming in with a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence to make it back to this point. And that's going to be something that's going to be really tough for Client of the Week to run into after having taken a loss like that. So both teams, I think, something to prove here, really going into this, or trying to get to this grand final.
Yeah, definitely. I do think, for what it's worth, Clients of the Week on paper, I think, is a little bit more of a stacked roster. I mean, take a look at 0907. There are some notable players, you know, a couple of players from Meve Drawn who've been, you know, in and out of the upper echelons of Face It, you know, on the outside of top 16 normally in OWCS, but definitely contending for it. Most notable player, probably Crocs, who has that time, of course, with DM Pro, also known as Quake Esports, playing a lot of Orisa mainly. So his Reinhardt is going to be something new to me. Whereas, of course, we've already seen Client of the Week play before. Definitely was most impressed by the front line, by the Reinhardt play. Thought that was absolutely exemplary. The rest of the play was strong as well, of course, but I think that was kind of where a lot of the gap opened up between them and their opposition. So we'll see if it's something that 0907 can exploit in this series here, or if not, or if it's just going to be Client of the Week just steamrolling their way towards their rematch.
Yeah, and if the last match is anything to show for, I think we're going to learn a lot about how these teams are really going to try to play this early on. I mean, clearly it feels like Client of the Week is obviously they want to make it back, and they seem to be the one team that has the ability to go on and actually win the grand finals and take that win back. I'm just excited for 0907 to pull this one in, honestly, because we haven't gotten to see them fully quite yet. And this roster, like you said, it is a stacked roster. I love looking at this. I love what they're going to bring, but of course, momentum can change very quickly in GOATs. It can happen just like that. It just so happened to trade a lot in the last matchup, but perhaps a little bit less of that going into this one.
In theory, yeah, but like in practice, absolutely anything could happen. You know, there's always a possibility for a 6th, even 7th map if someone gets tied. So, you in for the long hill here, Hunter, or what?
I gotta do this and then run to a birthday party and come back and do some NA later. It's gonna be fantastic. My voice is gonna love it. But no, I'm excited for it. This was a whole lot of fun to watch this throughout this weekend. A whole lot of fun to play 2 weeks ago as well. For when we had the group stage kind of running, that was a lot of fun. So. Excited and bittersweet to see it come to an end today, but it'll come back eventually. It'll come back. It'll be a lot of fun, but
it always returns. Like
always
a weird
does.
bug on your PC. Like that back pain.
It just
CGL
keeps coming
goes.
back.
It's always going to keep coming back.
Oh, alrighty. As we're looking like teams are going to be set to go momentarily, as we do know our opening map here to get things started, and we're going to head over to Antarctic Peninsula, perhaps one of the better maps when it comes to GOATS compositions. I managed to see this a couple of times, play it once as well. Should be really nice. I mean, honestly, it's hard to talk a lot about GOATS and have the conversation because we know what we're going to see. We know what we're walking into. We know what both these teams are going to run. It's more of just the situation of where do they want to take the fight first? How aggressive are they going to want to take that initial fight? Or do they want to kind of wait out and see how their opponents want to play? And that's kind of the situation right now for 0907.
Feels kind of strange, actually, seeing GOATs played on this map. Like, idiosyncratic, almost. It's like when you watch, like, a fantasy film and somebody pulls out, like, an iPhone. Just,
oh my
it
God.
doesn't feel quite right, you know? Yeah, we've seen a lot of this play before, and it's going to be absolutely no surprise that it's going to be Ryan Zen in terms of the strats. It's just what people play. Realistically, no reason to mess around with a monkey. No reason to mess around with an Ana. We're missed with someone, bro.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
unfortunate. Some
crazy.
technical issues already. You know, they're giving us a little bit more time to cool off after that last matchup.
Went to go get a little bit of water. Sometimes not everyone has their fridge directly next to them. I sure as hell don't. I wish I had a fridge right here. Be really
That'd be nice and bougie.
I wouldn't have to get up for water between maps. I could just
Exactly.
Great. Everyone needs a fridge in the room now.
That's the height of luxury right there.
Nice mini fridge.
Yeah.
Oh no, but no. Obviously, Sky probably had to get some water. Probably didn't quite realize. But you know, obviously, we'll be back momentarily. Get things started as these teams really do need kind of a minute because, like I said, they went through a 5-map banger. That can take a lot out of players, and to get back into that, thankfully, they're going to be ready to go. Spectrion as Antarctic Peninsula. Ready to see how this is going to break down. Client of the Week hoping to get some revenge and make it back into the grand finals.
I would expect to see the fighting take place mainly around the kind of stairway, I guess you'd call it, on the kind of bottom of our screens right now. But it's a far rotation round cliffside from Client of the Week. Maybe trying to catch 0907 off guard.
Yeah, potentially so, but for the time being, kind of slowly pushing inside, forcing them out. You see a little bit of a split as well as for the time being right now. Demi kind of backing up towards the point that's going to unlock here in a couple of seconds. And now it's the time for 0907 commit a little bit of their own push as they're going to drop down onto the point into this corner, but now they're pincered in the corner. Goes for the pin, and Demi is taking out Crocs. A little bit of a risky pin, but it pays off as that point's going to cap for them. They're going to be able to clear things up a little bit. I mean, risky pin, but hell did it pay off.
Dude, Dronowich has so much ult charge here, just leading the server by like 20%. This rally is going to be brutal when it's online, and Panda getting staggered out here. Really not the way the Client of the Week wanted to start things out. So on 9-7, hitting the ground running. Yeah, Sky can even escape.
Yeah, barely going to be able to stay alive in this rally. I mean, they're not going to expect this. But now they've ratcheted on both sides, so both of them are likely going to hit this thing right out the gate. And both of them going to bring it out. Soak's getting super low right now, trying to survive. Shadow can be online for Crocs. Looking for the opportunity right now, but the Shadow's gonna come through looking, gonna find Soaps, gonna take them out, it's gonna create the 65, and it's gonna be a lot easier to push them back, and I think 0907 might take this opportunity to stabilize a little bit, get this bit of space, but they're gonna get grabbed instead, gonna force out the beat on top of that. No one doing that quite yet as the Shadow comes back through, gets blocked. And now Client of the Week in a bit of a situation here. Need to pop back because they still have a lot to work with Spectrion, but they just need to go in and try to get this thing done with. They've been denied time after time already this fight.
Yeah, these actions still going on. They just traded Transcendences. And it's pinning into Narnia is Crocs. And a grab on the backline will be undefended till the beat of their own is able to keep them alive.
Yeah, Crocs eventually making their way back, Demi being taken out, and now without that defense, just gonna be grinded away one after another. Gonna be hard to stagger a whole bunch here as they're gonna push both sports up to the high ground, and now they're gonna make the push. They're gonna try to see if they can get this, but nope, they're just gonna pull back, just try to play for this last fight. What?
They're fighting quick. The bomb's in deep. They don't find too much. There is time though for Client of the Week to get in. They have scaled. What can they do with it?
Yeah, and coming up right now, 75 to the Shadow. We see Rally going to be online now for Client of the Week. Going to go in, Crocs trying to do their best to stay alive here. Getting surrounded is right now taking over a lot of space. Client of the Week hoping to be able to take this point back. But right now, we do see that Shadow's ready to go. But with already losing Q, likely just going to hold on to it, take the reset, hold on to your ultimates. You're going to have a lot going into this next fight. Thankfully, Client of the Week ends up losing their Zarya too, so they're going to lose all that charge on top of that. So even though Client of the Week is going to get the point. Lucid. Oh my god.
They're talking so much trash. I think Deme wins.
Shit is here.
Oh, I love this region.
I love
0907. 99% accrued. They got great ults for the recontest. Client of the Week, though, with some defensive positioning, might be able to get something going.
Yeah, but it's really only going to take that one shot in a situation. Buddy just has to make sure to not be in that situation. They need to be sure to have that Transcendence to follow up. And thankfully, Lucid being back does have that charge ready to go, and the grab on top of that as well as 0907 taking their sweet time in this. They're going to push a little bit. Grab's going to come out. We're going to see the Shatter come out, though, rally the beat, and he's going to get knocked away! And that's going to create a rough situation, Spectron, because now 65 people are separated. Crocs has gotten rid of another, and that cleanup is likely going to do the round right then and there. Just going to run down the last couple of members, grab them together, point will flip back over, and I can't imagine anyone for Client of the Week is going to touch this point.
Yeah, I mean, booping a Reinhardt off high ground is fight winning normally, but the shatter getting lost as well, that's absolutely crazy. Dude, Crocs is spending more time with his keyboard than actually with his mouse. That's just insane. I can respect the mental warfare though, especially considering how tired Clients of the Week are after that previous. You know, starting tilting them early on. I respect the onus and definitely could work out for him. Looks like we have lost a member of 0907, so
that's crazy.
Yeah, dude, French was crazy.
That was crazy to watch. You jump up the top. Oh, but I mean, clearly energetic round to start off this map. I love to see it. Love to see everyone talking up in the chat. Everyone's here obviously to win, but we're willing to get a little bit silly. NA people not quite as much. That's why I love being over here at EU from time to time. Guys are the silly region, and I love the silly region very much.
The reason we're the silly region is because we invented Kevin Person, okay? We invented Kevster, and he is the most boring person, perhaps ever. So it balances out, right? So we've got the kind of evenness. We've got Kevster, and we've got everybody else. Whereas NA has no Kevster. NA it's just NA.
Yeah, we're kind of boring over here. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, well, penguins.
You need a Kevin of your own.
I don't think we need. I don't know. I mean, we might actually. You know what? We'll take a Kevster. Our Kevster's probably just and I guess Sugar Free might be our Kevster, but maybe the opposite actually. The polar opposite.
Lenny is not boring.
Lenny is Lenny.
Could be starting here again. No change up. We're back in with Eden. Already, that's an early bubble being invested by 0907.
Yeah, and that Fire Strike caught like 5 different people, and now already Luz is going to go down, and Client of the Week already going to get pushed back. He's going to lose Buddy and just going to get stormed away. Luckily, most of them going to be able to escape, but somehow use the back line. So, points going to open up a early cap here, and on top of that, I mean, 0907, I mean, clearly a team that deserves to be in the losers finals, but so far they are popping off to start things out.
They're just destroying Client of the Week so far. I mean, just flattens them in that first fight. So high charge on the Zarya, and they just melt the front line. Client of the Week just didn't have a chance to stay in contestant. They'll come back. They've got a great... Oh, that proved to be even better.
Yep, the stun also comes out. They may be forced out. Eventually forced to just drop, so now they're going to have to think about just transitioning straight to point. They will. It's going to be a rough situation. They don't have anything to work with quite yet. With Crocs down, this is quickly potentially going to be a situation of just stalling, but the rally's going to come online. They're going to try to double down on this fight. Sky does have a lot of charge to work with. Needs to find somebody, though. Manages to find one. Manages to find a second. And Sky hopefully clean things out. A big 3K to finish it out. His buddy going to die late. And, you know, hey, this team proving they don't need Crocs to win the fight.
Honestly, I was expecting it to be a fight for Client of the Week once Crocs went down, but Sky's high charge and Clients of the Week had split so much that the Zarya, it's just a shooting gathering. With tracking like that, yeah, it was always going to be another victory in favor of 0907. Also great in favor of them. This flip side rotate might catch them off guard, but equally it might just leave them some awkward angles to work with.
Yeah, and we do see a pin came through here. The shatter comes through the side. Gonna get on the 3 members, but Buddy still have their thing going, and now the cleanup coming back through. People falling off the edge, and now just a little bit of booms, a little bit of staggers. John Witch does die, but they... This chat, I swear.
It's just Crocs and Deme just beefing. Like, it feels like after this matchup, they're gonna have to meet outside like a Tesco's and just get it on. Like, I don't know. Anyway, 0907 getting close to last fight territory. In fact, they're already in it, and they're going to have 3 ults. The beat plus the trans means they're going to be defensible as hell, and the bomb gives them an ability to go aggressive should they want to.
Yeah, the crab gets eaten by Shuyuji now, so Lucid not a tool to work with. Beats going to be traded out here as Daki is going to go up. The bomb coming in the background. This could end it all, sending it through. Not going to find anybody as the point's going to flip back over here. Client of the Week able to stabilize, but 0907 in a situation where they have the rally, they can't stabilize, and unfortunately we're in a really weird situation for Spectreon, the 3rd one of the first map.
They are. I really couldn't know what to tell you. Some technical issues getting in our way. That's the universe righting itself after we had an incredibly smooth 5 map previous, so this time it's going to be a little bit more stop-start. We've got to get the pumps flowing again, we'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault for being
exactly.
here. The NA guy came to the EU region. Problems just started up. It happens.
Kaylin was here earlier, and nothing happened when she was here.
Okay, well then I
Maybe
guess
it's
it's
just
just a me issue then.
Yeah.
It's just a Hunter Tane issue.
You're that bad, Juju. It's all your like negative feeling from playing it earlier. Not
And,
making it
I just hang around Dextron too much. I think that's what it is.
I honestly still can't think of Dextron as anything other than in like his Infinite Void backdrop, you know? Like I feel like if you meet him in person, he's just gonna bring like the Shadow Realm with him.
Just I mean, he just might. Just gonna walk around, like, surround himself with the green screen, constantly streaming, just having it on in the background. Be fantastic. But we're gonna get right back into this, and John Wick, gonna throw that rally in right off the gate. 907 want to see if they can take back this fight and end this thing right here and now as the point's gonna flip back over. Literally no ults online, just Soaks hoping to get this rally, and they're gonna get it online, but they need to make sure not to go down first, and they drop, and they don't end up using it. So now, Buddy just hoping to eat them up. Guy's gonna have their grab eaten away as well, so hoping to find something on this pin as right now Crocs looking to end things with the Shadow here, but don't even need it at the end of the day. The rest of them just being wiped away, and Clients of the Week, definitely looking like Client of the Week right now is 0907. A pretty dominant way to start things out here in Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, that was crazy. Honestly, 0907 kind of steamrolled them. There's no two ways about it. Just bringing incredibly high tempo, just bringing just incredibly riding forward plays here. And that's going to be map 1 taken, and just it feels like almost record pace. You know, it's not perfect. They definitely did concede some fights, so still room for Client of the Week to fight back. But so far, that was a lot more dominant than I was expecting, actually.
Yeah, you go back and look at that previous matchup with Clients of the Week, and they clearly seem like a team that can keep up, that can hold their ground. But 0907, a team that previously lost to Smeltman Industries, get their win back, and maybe this is just the fact that 0907 is coming in with a lot more confidence than they did previously, being in the upper bracket. Like that could be a genuine part of it. You know, you stop playing GOATs, and at least competitively, for 2 weeks, you come back. Maybe it doesn't click immediately. You know, that's just what happens to some teams. But clearly they have momentum on the side. Clearly they know what they're doing, and now Client of the Week. Now they're the ones kind of in a rough situation here, because this could snowball very quickly if they don't pull it back in this next map.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 0907, just how they're playing right now is absolutely electric. Hollywood going to be coming up next. And I spoke about this a little bit before, but it's going to be slightly harder for Crocs to have that same level of impact now. And, you know, I do think so far he has been the standout player, you know, both in the kill feed and in the match chat. So see if it's going to work any differently once we actually get a chance to see the rest of those players shine. Just because of, remember, it's not nearly so much of a choke-based map. There are some wider angles to take. It's a little bit harder to get that Ryan cleave through. It's a little bit harder to get the hammer, you know, working where you want it to. So I do think it's going to be a little bit harder for 0907 here. Clients of the Week might have an easier time of things. But equally, we could just see 0907 continue this pace, because right now they are on an absolute blinder.
I mean, they absolutely are so far, and they keep the momentum. I mean, to be fair, like, while Crocs has been a big standout, I have to shout out both of these divas who have both eaten a grab so far. They've been very good at mitigating a ton of damage, just staying alive. And I'm pretty sure that's Velo and Shoyuji, I believe, who have been doing a fantastic job. And I think they're going to stand out a lot more going into Hollywood, because obviously a lot more vertical mobility. It's the one character that really can just instantly get up to a high ground, that can instantly peel back and really help out their backline if need be. So I'm looking to see them really stand out going into this map, as Hollywood, not the map you think of when you think of GOATs. It's not the map I think of when I think of GOATs, but it's a more chaotic way to play GOATs, and that's the fun of it.
Yeah, I learned all of my GOATs macro on Hollywood, actually, so for me it is kind of synonymous. It just end up thinking about cooldown trading, though, which isn't really as romantic as the rest of the comp, I suppose.
No.
Me, when I have bubble advantage, and I have bat advantage, and I have Discord advantage, oh my god. This comp was really something, especially in the pinnacle of, like, stage 2, where people had, like, perfected how to play it. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, especially watching it back in the day, playing it back in the day as well, for those of us that were players way back in the day. As an old man, I can attest to those days, as obviously no swapping around of any kind. Want to see where 0907 is going to want to position here to start things out here. So far, kind of just sitting back on this high ground back here, but
I like the positioning we saw previously. I think it was from Client of the Week, where you put your entire team on the forward high grounds and just
Oh my
drop your
God.
front line when you need to, because that way you can keep your like poke core, your Zarya, your Diva, your Zen just on high ground, free firing into the backline.
True. Yep. Come to see what it's gonna bring though. Client of the Week gonna storm out of here, and obviously, I have to wonder how they want to rotate on this, because obviously, as we do see right now, NO7 is kind of swapping up their positionings, and they're good. Yeah, exactly what you said. They're just playing on this higher ground and likely just going to commit a drop when they come through.
Yeah, if you position your backline in Cafe, you have no ability to pivot to peel. This time though, you can do exactly that. So tank line drops, support line stays high.
Yep, and now for the time being right now, 907 is kind of just stabilizing on their corner. Same thing with Client of the Week, but they've already lost 2, and Crocs, I mean, just still being a key figure here, gonna be able to at least keep Velo in their mech and be able to take the reset and a little bit of tactical crouching for good measure.
How's he got 60% of his shatter already? Crazy value coming through from this line time and time again. Definitely one of the most decorated players we've got in this tournament is Crocs, with some strong placings with the Impero, and continuing to show why here.
100%. And John Witch right now, 70% to that rally. Could get this online pretty quickly and could be a big game changer if Client will decide to take this a lot more aggressively, because right now they're just playing on the corner. They're trying to get their charge up, trying to hopefully get up to something, but the closest thing they're up right now is Transcendence, that they want to try to save for a grab if we get to that point. But honestly, they're just trying to push through with all that they have right now, and the rally's going to come online. 107 going to try to push them back. Demi getting super low, going to be able to live, but unfortunately gets taken out, and now that's the key for 107 to try to run the rest of them down. Want to try to find somebody else, and with the Zen gone, everyone else should be able to get up, but a big boop is going to push them back, and it's going to barely not kill Lucid. They're going to keep in charge, and that's going to be super important for this next fight.
Almost half the time bank gone. They only spent the rally here to 0907, so their all bank still relatively healthy. There will be an advantage for Client of the Week, especially if they go early.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Shatter come out. Not really going to find anything, but the Beacon going to be able to stabilize a little bit. And importantly, Ducky ends up holding on to this Transcendence as well, so they're going to have another answer as they're going to come back in right now. Sky has their own grab ready, going to come out. They're going to be able to grab on their own. The bomb coming in the background, hoping to find something. It's going to get on the Panda, and now we're up situation as Demi, hoping to find the follow-up. Has the Shadow right now as the Transcendence is going to come through from Ducky, trying to keep one alive, and the Shatter, I mean, it just needs to come through Spectrum. They need to be able to stay alive, need to be able to hit something big, but at the end of the day, it doesn't look like they're going to need it at all, so they're just going to clean things up here.
Yeah, it got a little bit messy there for a second, but once this portal's ended, yeah, you don't choke that. Doki, it's in an awkward scenario, I'll put it that way. There's not a chance for a recontest, so there's just a stagger onto this Zen that's going to make the high ground defense of 0907 really quite tricky, actually, especially because he's going to get bad spawns.
Yeah, and you're in a rough situation now where you really only have this rally, and while rally's a fantastic tool, Sox is about to have their own rally. They have the Shatter, they have the bomb. It's going to be a rough situation to walk into. Clients of the Week have a great opportunity to take this fight and, again, just create a snowball and get this thing rolling.
See how they exactly elect to do it. They've got the rally to drop with. Their Zen should still be respawning, but they're going early. They're going quick.
Yeah, very quick, and Demi right now, again, still has that Shadow ready. Looking for the corner right now. It's going to come out. Doesn't catch on to anybody, but they're going to pay for that pin, and Crocs just gets eliminated. And now, you kind of just have to die on this point or try to get out. A couple people are going to get out, but unfortunately, Shuji, unfortunately, going to have to be elected to just stagger out, eventually die on the point. And again, Clients of the Week, I mean, looking way better than the first map, I'll tell you that much.
Not a bad shatter, but Demi absolutely bashes Crocs down into the nether realm there. A great shatter on the pin, which just cleans up the fight lightning fast. There can be a recontest before the cap comes through, but it's going to be tricky with choke control pretty firmly in favor of Client of the Week. And with ults as well in their favor, this grab especially could be huge.
Yep, bomb's going to go up in the air. A little separation right now. It's on top, a good positioning. Unfortunately, nobody going to go down quite yet right now. Clients of the Week using most of their tools right then and there. Looking to get the Shadow online as Crocs, but right now you have the grab online, you have the bomb online, the beat's gonna come online. You want to stabilize, you want to try to win this fight right now as the bomb's gonna be thrown into the center, hoping to find something. Doesn't find anybody, but the damage is going to be enough. Demi just needs to go down at the end of the day. We'll take the reset, and hey, Crocs has to hold on to the Shatter. They're gonna have the rally as well, and Velo might be taking a brutal stagger here if they can't get out.
Oh, it looks like it will be anyway. Yep, Team X, and oh lord. Okay, at least the pin misses. They decide to very likely put an end to a pretty quick like. But all this is just cruel. Ooh, we'll be able to get out. So we'll be able to at least swap and to get a mech back faster, but whether that's a silver lining or not really does depend on your perspective.
Yeah,
Of
I
course,
mean,
they're gonna have to just wait for their respawns. They're just gonna have to wait for their D.Va to come back. Just clearing this high ground with that one is borderline impossible.
yeah, and you lose a little bit of that charge as well. It's not the most important ult in the world, but it's fantastic to have. And now, it's gonna take a while to get that back as they're gonna pin across, hoping to try to get rid of Yellow then and now. Right now, just Croc standing above, has a shadow ready to go as that car's getting a lot of free progress as the raid boss is ready to go. And this could just come down to Croc hitting a big shadow or no right now, hoping to find the opportunity as Deme has their own to answer back. He's gonna come out, gonna get on to 4 of them, hoping to eliminate him, but the shadow's thrown back. It's 2 of their own, hoping to find something on the pin, but they're gonna get Crocs out of there, and Crocs is gonna be a rough situation, just hoping to stabilize on this point, hoping to stay alive, but without Crocs, it's gonna be a really rough situation. The Zarya trying to hold it down. Unfortunately, Sky not gonna be able to live. And Spectrum, they're gonna throw the Transcendence into this fight. It's clearly not gonna be won.
No, it's an ultimate that they're going to be wanting back. Will 0907. Client of the week,
no.
get the cap. Time bank, it's not extortionate, I'll tell you that much for free, but it's comfortable. They can still try and get a contest in, especially with 0907. I mean, they're basically skipped right now. They'll charge into those OT ults, you know, in a hot second. They've got the beat already. But Client of the week can just go first with their grab. They can go first with their bomb. They can go first with their beat. And that could be the difference maker. Oh dear.
Perhaps slightly too cocky, instantly getting deleted, and now 0907 gonna push hard on this Client of the week. Want to be able to preserve everybody else because they have no reason to stay in there. They instantly lost their D.Va. They want to escape. But it's 10 going all the way in. Crocs is gonna die for it. Spectron, is that kill worth it? Is that worth it?
I'm not a fan. I'm really not a fan because now Lucid has free reign to just fry. That's 2 frags already for the Zarya. I'm looking for more.
Yeah, and now they need to get out. They're maybe just gonna die on point. They will be able to survive at the very least, so Crocs will get back and they can take the reset, but you could have just stabilized and just taken that corner, and that could have been an excellent place to hold.
It really would have been, but now Payload's moving into the final stretch. Not going to be as hard to attack as it would be in regulation in 5v5. But 0907 have had a chance to build into their ults. And it's going to be an absolute explosion, a conflagration of ultimates here.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to use the beat instead right now, hoping to find something on a pin. No one going down, but a Shadow still alive here. Might be the key as they're gonna be pulled in together. Hoping to find something on the pin. Doesn't end up pulling, but Deme still has a Shadow online. Crocs getting closer and closer. It might be down to CUG on this bomb, but looks like they're gonna be able to stabilize. They get rid of Demi. The rest are gonna take the reset. And one thing you have to note though, between these two teams, Client of the week, they know exactly when they want to get out, when they want to commit, when they want to just set up. Like, this is a very smart team.
Yeah, they have to back now, though. The shots are invested. Trans as well. This is so chaotic. 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and biggest right now, Crocs has their own Shatter online, and now they're going to invest into this fight as well to try to get rid of Crocs, who's super low. They need to keep them alive, and they're going to use the bomb just to try to stabilize right now so Crocs can stay alive, but Sky's going to die. So this is on the back of Crocs now to be able to pull this one back, to be able to hit a big Shatter, because right now Syuji is in a rough situation. It's going to find 2. They need to find one of them, and they're not going to be able to. But now Lucid is going to have time to be able to build up to this grab, and now Spectron, it might just be a situation of trying to force the OT.
It might be, but they will be able to get at least that. They won't be able to get any more, though. So a completion here for Client of the Week. A respectable attack round that they can be happy with. 0907 not looking nearly as dominant as they did on that previous map of Antarctic Peninsula. That being said, there's always time for a momentum flip. We saw that in that previous series with a, 4-minute time bank, 3 minutes and 50-second time bank that came through from, Clients of the Week. And now 0907 in a position to do exactly the same thing.
Yep, 100% here is get things started momentarily, and I'm really hoping to see how that momentum swaps around, because Client of the Week clearly seeming like a better team. They reset a lot quicker. They're able to stabilize a lot quicker as well. And 0907 perhaps like see the 65, and they've gone a little too deep on these fights. And I think that's potentially what has cost them this 3rd point. So I think that was holdable for them. It's just you gave up so much to be able to try to push this. Crocs ends up dying. You have to take a big reset, and you don't even get a proper reset. You just die one after another. Like, I just want to see this team just be able to reset a little bit quicker, or like just maintain this status of, okay, we know when we have to fight one, we know when we can push, we know when we need to take the reset.
Yeah, no, entirely. It's been a really strong play from both these two sides. I mean, when it comes down to it, it's a Brawl comp, and it's EU. It's basically imprinted into our DNA. And executing at a high level, kind of what we do. So now, going to be an attack round for 0907. Client of the week, very likely going to be playing it very, very similarly. We've seen it kind of play before. Velo just wants to get some early poke, some early spam in before just pivoting to that full high ground setup that we spoke about earlier. And 0907 could, again, try and go for that camera rotation to try and avoid a drop.
Yep, right now just taking a look around, just Eden flying around, kind of just looking, and gonna fly all the way around, hoping to just boop somebody off, but you can already see right now that Soak's kind of just waiting for the moment. Barely misses that, unfortunately. That's what they're playing for. They're playing for them to be able to drop down, and now they're gonna drop down willingly and just run them down, and now poor Eden is in the back line, gonna try to get out of there, and I do like what 0907 was going for. Unfortunately, I mean, Client of the Week clearly knew what was coming.
Oh yeah, I mean, they saw it a mile off. Those skates are loud. Eden was spotted, rode aside, yeah. It was indecisive. Exactly, he's right though. You know, and because of that indecision, that gives Client of the Week so much time to punish. So they get that fight through. A quarter of the time off the bank now. And 9-7, regrouping.
Yep, and now gonna commit another rotation. Gonna go all the way around. And this, if Eden stays alive, this, oh no. And now they're going to drop. Now they're gonna commit this. And now 0907's in a really rough situation where they're gonna get pushed out. Like, there is no way out. They were in this fight for the long haul, but perhaps not that long right now. Swinging away. Soak's getting super low. Looks like they're gonna be able to stay alive, and now Shiuji gets given a very thankful quick reset.
Yeah, that it is. And down time back yet more. Client of the Week significantly ahead in most ults. It's really painful to go through 2 minutes in goats and only have charged up to a singular rally. But that's the reality that 0907 have to play with.
Yeah, 100%. Already half that clock being taken off. Same thing that Client of the Week ran through, but that's when they took their own fight. That's when they took it back. That's when they got it running. And now they're going to take things a little more simplistic. Just walk straight up. Try to take this one very straightforward. But biggest thing right now is Client of the Week has a bigger advantage. Bomb's gonna get thrown and the pin comes through. Soaps is gonna get hit, gets super low. The shatter comes through, gonna find 3, but Taki is there to be able to keep these going as the grab comes in afterwards. Sky, Crocs trying their best to stay alive as the beat's gonna be involved as well. And the rally sent back. This is an all-out fight. Both these teams do not want to lose here. And Spectreon, they're getting pushed back, and it might just come down to the shatter here for Crocs.
And it's big! That's ridiculous.
And they managed to find the one person they needed. Soaks is taken out, and now Crocs has a little bit more free reign here, but this fight is not over. It's still a 4v5. Demis is getting up closer and closer to that shatter. They need to run it, and they need to get this taken care of then and now. You see Sky just hoping to get rid of the Zarya right now as Lucid in a rough position. The grab's gonna come down, but Sky said Crocs is dead and hoping to find something Shiuji. But that's just a devastating way for that fight to end.
That was absolutely crazy. Down to just a minute. They have been able to secrete plenty of players close. The timeback's still going. No one's capping the objective. Instead, it's just a fight. It's a battle. They're cleaning up Velo. But now, finally, a cap's going to come through. Took their sweet time about it, did 0907. But when all is said and done, they'll be able to make it into the street phase.
Okay. Think about it for a moment. Realize that's not probably the best idea, as Buddy's gonna die. So now Daki's going to be able to loop around and be able to take advantage and be able to get that Transcendence online first. And now Sky hoping to push on with the rest of the team, hoping to get rid of Demi if possible, but that Shadow's still online. And they're one that can burn them away, and they will burn them away. If they get Velo out of mech here, this could be terrifying for Client of the Week at that point, moving along, and 0907 finally getting a chance to breathe.
It took a while though. Client of the Week had them in a chokehold for so damn long. And they have a chance to do exactly the same here. I mean, you look at their ult cycle here, and it is absolutely brutal. It's going to be one of the more high-flying fights here. Again, it's the duel of the gases in these two tanks.
Comes from behind is going to get 3, and Lucid's not going to get the chance to use this, and not a chance to use it in the slow-mo pin into the wall. That's brutal right there. So they're just going to clean up Velo, get this card moving once again. But, hey, that's a big ult bank for Client of the Week. They have all 6 ultimates online.
That's a lot of check marks. Yeah, it's a smorgasbord of tools for Client of the Week. 0907. They've got to find some way of countering out some of them, because else they're just going to get overwhelmed with the sheer firepower that their opponents can bring to the table.
I mean, do you just try to force ults in this situation? Because right now, you're already forced out 2. The shatter comes through. Prox is going to be able to stay alive, and they've already invested 3 ults. They've invested 4 ults. They've invested 5 ults into this fight. And yes, 0907 has thrown them back into their face, but now, this is a very important note. They do lose the fight. they're going to trade away a lot, and Suji is going to get staggered, but very importantly, Sky is going to hold on to that grab, and oh no.
Doki's trolling, by the way, leaving this Discord orb on the dealer. That's a terrible discipline here for the stagger.
Yeah, and they're going to try to go for the... Oh, no. In the... What? Sky? Buddy, we need to revoke your Zarya card after that one.
Yeah, I'm really not sure about that one. There's no chance at all of following up on that. So I guess it buys them time, yeah, but that's not really something you needed. You could just take the reset and have the grab through for next fight.
And you have the bomb coming up online too. You have the combo ready to go. I mean, that could be map losing right there. 'Cause now they have just the bomb, and a bomb's great, but it's not going to do very much without a counter of like either the shatter or the grab. And now a little bit of separation as they are pushing them back more and more. The beat going to get used, and they realize they can take this aggressive fight. Croc's going to use the shatter, gonna only catch on to Lucid, and it's not going to take them out. And now, I mean, this game is just all in Clan of the Week's hands right now. They're going to try to go super aggro, try to end things here, but eventually it's going to force them back. John Witch hoping to reset, hoping to stay alive. They're going to be able to, but I mean, Clan of the Week don't even want them to get back to the point.
Yeah, why would you? Soaks, though, dies critical.
Ooh, and now Demi is down too, and now they're separated, and now they are 100% going to get a touch on this point, and now Lucid just needs to try to stay alive here, but they're not going to really have much of a chance to. Gonna get taken out, and now they will get a retouch with how much that's rolled back, but still, this is going to be a rough fight for 0907 regardless.
They'd love the Zarya charge for it, but they'll make do with ultimates. Everything barred the defensive ones in this fight still. 0907,
Good
put the
pin.
choke control though.
Yeah, big pin. Shadow's going to come through. We're going to see the graph come online as well. B going to come online. Crocs, though, not going to stay alive, and now the bomb is going to be thrown up in the air for good measure, hoping to get rid of somebody, and the grab has to be the hero. It's going to be used to get rid of one in Clans of the Week, just hoping to finish it up. A bomb on the point, perhaps going to be the exclamation mark here. Doing a great job of trying to stay alive, but it's too much damage. It's too much to work with. They're going to be cleared off, and a victory bomb thrown into the air to finish things off. Clans of the Week will be able to tie things up.
Yeah.
Don't stop talking.
It's just... Dude, I love this matchup. These teams are so invested. But no, I mean, considering just the one-sided domination we saw on Antarctic Peninsula, I kind of expected that to continue throughout the rest of this series, but instead, Clients of the Week are able to keep it competitive, keep it close, and when we come to Hollywood, we just start absolutely frying. And it's a relatively confident win, I'd say, from them. That hold on second point was pretty strong, the first one as well. And while there wasn't anything just ridiculous, you know, no ironclad areas of the map, it was consistent. It was consistent fights found, and because of that, they're able to find the lead that they need to close things out. Got Escort coming up next, but before that, a break. So in about 5 minutes, we'll have map 3 in our losers final, but when that happens, we'll be back from a short break, starting now.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. straight new age. Name straight new age. Name straight new age.
Welcome back, everybody, from our quick break. We're back with a tied game here between Client of the Week and 0907. And it's been the tale of two sides already so far. We had a pretty dominant map 1 for 0907, but Client of the Week making it look a little easier going into map 2 over on Hollywood, taking a much more decisive victory there. And now the question is, we thought we knew a lot going into that first map, but now Client of the Week showing why they nearly made it into the grand finals through the upper bracket. Like, clearly a good team, and like I said a lot of times, they knew when to reset. They just knew when they needed to go and when they just needed to get the hell out.
And because of that, they've driven us here to Parity 1-on-1. Next map, that's going to be Escort, and the map choice is through as well. Now this is going to be Havana. Again, not a typical map that we kind of would expect for GOATs, right? It doesn't have this kind of easy short sight lines for tanks to play around. Instead, it's long, it's super pokey, and the firing lines for the Zenyatta is going to be incredibly pivotal, actually. Having a player on that backline who can just pump in the damage, can frag out of his mind, that is going to be something that we haven't really had a chance to test, you know, to this extent, at least today. And so, a lot of pressure going to be on those flex supports to come up with performances like that. D.Va's going to matter as well, of course. Still map control to garner via the boosters and the fusion cannons, but no one going to be nearly as pivotal as those flex support players.
I mean, absolutely not. Like, we got to see, like, maybe tiny glimpses going back on Hollywood. There's a lot of high ground there to work with. But this is about the long sight lines. The fact that especially that first and third point, if we get to that third point, it's going to be a lot of long sight lines. People are eventually going to get caught out. It's going to come down to these teams as well, just learning, or I guess more of just performing just transitioning together, being able to stay behind that Rhine shield, being able to hide behind cart, being able to just stay out of sight lines if you feel like you're in a risky situation. Because in this situation with lowered health pools, it takes one set of Zenyatta orbs to the face to go down. It can happen to anybody, genuinely.
I mean, there's a reason why the best player during the GOATS era was pretty unquestionably on the Zenyatta, right? I mean, everybody remembers when they found out who Violet was, right? That guy. Though he's trying his best to tarnish his legacy in recent years,
Oh
he
my
still
God.
was just like the GOAT player, Even if now he's... what does he do? Why is he playing like that?
I don't know. I saw the clip earlier yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know what was cooking. I still remember the beat on Runasapi. That hasn't left my mind. It still hasn't left my mind.
I remember a Violet Ajax, okay?
I don't want to remember it.
Minus 80 grand. He's not a real person. Have you seen the clip of him on Kiriko walking into the backline, double
Yes!
Ash, and then running into the Anna Brig and getting slept and dying? Nobody does it like Violet, okay? He's got 2 rings to his name, a second place as well, or the Houston Outlaws, the most decorated Overwatch player of all time, and he did it on the Zen. So to loop it back round to what's important, these 2 players can also lose 80 grand for their team with just 1 Ajax.
Yeah, we've seen the clear example, but this is a situation where might lose 300 if you don't manage to pull this one off. It's a situation we're in here with CGL, and I just can't get that out of my head. Great. Can't get it out of my head. I just can't.
Ooh, we're gonna work that into the broadcast next time. Like, we've got that little graphic for CGL Ajax.
Yes.
We have like a little gif as well of Violet just like flying into the void. Come on, it'd be perfect.
It'd be great.
Yeah, we haven't had too many Ajaxes today, actually. I feel like we've had 1 in 5 maps. That's not too bad, considering we've been seeing mirrored Lucio the entire time. So, I'm not complaining. Lucios have been able to keep it consistent, keep it safe so far. I think it's easier to not Ajax, we just have more Sangster. Like, you have more protection, there's more, like, easy cover.
Yeah,
if there's a shield or a bubble or a defense matrix or something, like, it's not so bad.
Yeah, but the issue is now that we've said that, it's almost definitely going to happen on this map now.
Yeah.
That's our chaotic energy. That's what happens. We say something shouldn't happen. We say thank God that didn't happen. 10 seconds later, it's gonna happen.
That's life, though. That's just the caster curse. It's a power we have to learn to use honorably and respectfully.
Some of us do not use it honorably or respectfully.
No, we just use it to troll. I think my favorite was remember when we were casting that Icon Val during season 14 playoffs or season 13 playoffs, and I was like, they tried to C9. I was like, if they C9, I'm gonna leave, and they C9 the next.
And they C9 like the next second.
What do you even do against that, man?
Just me screaming no after they almost get it the first time. That's
yeah. Okay, we should be ready to go in relatively soon, so we can have enough of the Spec and Hunter podcast. But it should be in. I believe it's gonna be. I don't know, let's be honest. It's going to be a really weird map to see, especially third point. I have no idea how that's going to play, because I just haven't seen it in so damn long.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, the most normal point we're going to see is this opening fight, because both teams typically go for the close hold at the gate, because there's no reason not to do the close hold. It's not like a normal situation where you're in comp or you're playing a match where, oh man, they're playing a close thing, let's just swap to the far and come out and just poke them out, Can't do that in this situation. You have to take the fight.
Exactly. So, yeah, what is he talking about? But no, there's no comp swapping here, so there's also not the worry of start on the spawn hold and then we start in like a brawl comp throughout the rest of this map. We shouldn't even cast. We should just read the chat the entire time.
Yeah, we need to just like deep fake all the text in the chat. That's what we gotta do. That's be great.
Why can't we have this every game? This is such good content. We haven't had a Lastro moment yet as well.
Oh my goodness. But we are going to get started, and we're going to get started very quickly as well. The fight's going to start pretty much instantaneously as right now Clan Ludwig's hoping to push them out and immediately has pushed out Ano 907, who's kind of flying around the cart now. Just trying to swing away, and right now already Croc's almost halfway there, and Panda unfortunately in a bad position. Zarya's the one starting off strong here. Unfortunately, Daki is going to go down. They are going to get the DMAC over on Velo, and they should be able to potentially reset and get the Zarya. They're trying really hard, and they're going to get all of them, so that's a big situation right there, but still, you lose Daki, that is a rough situation, and they're not going to get back anytime soon.
Sky did so much work in that fight. I mean, the high charge beam just disintegrating on 907. So yeah, they're the backup actually. Client of the week will have a lot of push for free. A corner fight is a lot more comfortable for them, but ult's definitely going to be in the favor of the defense. Yeah, why is up so fast?
Well, I mean, I feel like John just threw that on Shiuji almost the entire time. He just kept them going. Now they're going to rally, they're going to go in hot. They need to get rid of somebody though, and Lucid is the most separated, but going to be able to stay alive. And now they got to get a reset because they're back in the building. They just have to take a big reset. So right now, 0907 just taking a bunch of time off this clock.
It's not crazy value from that ult, but re-engaging now. We'll see if it comes back to fight them in the behind.
Yeah, because Eden does have this grab, but Velo's already out of the mech, so now that's going to be a rough situation. Right now, Demi is just going to be a human shield in the most literal sense, taking all of the damage, and now Velo is going to at least get reset, but so far, a minute and a half gone in Plants of the Week. You're having a rough time getting anywhere.
Normally we talk about spawn holders trying to get only a minute off the bank to be worth it. They've already exceeded that. And there's more on the chatter from Crocs connects.
Yeah, and they're looking right now. That Ryan is kind of up, elevated a little bit, but right now, Demi has their own right now. Gonna try that. Then it comes out, the Shatter's gonna find two, but the beat is online as well. And they're doing everything to try to take this thing right now. Lucid ends up using that, but no one's going to quite yet, hoping to find something with this pin. Or perhaps even the Shatter that needs to save this and win this, as John Wick already has their second rally online as 0907 trying to pull the corner, trying to live, just trying to keep that shield alive. It's gonna come out, and it's a big four-man Shatter. Gonna delete them, and finally, Client of the Week able to get this car rolling, but a devastating nearly 2.5 minutes get taken off this clock as a result.
And there's still plenty more fights to get as well. At least the one more on the first point, they'd be pretty comfortable about. Crocs is still mad about bash shatters, by the way. He's been complaining all chat long about it. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Oh, there's going to be a recontest. A lot of spam damage going to be taken onto the shield of Crocs so far, and the ults aren't perfect, so a deep bomb might be their best shot.
Yeah, because Soga's going to have this rally, and there's not really any contestment for 907 to pull back on the situation, so they almost have to be aggressive for now. They're letting this come down to the very end, where they're going to have to stay on cart now, and now they're not even going to have the opportunity to really do anything with it. They're going to get deleted, and we're not going to see, Suji is going to get staggered at the end of the day. They go down, and they will get killed immediately, thankfully for them, as no way.
You have to live here. Yeah, Eden will be able to survive. I gotta say, with Client of the Week there, or with 0907's defense, you really have to just push up quickly, because if you don't, then the backline is just going to walk closer and closer to you. It's going to make it harder and harder to recontest, and so just taking that long really did come back to bite them in the behind here. Trying to get closer now, trying to go mano a mano, but the fight not being taken just yet.
Yeah, and for the time being, Lucid does have this grab online. Haven't seen a grab eat so far in the situation. Gonna push out this Zenyatta, gonna force out the Transcendence. Good, but Shuji does have to stay in mech, and they're gonna have to use the bomb, which means there's a free grab awaiting them in it. They're gonna get rid of Temi, though, so now Kind of the Week have to make a decision of whether or not to invest anything else, and I think the decision is gonna be a resounding no here, as Lucid just hoping to stay alive in the corner. Gets down to one, gonna lose all that charge, and that itself is gonna be a big victory for 0907.
Yeah, pretty simple fight there, honestly. Just the bomb goes off and then holding the shield against Pin. Crocs, this is aggro for no reason. They're going to back up now. They've already used their bubble. There is the grab there to hold them off. The bomb catches nothing.
Yeah, but the rally's online. The grab coming the other way, but the Shatter comes out. It's going to get 3, but it might be for nothing because they're just going to get rolled anyway. Again, we keep coming back to Spectron. The over-aggression of 0907 has costed them easily 4 fights that I've seen so far between the last couple of maps.
And the thing is, they just don't need to do it. It's not like either it's like a plat player overswinging or even a hit scan that's getting too hot. The entire team just decides they need to W key in really strange scenarios, and because of that, Client of the Week a fight away from capping out second.
Yeah, and right now, just keeping this card moving, they can wait out this rally, honestly. If they want to speed around left side and just hit their own rally, they have it online. They can go for it, but they want to set it through instead. And instead, they're going to get hit with another 4-man Shatter. Not even going to use the rally, and the point's going to get pushed in for free with no stall. And now, a little bit of stagger, and now 2:45 on the clock. 0907, I mean, the aggression just keeps coming back to bite them. Like,
Yeah, and I kind of spoke about this before, but I'm really curious to see how the actual map plays out here. Because on these super long sightlines, a brawl is just a non-starter usually.
Yeah.
So I guess you can poke your Zen from high. Other than that, you just have to push up your front line super far.
Zarya.
Oh, I
Zarya.
see. That's awesome.
Yeah, Lucid's up there, but they have to recognize at this point, they see the bubble come out, and they know. Yeah, they know now. They know now. They understand the situation, but still, you can't leave Crocs alone. They're sitting at 1. Gonna be able to get that, and they're gonna end up using both Transcendents on each side right now. The bomb's still online for Vila right now. CG about to have theirs out, but again, Crocs is gonna go down first, and now it's a situation of trying to keep everybody alive, trying to keep that charge on to Sky right now. CG potentially might use their bomb to kind of just create some space here, but again, this is a big thing. Clowns of the week. They got their advantage. They got what they wanted. They just take the reset.
And there's a possibility now of finishing with time on Havana. That's basically an impossibility. They've got ults for it and momentum on the side as well.
Yeah, I mean, literally so many ults right now, and right now Deme is 85% to that Shatter so far. Has had a lot of luck on this attack so far, getting that Shatter out. It's going to come in from... Crocs just threw it in from the top rope, I believe. It ends up getting rid of Demi at the end of the day right now, as they're trying to double down, trying to get rid of Sky, and right now they need to make sure Lucid goes down. You have to get rid of them, and right now ends up not being able to do so, and again, Crocs is going for the spawn door touches. Lucid will eventually die.
And because you're playing a brawl comp, you can absolutely go for a close hold here, try and get 2 fights out of this if you are the defenders. Oh, 9-7, I'd love to see them go for it. But instead, they want to be reasonable, they want to play their timing, and they just want to play standard positioning. Up to basically every hold, everything but the Earth Shatter.
Yep, I like this idea to call back. It's perhaps the learning experience has come through at last. There's a good chance this is going to be the final fight on the board here for either team right now. Is the Rowley going to use? Bomb's going to get used on top of that. Hoping to find something on a pin. Has forced them all in the room, and they have to come out eventually. The grab's coming online. Transcendence going to be used. Bomb's thrown up in the air. Needs to find somebody. It's going in slow-mo, and it's going to take Deme off the edge. And now a rough situations. You see everybody... MTD. And now... important though, Lucid is going to be able to stay alive, and it's going to be able to stay alive, so a retouch is possible, but it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, you got to absolutely book it towards the objective if you are Panda. No real worry about actually getting your teammates there as well. There's just getting overtime started. That is your only goal right now. Velo is going to do it.
Yeah, gets it online right now. Cross has a Shatter. Deme has a Shatter. It's going to come down to the battle of the Shatters right now. Who's going to pull off the bigger run right now? Daki does have this ready to go. The Shadow's going to come through. Going to catch on to Sky, and the Shadow's going to come back. It's going to catch on to 5. Going to delete them. Trying to hold on Client of the Week, but unfortunately, going to be stopped just before the finish line. Still, great progress. Great distance to be able to get on Havana, but getting stopped just short after having a pretty dominant time in that second point.
I mean, that's just what happens when Havana lost. I don't really know what to tell you. The choke is brutal. It's borderline impossible to attack on the best of times. And it needs a rework. But when all is well and done, then it will be a hold coming through there. A great stabilization from 097 with some incredibly entertaining plays around it as well. I mean, they're still going. They've been flaming each other for like an hour now.
They're never going to get tired of it.
Oh.
Wait, I think we all know what that says.
I think we do.
Oh, man.
You know, Hunter, I'm beginning to think it's not a joke and they actually just hate each other.
I don't know. 2 European Rhine players might actually hate each other. I think it's a possibility, but we're going to see if maybe Client of the Week can pull off the same thing 0907 did and create a 2-minute stall on the opening point.
Why you on Twitter, bro? What? That was posted like 30 seconds ago.
At Crocs.
Dude, he's locked in. I don't even know what to tell you.
What are we doing here? Fraud exposed.
I can't. I absolutely can't.
This is insane.
Okay, close hold again. We've seen it before. I think it was 2.5 minutes that 0907 were able to get. Clients of the Week looking to do one better.
Yep, and now we just want to try to take, again, as much time as possible, but we've seen 0907, the ability to make fights end very quickly. Right now, Lucid might be in that camp a little bit. Is going to kind of get a little aggressive. Does have the damage to be able to back it up, though, as 0907 gonna wait for some bubbles, trying to get some more charge online here. Not gonna really feed anything to Sky, so right now, Lucid just hoping to take the advantage in that situation right now as Croc's kind of just swinging away. And honestly, we're just waiting for this first pick to come through right now, but they're slowly getting forced back more and more, hoping to find something as Crocs is getting a little separated. But, I mean, Petra, at the end of the day, nothing happens until somebody dies, and Croc's unfortunately gonna go down.
First domino to fall, the rest of them should be cleaned up relatively fast. Sky taking care of Soaks is the really important frag here, because with the spawns being so much closer for 0907, they've got to back up now. They can't afford to take a 5 versus 6 without your Brigitte. That's one of the pivotal parts of this composition. And so absolutely hero play there from Sky finding that frag. A minute off the bank already, some success from the spawn hold from Client of the Week, but they need their break back and they need her back now.
Yeah, and they're still taking the fight, and right now, Juji's just gonna get taken out of mech. They're just gonna instantly back off, and Juji perhaps just doesn't get the message, and now this is gonna be a nigh unwinnable fight. They're gonna see them, they're just gonna back off. They're just gonna try to keep Sky alive, keep all that charge, but Crocs, unfortunately, not quite gonna get the memo here.
And they can go right back to spawn holding now.
Oh, my goodness.
Perfect. They don't have the cart, I guess, but they can just go back to spawn holding, typing in chat, and generally being an annoyance, a thorn in the side of a 907. I mean, this is absolutely brutal, especially with 6 ults now charged up for Client of the Week.
Yeah, and Shadow's online for Demi. This could just be a killer right here if they manage to hit this, because they're just in this little corridor. All it takes is one Shatter to just kill all the confidence then and there. But they're going to wait around, and I don't know what they're waiting for at this point. Perhaps the rally. The rally is going to come online from both sides. Shatter is ready to go. Going to come online. Going to get a big fat 0. Demi going to get taken care of. Lucid hoping to find something with this grab. Unfortunately, story might be done as Crocs is going to go down as well. Ryan's traded out, and they're going to invest into this fight to double down. They want to get rid of Sky here, hoping to get rid of them. And unfortunately, it's eventually going to fall apart. But at the end of the day, I mean, they did slightly better on the stall this time around. Only a minute and a half on the clock left, and a fantastic hold from Clowns of the Week. And they don't even invest everything for that. Like,
yeah.
Hey.
I don't even mind the idea to try and turn the fight there, but again, close the spawns to give 0907 such a huge advantage here. Client of the Week got it back now, but they should have a pretty viable recontest, especially with the beat to shepherd them through the damage.
Yep, and now only a minute 15 on the clock here. This is reasonably probably about 2 fights, depending on how fast things go, as right now CC Client of the Week go on the high ground. They're going to try to go hard on this backline. John Wick is separated right now. A couple of them are separated, but the beat's going to come online. Not going to be able to keep John Wick alive, and now the grab's going to come online, just going to clear them out. Both Shadows coming together. Bomb is sitting between them. Going to push them.
Whoa!
5K for COD!
You don't see that every day. Mother of God. The Client of the Week roster gets scattered to the winds. Ash on the breeze. As 0907 get a free berth towards the end of first point. Christ almighty, that was crazy.
Oh, they are going to get a retouch, though. Deme perhaps looking for a little bit of revenge here. Coming up to that Shatter here, 70% currently. And this is looking like last fight territory. So as things are, Velo needs to be able to stay alive, but Deme needs to be given the same agenda. And now this fight going to fall back apart. And that 5K, I mean, clearly changing everything right there, as they're going to be able to take the first point. Going to have about a little under 3 minutes to push this thing. And 0907, I mean, holy heck.
I mean, that fight, no matter how advantaged or not it was for Client of the Week, they were always going to lose just because of the mental bonus, the mental boon, sorry, of just getting cooked in a fight like that. Hopefully they've had some time to reset now, go for a bit of a more creative fight plan as they begin wrapping around the left side of our screens, taking a more reasonable brawl on brawl here, starting out with that grab.
Yeah, now they're gonna have to investing that transcendence over into the grab right now, but Deme coming up to another Shatter, hoping to make up for the previous one right now. Gonna throw the Transcendence on the other side as well. Buddy's going to use it, and now they're not gonna have a defense for Sky's own later when they're gonna get their own grab. So they're gonna take the reset and reset it. Hopefully, be able to get something online here.
They're gonna find a Shatter. Realistically, Client of the Week just don't have another way of building into a fight, and so all the pressure onto Deme. Been feast or famine so far. This time has to absolutely eat.
Yeah, it's so important that that happens right now. But both Shadows online again. These two have been beefing the entire time. You see, everybody's hanging around on the high ground right now because they don't want the big Shatter. But it's going to come through instead. And with Eden getting hit, they're not going to have a defense. They're not going to end up using that beat. They're holding on to it right now. Technically, you can still fight it, but nope, not going to bother at the end of the day. Crocs has 2, though, and they're going to go in for it. The Shadow's going to catch on the 2, and they're going to be able to get Buddy. And now they're going to be able to clear things out. Just need to get rid of the Zarya. And now the late investment works out, but now Crown of the League will 100% have a retouch.
Yeah, that they will. Great instincts there from Crocs to try and clutch the fight out, because honestly, to me, it looked kind of done. But
Yeah.
he saw more than me. He's able to clutch it out faster. And because of that, now we are in last fight territory for almost both these two sides now. Time
Yeah.
getting low.
Yeah, because it's going to take forever to get back if they lose this fight. So it's so important they pull it off right now. Shuji already gets rid of Buddy, so not going to be able to build up. Soaks is going to end up almost going down, but the bomb's going to come up. Can we get a second one? It's in a good spot. Might not need it, though, as they're clearing out house anyway, so is not going to use that rally, thank goodness, as they're going to take the reset here. And 0907 will be able to have about 2 minutes on the clock. A good amount of time to work with, and now Clan of the Week. Rough situation for them these last couple of fights. Damage death check. Oh my god!
He's still going. He's still
No
gonna
shot.
be this. Listen, okay, the time bank's about the same as what Client of the Week had, and we saw just how hard attacking here can be, so it's not all over yet for Client of the Week, especially with the check marks they've got built up.
Yeah, but Crocs is going to have the Shatter online, but Soaks has their own rally ready to go, hoping to get rid of somebody. Shuji is going to get demacked, and now our up situation here, as they're going to get hit with the reset right now. Crocs is looking for the Shadow. The Shadow's going to hit only Daki right now. They need to be able to get rid of them, but unfortunately, living temporarily will be able to get the packs online, and Shuji is coming back into the fight. And Spectra now, Clan of the Week, are going to be in a rough situation, as they're going to send in the Shatter. Finds absolutely nothing, and unfortunately for Sky, they're going to be seeing the spawn room very shortly here, as the fight is still continuing on.
Yeah, rally acted, and it's good for either way as a kill comes through onto
What?
Smoke. A Transcendence pop from Client of the Week as well as a bomb. They want to keep fighting this. They think they're still in the action.
Yeah, and Crocs is still alive, forced into a corner, will be gotten rid of eventually, but Demi trades out, and now it's going to come down to the battle of these Zaryas right now, trying to get rid of Velo, who's super low, and with Lucid down, and eventually Velo just kind of trying to stall on the point, eventually will get booped away, and now, I mean, it all comes down to this fight, and nobody has anything online at the moment. Maybe a bomb from Shiuji.
An Earthshatter from Deme as well, or somewhere on the horizon. It's going to be just last fight territory for both these two sides. 30 seconds. Once they lose this, if they do, then there's no chance for a proper refight. Client of the Week, of course, it just need to stop the cart from reaching the golden box of victory.
Yeah, and honestly, at the same time, Daki, John Witch, both getting online to these support ultimates right now, and Demi, I mean, could end all this with a Shatter. It'd be the perfect capitalization for an MTD. The bomb's gonna come online. It's sitting in that backline area, and unfortunately, Croc's gonna get solo shattered, but Daki is gonna be there to take care of it right now. They need to keep bodies on that car. Eden gets rid of Soaks, and it's a rough situation. Everybody from Client of the Week falling apart. Just a singular grab to try to take things back over, but the grab gonna be thrown back and cleared out. Client of the Week won't be able to hold them off. 0907 make it work, perhaps trying to show off on the MTD a little too much there.
I think we saw a counter bash come through onto that pin from the break. That's the only thing I can think of there, because the Ryan's knocked down. There's no chance of anybody knocking down the Ryan other than a counter bash on the charge. So ridiculous hero play there from, I believe, Soap. Because if he doesn't make that play, that's a Client of the Week map 2 rather than one for 0907. So, I mean, so close all the time. EU has been absolutely spoiled for choice when it comes to banger series here, and this one's no different.
No, this is looking like another potential 5-map situation right now. Is 0907. I mean, we have to go back to that 5K bomb. Like, do we think we actually get to the end of Havana if that bomb doesn't happen? So I don't think we do. Genuinely,
You just weren't finding the success you needed, so you need a bit of a hero play to just crack open the site, as it were. Because of that, I mean, then it gets the momentum to start snowballing it forward. But without it, I just don't think they have that push and pizzas.
Yeah, rough situation, but still, you got a chance to fire back here, and considering the next map type we're gonna be going to, might have a lot of time to push back, as we're going to 2CP, and my favorite 2CP map, going to Hanamura, and we've seen this go many rounds already. From what I've played, from what I've watched, it happens almost every single time.
I think we know exactly how Hanamura plays. I mean, we even got to just have it in that last series here. It's just going to be ridiculous. I gotta say, I'm still sitting on my Hanamura hate train. They're going to make attacking second playable if they were to bring the map back, which, you know, they won't.
No, please don't.
Listen, okay, guys, if you're picking a map, get in like a Volskaya, get in a Temple of Anubis. That would really go crazy.
It really would. But looking at the map itself, the one thing I'm really worried about, at least with the map type more so, is 0907. They are a team that has given up a lot of fights due to over-aggression. And while that has worked in some situations, this is the one map where you're going to pay the most for it. You realistically have to lose 2 or 3 fights for your defense to be over. That's all it takes. Like, I'm just worried for that first point in that situation. I think they have a good ability to hold it, but it's going to be really rough if they keep up the trend they've been having.
Yeah, we've been seeing some crazy matchups. I think everybody's performing at such a high level.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been loving the Ryan matchup specifically. Obviously, with both the personality and the hammers, it's been incredibly competitive. And one of the greatest storylines to follow throughout this series. The through line has just been absolutely ridiculous. Hanamura going to be coming up next and being one of the most Ryan-centric maps, in my opinion, with just how hard you can like cleave choke. I think that's going to continue. That's going to be thrust to even more to the forefront, to center stage for Crocs versus Deme. Who's got more of an advantage?
Yeah, and we're to learn very quickly because 0907 going to be starting on the defense here, so going to see if whether or not my point comes to fruition or not. I hear Aiden Brig is clean. Interesting. But, oh, hey, look at Twitter. This guy.
I can respect the grind down. I mean, this has been a terminally online day for broadcast. I mean, Horrocks was liking tweets with him about himself during his match.
That's crazy.
I think it was Deme who was checking. It was checking the CGL broadcast mid-match and referencing it as well. Like, the online sphere has totally infiltrated the game. Next, we need like a native Twitter integration into Overwatch.
Oh God, no! Oh no! Oh, but first fight gonna get started out here right now. Plans of the week. I was spending a whole lot of time trying to get in here, and again, perhaps trying to bait out Crocs in a way right now. Maybe trying to pull them out. They want to try to get them out of the show, try to come onto their side to some degree, but 0907 is smart enough not to go to that point, as they're just taking their sweet time, waiting for the bubbles to come back online.
Yeah, bubbles the name of the game here, but now they're high charge. They look to go.
Yeah, 100% already, but gets knocked down right now, and Crocs is just in a rough situation. But now when you can hit a fire strike like that, and now you get a chance to, you could stagger, but it's not going to be much of a stagger.
You can do a little bit of booping, but not too much. Velo going to throw themselves off the map. Eden gets the points there, and one fight off the board. Seems like a strong start here for 0907. But this is, again, a brutal choke. This try and break is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and Crocs is getting up there as well, 60% to that shatter right now, but most importantly right now, looking for those rallies. John Wick is about to have it. They have it ready to go, essentially, for this fight. So if they want to take the aggression here right when they push through, I think they 100% should. They have the tools to back it up right now as they're coming in hot, and Sky's a little separate, and they're going to have to invest over in the Transcendence. Velo goes out of the mech, and we're going to see them just be taken out one by one, hoping to get the reset in. Crocs is getting a little aggro, but it's working out this time around.
Yeah, this time doesn't go down, and like certain other players we can mention. Nah, great push there from 0907. Perfect timing on the Transcendence to try and survive. And then once it's popped, they can turn it into an attack where Client of the Week cannot disengage that. So 0907 spend just the 1 ult, 5 more left to go. Perfect scenario for them.
Yep, both of them were picking things out a little bit. Bull Shadow's going to be online looking to make the MTDF happen, and it's going to get 2, but he's going to get hit. The Shadow's going to be sent back. We'll find nothing. Sky is hoping to find something. Shuji going to send the bomb up, hoping to find the counter pin. It is going to help get rid of 2. The rest going to be pushed back into their own area. And again, going to have to take the reset as Poison going to get a little bit of the stagger, because why? Aw, that's mean.
It's a little bit brutal, yeah. But time base hitting lower and lower. Client of the Week might not have a chance to keep this action going, because they're just kind of running out of opportunities for it. They're also, they're there, they've got the grab, they've got the beat, those are kind of the big tools, and 0907, relatively low, considering how much they spent in that previous. This is probably Client of the Week's best chance before the ult cycles go against them once again.
Yeah, a eat would be devastating here. Donkey going down would be also equally devastating, and they will. Velo just goes in and takes it over, and now a 5v6 that might be hard to take back. The beat's going to come online, going to keep Eden alive. Temporarily, basically extended their life to another 2 or 3 seconds right there. So the pin's going to come through, and it's going to thrust him off the edge, and Crocs is still alive. And now Velo's going to get knocked out of the mech, and unfortunately now for Demi, going to have a hard time surviving here, gets counterpinned, and might end up dying here. They will, and now Client of the Week can fight back.
They can. This action is so back and forth, especially with the rally popped.
What?
Either back in Mecha Boop. Surely
Oh,
we'll find
bye-bye.
the kill onto Eden, who just goes straight into the drink. Just the D.Va left to remove him. Panda, a menace on this Lucio. Saw the double kill of Horrocks against him and does one better here. Oh, Hanamura, that's ridiculous.
There was almost no right for Clan of the Week to take back that fight. Like, genuinely, that looked like they were going to get reset. Deme probably should have died way earlier, but now momentum going back on their side, but they don't really have any tools going into it. That's the biggest issue. I mean, 0907 can use, honestly, whatever they feel like they want to run here. If you want to just hit the Shatter, just hit the Shatter. Why not? Go for it. They're going to take an aggressive fight onto the point, looking for the counter pin, but now they realize there is no counter pin. Eden's dead already. But, I mean, they can just stabilize here. It's 5v5, you have a Shatter, and Velo's dead.
Like, you'll take a Lucio for the D.Va any day of the week anyway. Plus, when you have closest forms, it just makes it even better. Buddy won't be staggered. Instead of running train and the particle cannon going to take him down. And they're back up from the rest of clients of the week. Still, they got their time bank extension. They have plenty more time to figure out how to make this attack work.
Yeah, they got the time for it. Getting the ults back online, just, you don't have that rally, you don't have that growl, but it's gonna be rough going into the situation without it. You kind of just have to hope that you can survive through the onslaught that 0907 is going to throw at you. And on top of that, hope Demi can hit the shadow of their life, because they've clearly proven they can do it before. They just got to nail it again.
Ooh, really got to. Okay, low ground rotation, but they're going to be drops on.
Yeah, and right now, you can just see right now, Buddy's staying on the high ground. That's going to be a nice thing. And they're going to throw in the beat. The Shatter going to come through. He is going to hit down Crocs. Bomb is not going to find anybody. A weird trade out here, but you're going to love to trade out that run for that D.Va in that situation. You get the reset right there. But Doxy's going to get used their ultimate. They're going to use the Transcendence in this situation. And now they get to take a big reset here in the situation. They're trying to keep everybody alive. Need to get rid of somebody, and eventually will, but they need to take a reset of their own. Make sure they don't lose anybody in this situation.
Trans there was late, and it's a huge mistake there from Buddy, unfortunately. Was trying to greed it out a little bit too long, but even while the HP of Demi and Vela was dropping down to kind of, you know, sub 100, just tries to make it last, and, you know, just pops it a second too late, doesn't get the healing through, and loses both the team member and the ultimate. Lucy just gets flattened early on. How has that happened?
I want a replay of that one. That's what I want right now. Going for that counter pin. And unfortunately, Crocs, again, just going to pay for it here in the back line. Going to get taken care of. And now they need to get rid of Deme or else they're going to lose this. And eventually they will get rid of them. So they will be able to take a reset. And now, I mean, oh my goodness. It's just rough. Like, Clan of the Week can't get anywhere in this situation. It's rough.
No. Attack Hanamura, that's what it's like, especially in the second point. You have no real way of breaking the choke. It might even be worth spending the beat just to be able to, like, or when they charge like a beat or a trans, just spending that just to get through stairway and then fighting fully on high ground. I don't see any other way of structuring a fight because these low ground drops aren't working out for them.
Yeah, speaking of not working out for them, the bomb's going to come online, Shadow's going to come online, going to catch two supports, but again, they have to drop, and they're going to die as a result, and now they don't have any follow-up, and now it's a 5v6 situation once again, where they just need to try to get out, and Lucid doesn't even really have any charge to work towards to even, like, worry about staying alive, but Eden goes down, so they will be able to stabilize out here.
Yeah, I don't see the vision, unfortunately.
Sky?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm going to be so ready. The rally's popped, and people will be able to survive for Unknown 7, but the fight on the objective starts again.
Yeah, and it's going to come down all to this right here. A bomb ready to go. Overtime is going to be a conclusion no matter what right now. Bomb not going to be used quite yet. It's going to separate Sox. Sox, though, who's in a rough situation, gets grabbed from above the thing. They're still alive. They're hanging around somehow with that rally online. But both supports are going to drop right now. You end up losing that ability to have all that damage, and now that beat Fab's going to be the last tool, but 0907 so confident right now as they're going to pin in, take the aggression, try to clear things out, and Spectreon, 0907 are just 1 point and 1 tick away from taking this one away.
A's within touching distance now. It's 133%. They can absolutely get that done. And then we would have our grand final locked in. They would deny the rematch between clients of the week and their opponents. But we'll have to wait and see for a little bit longer still before we start talking about our grand finals matchup. Our 907 needs to lock it in first because there is still a map 5 on the cards. If we're able to see a strong enough defense from client of the week, all they need to do is hold first point. But there's one thing saying it, and it's a very, very different thing actually doing it.
It 100% is, and you have to also take into consideration again, if you go back to that second point, again, we just saw it's clearly able to be held. We could, small chance we look at the draw. I hope it doesn't happen, but, you know, there's always the possibility. But this has to be a great hold from Clan of the Week. Like, unbelievably so.
Yeah. I mean, they're fighting for their chance to rematch against I Miss the Old Prashi. You know, by the way, shout out Captain Prash one time. Glad he's doing great for himself in top 16 OWCS. Looking for more with Team Hypnos.
Hey,
That's a real one right there. We love Captain Prash here.
We do. We have to. We're contractually obligated to.
Otherwise, they fire CGL, yeah.
Please don't fire me.
Okay, I'm gonna burn down. It's going to be possibly the final round of the half here. Deme goes for an early fire strike and burns both cooldowns, but you know, gets maybe 100 damage for it.
Hey, you know, it gives you the advantage. Except when you miss the other fire strike, that creates a little bit of a rough situation. But good situation for them. It puts Doggy in a bad situation, and they just got sandwiched. Demi has to not die though. That'd be really rough. And now that didn't work out very good for 0907. And now we're looking at a stagger. They're gonna get pulled away. Just gonna put them in a corner. Put them in timeout.
Into the box, off the map. Could have been a lot more of a brutal stagger, to be honest, but at the end of the day, a stagger's a stagger, it's all the same. Lots of clean from Deme out early. Look at the difference in shatter charge between Deme and Crocs right now. That's the work of just a single fight, which means that almost definitely there'll be an earlier shatter hit for the defenders. Exactly what they need to get a defense of what they need actually going.
Yeah, and everything is above right now. Only thing that is like even close right now is just the beat. But right now, Crocs is already in a rough situation, already going to go down. They're trying to force the point, trying going right through. It's hard to really do that in that situation because now you got to hope you can get one more and then take the reset. But I don't think anybody else is going to go down. So that's going to give time to be able to come back, to be able to reset and get Buddy back in time. Oh, man.
Oh, okay. Another stagger. Usually it's drawn the short end of
Go
the stick.
the other way?
Okay, bomb. Yeah. It's going a long way. Crocs are just going to have to back out. 36% of a shatter, now 40 compared to 90, by the way. I mean, Deme has just been absolutely working Crocs in the right mirror so far. And 2 minutes left to go. Then a nice shatter would really put a nice turn in this hold from a possible hold into a probable victory for Clan of the Week.
Yeah, but they do have to make sure not to overinvest in this fight. The grab's going to be used right now. They're trying to push through. They realize they have nothing, so they're just going to go in with the one right now.
Oh, bash!
Oh, yeah, and Deme's down, so now Shuji just needs to not get staggered out, and they're going to get staggered out a little bit. Which
this is unnecessary. They have reset. It comes through. Not the most brutal. Remember how far the spawns are here. I mean, Panda needs to go back and taxi the Lucio. They need to get up this space for free. Because otherwise, you can't fight with no Ryan. Deme has to come back. They have to fight Courtyard rather than choke. This could get tricky.
Yeah, Riley's going to be online from both sides now, ready to go. But that Shatter is the biggest tool sitting right now in Deme's disposal right now. That shield is super low. They have to pull that corner because that shield goes down. You're going to see that instant Shatter, and they're going to get rocked away. So now, sitting on this grab is Sky. Does have a tool to be able to potentially end this and be able to put them in a game-winning scenario right now. As Deme forced out in the grab that's eaten it. The Shadow's gonna come through! The beat comes online, but one's already dead. And it's a rough situation. Deme will end up going down the trends, and it's gonna be used by 0907 because they want to be able to double down. They want to try to win this fight, as it's gonna get used on the other side. But now 0907 has nothing to work with. You just have to hope that Crocs can come back and hit a big Shatter, and they're coming back right now. It's right now Lucid trying to live. They're being kept alive, but all the packs have to be used exclusively on them, and they're going to get pinned on the side right now. But now Crocs is in a bad situation and gets
wow! That's ridiculous! And now the rest of Client of the Week, still high charge, still high HP, with the exception of Soaps, and they are trying on the objective. They can just keep battling back and forth. Lucid and the rest of Client of the Week, how have they stabilized here? Now 30 seconds left to go. 2 ticks have been given up, and all they are is one fight away from forcing a map number 5.
I'm not going to say Crocs through that fight, but I'm going to say Crocs through that fight. I'm going to be one to say it. But bright side, you get redemption. You have the rally, but this grab has to get eaten. There's nothing to stop you from getting deleted if you get hit with this grab. Like, that's just how simple it is. You have to be able to eat this. And right now they're looking, and it's not going to get eaten. As a matter of fact, Shuji taken out of mech, and that's grab is going to be thrown back in its place right now. And right now it's just focusing on getting the touch, but the touch doesn't even matter at this point. They're getting bodies on, but the fight is over. And Spectreon, I mean, I don't want to sound deflated when I say it, but we are going to end up going to a map 5. It's just down to a little bit more stagger.
Just cleaning up the last two members here. There's a bomb. There's so much damage coming through here. It's just chaotic. It's just absolutely ridiculous here. Teme talking in chat once again, losing, he says, in commas, as they force us to go all the way once again. Every final we've had so far in EU has gone the full distance. And this one's for the marbles, folks. This one's to get it all the way into grands.
Oh boy.
Just unreal. Just inhuman.
I mean, I don't have the words for it right now. I don't have the words. I don't see how they should have lost that. Obviously, just an unfortunate first fight. Just kept the momentum and climbed to the weak's favor the entire time. Like, unfortunate situation. Coming back, seeing Crocs get back into the fight, because that's what we were hoping for. And that second to last fight was hoping they can get back, stabilize with the rest of their team. Instead, they pinned the back line. And they pinned the one person who wasn't going to die from getting pinned. And then loses the Shatter on top of that. If you have that Shatter for the fight, that's potentially winnable. Just unfortunate situation. That's the best way to really dial it up.
Okay, sounds like we've got the approval from our producer. We're getting straight into control, no brakes, so all gas, no brakes for us here on the broadcast. I don't think anybody really expected us to have this much competition here in the upper echelon of EU, but maybe we should have, because now we will have another decider, another matchup to see who is going to be meeting I Miss the Oprashi in our finals. I mean, if I am 0907, by the way, and I've just lost out on that, I'm absolutely kicking myself. There's no two ways about it. Like, you had a very winnable scenario. All you needed to do was cap first to force a tie, and get an additional tick after that to get to your victory. But instead, you get stopped at 2 ticks? That's unreal. There's no two ways about it. It stuns the spectator. I'm at a loss of words, same as you, Hunter. But we've got to put all that behind us now and think about our decider. Think about our map number 5. I think we said it before as well, but whoever has to play against I Miss the Oprashi in the finals, they will have played at least 10 maps of Overwatch today. And then getting into the possibly first to 4 grand finals after that, that's a slog, a marathon. And a huge advantage for the team who made it through winners, because they just didn't have to play this extra series.
Yeah, because right now, actually, they just get to sit by. They've just been watching this entire time. They've been sitting back with popcorn, drinking water, just relaxing the entire time, because that's all they have to do. And the thing on top of that is there's not a lot of time between these maps and between these matches. They have just been constantly going at it. And so now, I mean, we've seen miraculous things like this where teams play all these maps and they manage to pull it off at the end of the day. But there's nothing quite like seeing that team waiting for you at the very end that's been able to rest for what is now coming up on close to 2 hours now. And that is a long time to get some rest in. But either way, we do know what we're going to finish things out on, because thankfully you can't tie control, and I want to meet the person who can, as we're going to go over to Ye Old Lijiang Tower. I think a good of a place to finish as any.
Yeah, I mean, it's where we started out the first EU game of the day, and it's where we're going to end it as well. Feels almost cyclical, as it were. But wow, we've seen so much Overwatch. My brain is beginning to get fried by all the action. Kind of the week in 907 had been inseparable, it feels like, in the regular game. That's why we're going all the way here to a map number 5. But this, as you mentioned, not going to be tieable at all. This one needs a firm victor. It needs to find a team who make it all the way to the grands. And unfortunately, that means as well we need to send one team home.
Yeah, unfortunate situation, but that's still part of competition. That's part of the tournament. Everyone's going to get knocked out eventually except for one team. But either way, there's a lot riding on this, obviously. This isn't like we're talking about the upper finals where it's like, all right, the winner moves on, but the loser gets a second chance. This is it. Everything you have has to go into this map. If you lose, you are done. You don't get anything out of it. You get the moral victory of being third place. And that's great. That's cool. It's like, yeah, we got third place at the Ghost tournament. That's great. But the team above us got $300 instead because we lost the last map. That sits in the back of some people's minds.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely would love to have that, wouldn't you? It's just a huge difference here. You want to be in the money. You want the bragging rights of being top 2, you know, because top 3 and top 2 has a very different ring to it. Let's be entirely honest here. But, you know, we're not even talking about top 2, top 3 here. You want to win. All of these teams still left in the tournament, they can win. And you don't come into a tournament like this and go, oh, let's get second place. You come in, you want the first place, you want the victory, you want to prove that you're the best of the best, that in the region you have no equal, at least when it comes to the triple tank, triple support composition. And in just 3 sub-maps, about 10 minutes of Lijiang Tower, we're going to know exactly who can battle for that honor.
Yeah, and you're going to see right here the back and forth that we have seen. Both teams showing big flashes of dominance, like especially at the beginning where we probably didn't put as much stock in 0907 as we probably should have. They came in through dominantly, just they have struggled in some of these situations, and very thankful for the 5K bomb on Havana to be able to bounce back and eventually win that. But I don't know if there's a second miracle waiting for them on Lijiang Tower where it's all going to wrap up, and we're going to start on Control Center of all things, the most brawl-centric sub map of Lijiang Tower. So both teams, this is going to be great. That's all I have to say. This is going to be fantastic.
Hope so, honestly. We've went on for so long that it feels like any sort of anticlimax here would just crash the momentum.
Yeah.
Got a sub, by the way. Shuyu's going to be coming out for the Diva. We've got Majin coming in on the side of 0907. So I'm not sure that's availability issues or just based on, connection, tech, mental, whatever. You have to wait and see. But that could be a bit of a change-up that neither team is really expecting. Whoever plays around it better can have a huge edge.
Yeah, and right now already going to separate Deme over to the side, just trying to push back the wreck, keep them in a rough situation right now as... Right now, Crux looking for the right pin, looking for the right situation. Panda gonna go down already, though, so 0907 does have an ability to push up. They don't have the ability to speed out. You want to catch at least one more, but you might just catch all of them on the way out. And now, oh no. You get into the game below, and you're gonna get taken right out. So, Majin will have to take the reset after being knocked out of mech, but 0907 will be able to take first point, but it might be hard to play up aggressively. They're gonna have to win on point for Majin to get back.
Yeah, great opening fight here, retaking. I think this is one of the easier points in this map to retake, to be honest, but it's still going to be a downside trickier than you really want to see, walking low ground into all this damage.
Yeah, it's a rough situation right now. It's already Croc's going to take a good amount of damage as things are right now, but same thing for Vila, who, again, is going to get knocked out of mech here, and now you're not going to eat all this damage. They're going to get deleted. You see the counter pin over there, and you can't save anybody. It's 0907 just running things down right now. Rough situation, but, I mean, we saw in the last matchup when we got to a map 5, one team would dominate for a couple minutes, and then another team would dominate for a couple of minutes. It's very likely to be the case here.
Kind of what we'd expect, yeah, until there's any ridiculous ult advantage for either side. The choke control normally just a little bit too much. On N7, all 5 check marks. Client of the week getting closer to some of their own. This fight could be an absolute chaos.
Yeah, but Phil's going to eat the crowd from Sky. That could have cleaned them out completely, but we're still going to see the Transcendence being used here. Client of the week want to do it, and Majin is... What? The double eat. The bomb's coming up in the air. Gonna force them to separate. No one's gonna get hit with it. And right now, the beat gonna get used on both sides. John Wick barely doesn't go down. And now, no teams with anything left to lose except for Demi. Does have a Shatter. Needs to nail this thing. But Crocs needs to be ready. A Spectrum. Neither of these teams want to lose this fight.
Are we on the ISS, Hunter? Because right now, zero gravity allow both eaten. But there's still action going on.
The bubble! That bubble literally saved the team from Sky to be able to keep them alive. The fight still might go in Client of the Week's favor right now as they need to restabilize, potentially give up this point as they're pushing on one after another. Majin trying to stay up as they're able to stabilize on the point right now, trying to work up to something, but with Sky going down, that fight likely going to be over then and there. They're trying to stay on the point, trying to stagger, trying to find something on the pin. Unfortunately, running right into a bubble. Fortunately, it will eventually be taken out as 99 going to be the destination for 0907. Respectable to get it that far, but now Client of the Week, after cleaning up, they have a huge ult advantage on this next fight.
As well as Zarya energy charge, they have choke advantage as well. Everything in their favor other than the point percentage. So if they can convert all those advantages into some good old-fashioned capture progress, then Client of the Week could be the ones to draw blood first here and out of Cider. Flip side of things, though, all they need is a single slip-up for 0907 to take all of that away from them.
Yeah, and you're kind of hoping that Client of the Week go all out on this fight. They use all out of ultimates, force them out, because you eventually just want to be able to take the reset. But for the time being, just kind of standing around, waiting for their opportunity, hoping to transition through, going to push on that high ground, pushing them away. Demi is literally sitting on 1 health, and the grab comes out, and the beat's going to come online from Eden to start things out here. Daki still has the follow-up right now to be able to use this Transcendence to keep these online, and look at that. Client of the Week, they've used 4 of their ultimates already, and they did kill a single person, Spectrum, and now they're getting ran down, and they need to stay alive in this grab, and the Shatter's gonna clear them all out!
Panda goes down. Could be the first domino to fall here, especially with the HP of Client of the Week also low. Deme's one-shot Lucid will be able to stay alive for a hot more second, but that will just be a second. Sky finds the final blow. 99 to 60 here. 0907 are tested on Control Center, but tested and passing as well. Flying colors. They are just a single point away from stamping their ticket all the way through to the grand finals, from banishing Client of the Week into the void and into the bowels of history. They want to stamp their place in the finals, but they're still going to need to close out another map. We've seen a chance for teams like this before, but we've seen them get choked out as well. Even last map, Hunter, I think we can all remember exactly what happened on Hanamura. But now, 0907 in a very, very strong chance, a very, very strong position to close this out entirely. This could be the last one, folks.
Yeah, both teams going to meet up in that center courtyard area, kind of taking the fight here. Eventually, one team going to make the transition. They both are. And Veal's going to try to knock them around, try to force them to separate a little bit, but 0907 will be on the point first and foremost. Will be able to not stabilize at all in the slightest right now. Crocs is just getting damaged, just burning away that shield and forcing them to the outsides. Remember, that Lucio boop, way stronger than you're used to right now. You do not want to be on this outside area right now as they're kind of chilling around, trying to stabilize. Sky, though, sitting on one. Eden sitting on one. And Crocs is going to get basically, I believe, knocked off the side, if I'm not mistaken, as the rest of 0907 honestly just need to take the reset here.
No real other options here. You can't try and delay your fight because, I mean, if you try and leave, you're just going to get staggered. We're going to see that right now with Eden, who tried it and got staggered. No big surprise here. You're allowed to hold the forward space, only if it's risky first.
Oh, no. What? They decided, again, Crocs got back and they decided to just push it, and now they can keep pushing on this if they wanted to, but they're going to eventually just pull back. And again, the intellect of a team like Planet of the Week, who just realized when they've taken their win and when they want to take the reset, because now they can play as close as they want to.
Yeah, Discord applied onto Deme was the only thing they needed to drop back, and because of that, they've got a huge shafter advantage here. One that 0907 might not even be expecting.
I mean, 100%, yeah, and this could just devastate them going into this fight, and they're going to rally in this situation right now. We see the counterpins coming through. Majin is super low right now, coming through with the pin, just trying to clear a lot of space set up for this. The Transcendence online now. Sky needs to be able to get this grab online. They need some kind of response to force out more ultimates from Client of the Week. And Spectron, they're going to go in hard on this pin. The Shatter comes through. It's going to get two, but that Transcendence is going to keep them alive. And right now, Client of the Week just holding on this area so well. And they will likely just be able to clean up here with this grab. If the Shatter doesn't manage to fight too, Spectron, they just don't give up in this situation as they're eventually going to find something. What is going on, Spectron?
Panda finds a double off the boot. There's still fighting on the point. This could go either way, but it looks like Client of the Week in favor of winning things out. Eden finds a boot. Only the one, though, and there's so many more bodies left to drop, but the only one that's going to hit the floor is the Lucio of 0907. 90% left to go. There's a taxi for the Zenyatta that the Clients of the Week have lost, and a touch at least for 0907, but this is their last chance.
Yep. Touch is forced out. You do have the grab. You do have the bomb. You have to eventually touch this point. They're going to manage to get somebody in there right now. Force Vila to use the bomb. It's going to be a rough situation. Bomb is going to catch on to Eden after that beat comes out. The Shatter comes through. And that will clear out this second round. Essentially right now, it's just the supports and Majin on the point trying to stabilize right now. Unfortunately, the damage is going to be too much. A nice little grab thrown in as a victory for the second map. And we are going to go all the way on the distance here.
Why wouldn't we go the distance? Why wouldn't we keep it going and going and going? These two teams insist on being inseparable. I mean, much the same as Client of the Week and the other side, Missy Prashi. I mean, at the pinnacle of EU, it feels like there's three teams who could all go blow for blow for blow, but unfortunately only two spots in our grand finals, so one of these gonna have to be kicked off the top of the mountain.
Yeah, rough situation. I would love to see this be a grand final in itself. This is grand final quality, just like the last match was grand final quality. Now it's got to come to an end for one of these teams 100% away from being kicked out or making it to the grand finals to fight for that win. It's all going to come down to this, ladies and gentlemen.
No changes, no surprises there. We haven't seen one all series long. Just a standard start. Both teams going dojo, but neither team fighting for it. Instead, they want the courtyard. And a lot of HP taken from Kai's of the week already.
Yeah, and Demi in a rough situation. Oh! Hey, Nelly! Make it a 2K. Essentially was a 3K and 0907. Just what the doctor ordered. Will be able to catch the point with no issue whatsoever. And look at that. By the way, John Witch, 83% to rally? Huh?
I don't even know, man. But what I can tell you is that the Void is hungry today. That is the second 2K booth we've seen on Bridge. Horrocks first, now Eden following in his footsteps. What a start for an 007.
Yeah, and now this rally, not quite there yet, though, but they are going to be able to hold on to their positioning. Want to make sure you don't lose Deme or Velo. That would be devastating, especially being in this corridor. Eventually going to force that the boosters out of Velo, though, to force them back. And now, I mean, at this point, you don't have anything to play for right now. You are walking into a rally. There's nothing stopping that from happening, as they're just going to try to force in. Rally comes online. Lucid is literally sitting in no man's land and getting forced out. And, I mean, Clan Louis can't get anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. You have the frontline trade, and it's really, really tricky, especially if it's not there for you.
Yeah, and keep that in mind. Crocs is kind of in a bad situation, and again, I mean, Spectron, I sound like a broken record this series, I understand, but again, the over-aggression ends up costing them, and now it's going to be tough to pull this one back. Sky's not going to be able to live forever, and they're not going to have time to get this grab out, and they're going to use the Transcendence on top of that. It's not a hugely winnable fight in the situation. Perhaps they're just trying to draw time. The Shatter comes out, and it's going to get 2. It's going to get 1 on the other side, but Lucid not going down anytime soon at this point, Spectron. It feels like 0907 is going for the stagger on the point, more than actually winning it back, but Lucid's off the cliff.
Huge frag to find, especially with them getting knocked down as well. This could be Fortune's reverse.
This is what...
7.
And now it's just 2 people trying to get out, and right now you can see the Lucio trying to get out, will be able to stay alive, and now 80% and counting. I mean, you don't have
One fight left.
You have
One
nothing.
fight left.
If this grab hits you, you're done. You're
Exactly.
cooked. It's over.
It's going to be so tricky here. They have a touch pretty comfortably. That's the only silver lining here for Clans of the Week.
Yeah, but the point is they either have to all force through or they have to make Velo go in and get it right now. So they're going to get pushed back. The grab's going to hit on the side here. Still no response to them. Bomb's going to come in on the side. From the other side, it comes through. But they managed to find 2, but they still have to be able to get to the touch. They will be able to do so. They will be able to hopefully clear this one out. Demi is super low, but the damage is there for the follow-up. Lucid does manage to stay alive this time. And eventually the Remac on the point to stagger just a slight bit more. But at the end of the day, you're kind of just fitting an extra bit of Ultra Charge. On top of that is 99% will stop them just before. Oh, that was very close to being devastating.
Sweat off the brow of Clients of the Week, and though there's trash talk in the chat from both Demi and Crocs, it's lost a lot of the edge over 4. They're both locked in right now. Because now it not only was the thing that matters, now you're down to just a couple fights.
Yep, Shadow is online for both Reinhardts, though. This could be the ultimate MTD here for Crocs if they manage to finish this one out with the Shatter and just keeping their back turned. I think a little bit of disrespect there. So they're going to stabilize, try to get that charge online that Lucid has. Because right now they're taking the sweet time. They know it. They just want to wait up, try to get this beat online soon as Deme. I mean, they're just looking for it, Spectrum. They need it.
Yeah, of course. We're going to invest it soon. Otherwise, also going to come online. It's huge.
Yeah, and they're looking for the pin. Gets booped away from the pin, and now Crocs has the ability to send it back the other way right now. Is looking for the situation, finds nothing though, but Deme still does go down. The beat on top of it, and the bomb is still there right now. They're just trying to stabilize on the point. Lucid so close to the grab, but it's going to die just as they get it. And Spectron, it is just Soaks over on the point, not even going to touch, and it's up to the Diva for a recontestment, hoping to touch once again. Not going to be barely allowed to, though, but it's all said and done right now. Just trying to stagger on the point, trying to find something more right now. Klein will be trying to keep things alive, but unfortunately, it's just stagger after stagger right now. So much good stall, but unfortunately, they'll be taken off the face of the earth, and the rematch has been denied. Oh, 907. We'll move on to the grand finals.
Holy mother of God, what a series we've been gifted. Winners and losers finals both going the whole distance. Every map absolutely electric when all is said and done. Lijiang in favor of 0907, but it really could have gone either way, just down to the absolute wire. A great start though, and a humongous boot from the Lucio player of the winning side is ultimately what finds them their win though. With that, so much momentum, so much ult charge in their favor. Just a snowball that allows them to roll their way all the way into our grand finals for a matchup with I Miss the Old Prashi. But
Yeah,
good God, that really could have went either way, no?
it could have, because the thing was, I felt like throughout the series, Client of the Week was playing slightly better throughout the series, but there's something 0907 had that Client of the Week didn't, and it was those big moments. You look at that 2K boop at the beginning, you look at the 5K bomb, you look at the 6-man shatter back on the first point of Lijiang Tower. Those big moments are what set up 0907 to be able to come into this and take this one away and deny the rematch that, with the distance earlier, and now 0907 something to prove going into the grand finals. I mean, one heck of a performance. Like, holy moly.
Yeah, that was just ridiculous.
Wow.
Honestly, I had a bit of a loss for words there again. But in that final fight, I mean, just everything kind of just goes against Client of the Week, unfortunately.
Yep.
I mean, I think the shatter doesn't connect as well as you want. There's the boop on the pin. Panda dies 95% of the way to a beat. I think Dema dies actually through the trans, or the trans comes like a millisecond late. Just so many small things combine into eventually giving the win over to 0907. But, you know, if that fight goes a little bit differently, we are looking at a very different finals as well. Just what a series here. And Sparrow Thought, of course, for Client of the Week, who crashed out from winners finals to not even make it 2 grands whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a rough situation to go loss for loss like that. You're going to kick yourself about it, but still, in terms of your performance, nothing to be ashamed of. You pushed everything to, like, the final fight, or, like, 2 fights away. Like, that is a fantastic performance. Unfortunate situation, but walk away with 3rd place. You can't be too happy about the situation, but you have to be proud of yourself for making it this far, and doing so for a long time very dominantly. Like, you can't take that away.
Honestly, I'm so tired now. I feel like we're going to go through a break before our grand finals. I think we are ready for one. So, going to be a break before our grand finals. When we're back, I think it still will be me and Hunter bringing you the grand finals. That's going to be 0907 taking on the champions who've been waiting for them in the wings. I Miss the Old Prashi. Don't go anywhere, because after 2 semis like this, the grands can only deliver more. See you in there.
crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Thank you, and welcome for joining us here once again for what will be the grand finals, the final match here for EU of CGL GOATs and Spectron. It's already been a very long day. 2 back-to-back map 5s, went to all 3 rounds of control. Absolute banger so far, and we expect this to be the exact same. 0907 getting their losers finals victory to meet I Miss the Old Prashy here in the grand finals. I mean, it's already been one hell of a day. I don't know how properly to describe what this match could or could not be. Like, genuinely.
Well, all we have to do is wait and see, really, because in terms of predictions, Hunter, I am fresh out. I mean, we've just seen 2 absolutely electric semi-finals, and so we're kind of served with a bit of a question here. I Miss Your Prashi, they've had some time to watch their opponents, have some time to rest, but equally, they've had some time to cool off. Whereas 907, they'll be absolutely exhausted from just playing through 10 maps. They have had an absolute slug of a journey here into our grand finals, but that means they are coming off the presses, scorching hot, and ready to continue to compete. So, which either scenario is more of an advantage for each team. That's the only side we can say has any true lead, because, I mean, both these semifinals, they were 3-2, right? So, against their mutual enemy, all of clients of the week, they both went 3-2. We can find no other way of separating them other than, you know, the facts that we saw I Miss Your Prashi come from the upper bracket. So, I mean, on paper, we're down for another 5-map affair here. The only time will tell whether we actually go the full distance or not.
Yeah, and like speaking of the full distance, again, look at 0907 down there. They got down early. They lose in that second round in the upper bracket to Smelvin Industries, and they come away with 2-0, 2-0, 3-1, 3-2. They have fought their butts off to make it to this point. Like that is a tough thing to do, to get knocked down early and make that climb back. So meet here at the end, and obviously I'm at Prash not having a whole lot of issue until they finally got into the face of clans of the week. But I mean, obviously this is just entailing how close this match between them should be. Again, momentum can slide one way very quickly. We've seen it happen before, but I'll be real, haven't seen it happen today.
It's just been like a pendulum swinging back and forth so damn quickly. Feels like in terms of momentum here, you know, I don't think you ever really get to a scoreboard like 3-2 with just one big momentum shift, you know? No one's been reverse sweeping. It's always just been blow after blow exchange, just like 2 boxes in the final rounds, just slugging each other, not even ducking and weaving. Just each one connects onto the chin. It's just been absolutely brutal. And having made it through those absolute bouts to get here into the grands and have to do it again, that's a lot of work, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, but 0907, they've been playing, they are fresh as can possibly be, but they just have to have that momentum ready to go. But of course, we'll get this thing started as soon as we're waiting on one team to get things going here. And I believe we know the first map we're going to be able to go to Spectreon, as we'll take a quick look at it, because I definitely did forget that it was Oasis. I would never forget the starting map. Who would ever do such a thing?
Listen, I'll hold my hand up here. I goofed. I forgot what it was. Okay. No, we've seen Oasis before. It's gonna be pretty fair, pretty standard. I don't think it has any huge favor between any particular player's spot off, any particular style of play. If you wanted, you can maybe go towards a monkey style on City Center, but these teams aren't going to because they don't want to. There's no 2 ways about it. I think we've seen Crocs. I haven't seen a crazy amount of his Winston. As I mentioned, I mainly know him as an Orisa player, and from Nevix, I know for a fact that Reinhardt is his best, and there's no reason to even try anything else. So I really would not expect anything being changed up. So it's going to be the Ryan Zenyatta 24/7, and it's just going to be about that team effort. Who can provide more? Again, this kind of matchup that I mentioned, especially during the first matchup today, the Prashi game, is going to still hold true. Generally, I thought Nevix was actually struggling in the Ryan v Ryan the most. It seemed like the rest of his team that was bailing him out, whereas on the flip side of things, it has been Crocs, the engine to power 0907 to a lot of their success. Last time, we had that kind of same narrative go through, and it was I Miss the Old Prashy find that win. See if they can do it again to complete their upper bracket win, go undefeated throughout this GOATS tournament, and claim their championship.
Yep, should be worth noting. This is a first 2-3 series in this situation, so 3 maps will get you that grand finals victory. And obviously, both teams want to go in strong, because you look back, because I believe Mr. Pressure, I believe they played Oasis in that upper bracket matchup, if I'm not mistaken, and they
I
went
think you're right.
they went to all 3 points with that as well. So potentially going to see the same thing here as 0907, hoping to make this comeback worthwhile and take away the grand finals. Things will get started as both teams going completely different directions to start out with.
Oh, this is very interesting. The flip side rotate I have not seen in a hot second. I'm really curious what the idea is.
Yeah, Crocs just hanging on the high ground, just want to take it over. We'll probably eventually get knocked off in time, but for the time being, just trying to dominate, trying to take away all angles, going for the merry-go-round to boot them around, and Crocs will get put out of position. They will just have to regroup right now. We'll be able to do so, but a lot of the favor right now inside of the whole Crashy is right now John Witch already being taken care of, and in the situation, it'd be hard to pull anything back at this point. I think Sky just wants to prioritize trying to get out, trying to preserve their charge if possible.
And that they will be able to do. So first fight in favor, I missed your Crashy. A lot of posturing there positionally, and that cliffside spot I haven't seen again. If Crashy wants to go aggro there, they keep trying to put the pressure onto Crocs, make sure that 0907 stay off balance, off kilter.
Yep. And as things are right now, Rally very close already for Helmer Drake right now, 80%. Gonna have that very quickly as long as somebody doesn't die immediately in this fight. So there's likely that they're gonna be able to respond with just that and just be able to run down this fight. But at the same time, 907, very scrappy team, all things considered, pulling back onto the point, trying to just inch by inch take this away from them right now. But that Rally sitting at 98%, 99, it's going to be online, and it is going in hot on top of them right now. Going to be able to stabilize, make sure Velvet is staying in good position, and Majin, fortunately getting knocked out of Mech and Spectrion. I mean, this isn't quite getting them anywhere right now. They're going to be wiped away one after another, and Sky's not going to have the pleasure of holding on to that charge this time around.
Yeah, they're really struggling to find a clean engage here, just poking back.
No shot.
Yeah, almost charges into the cars as Crocs. But the next best thing is Nevix, who won't be able to find that clean up, actually, and turns out the Porsche skin for D.Va doesn't do the same amount of damage either, so Amicia Prashi going to back up, play card. They've got heavy ult advantage here. In fact, they don't. It's going to be 11 ults online in the server. It's going to be an absolute pandemonium.
Obviously, yeah, and that Rally obviously going to be the first charge right now, but we're seeing that Grappy is first and foremost a Shatter thrown on top of it. Not going to get a whole lot of value. Nevix to use their own Shatter. Again, also not going to find any value on any side right now. Hoping to find something on the pin. And right now, after all these ultimates, nothing has been found. The bomb's not going to... He somehow gets eaten. I don't know how that happens, and now you have to go all in. You don't have a choice. This is your final fight. You need to find a pick. And you saw Crocs go all the way into the back once again. This is a madman. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out, unfortunately. They're not, I don't even know if they get a retouch.
I was going to say, 11 ults, and it's the 11th one that finds the opening kill. Nevix, I was playing at 60 FPS. Yeah, you would be. It's just chaos in here. I mean, absolutely ridiculous in the first matchup already. Just banking ults and just throwing the kitchen sink at each other there on City Center. Now, University going to play a smidge differently. A little bit harder to just play these extended poke phases where I missed your pressure. We're finding so much of their success. So they might have to adapt their game plan a little bit because it's going to be a lot more about how well you can control your Reinhardt swinging. You know, sync it with your bubbles and make sure it's not bashed out, all that kind of jazz. And that is, again, where we mentioned 907 we're finding so much of their success.
Yep, 100%. And I don't speak that language. I'll be real. I don't speak that. Spectron, I don't know if you are able.
I know enough to know what he's saying.
Well, one thing I do know, fight gonna get started here is already, I miss the old Crashy, already taking over the point. 0907 trying to fight back, but again, getting a little separated, getting people low, and now they're able to just walk in. Nevix, though, able to stabilize on this outside. Wants to be able to stay alive, putting themselves in a bit of a rough corner as they're trying to get surrounded, but so much damage already. Almost already going to have the Shatter online, and Crocs isn't anywhere close to matching it.
Especially with the pick onto Eden 2. It's a perfect first fight for Amicia Prash. You can just press forward now. They've got the Shatter. Now, if they want to chase these exit frags, all they need now is a go button. Low in health, though. They just want to back out stable and use their advantage on the defense.
Yep. 100% in the situation is right now, Fake Nevix going to have the Shatter on momentarily. Same thing with the Rally on the side of John Wick, who's going to have it about the same time as Helmer Drake will in this situation. So, Raid Boss incoming, it's already out, and now they have to make the choice of whether or not to use it back, and they'll make that choice to use it back. And it's a rough situation right now for Sky to stay alive. We'll be able to stabilize as both Shatters are coming to fruition right now. Crocs Hazards online. You know they're looking for it. They want to be able to set it back up. but getting booped in like that, in fact, might have hurt Cross more than helping them out right now, as they're just waiting to shatter each other. And the Shatter's gonna come out on both sides, gonna get 3, the Beat's gonna come out, is gonna get onto Linrex, gonna be able to help them stay alive and use that Transcendence if they want to, but they don't! And instead they're shattered back and they go for it! Nevic's hoping to hold on. Unfortunately, the damage might be a little too much already, as they're going to get pinned away eventually, and finally, 907 will be able to win a fight.
That took ages, though, and, you know, 60% or so accrued for I missed the old Prashi, a little bit more with the late kill onto Helmer Drake. That's not too bad at all. That's great work from him, and it did also take a lot out of both these two sides. Critically, even though I miss your Prashi don't have all the ults they'd want, they save through that Transcendence. They have that sustainability to live through the pressure cycle of 0907. That's going to be what has their back in this upcoming engagement.
Yep, they realize they have the ability to hold on to it, they do so. But biggest thing is Crocs is going to have the Shatter again. Unfortunately, you can't use the Shatter when you're dead, and now this is going to be rough to pull back, because now you have to make the choice of whether or not to invest. And you know Sky is looking for it, waiting for a potential opportunity, but instead, gotta hold on to it, not gonna use anything, just gonna die on this point. Just gonna stagger it out as much as you possibly can and get as much percentage as you possibly can.
Yeah, you really don't need the trans if Linrax is just going to knock Crocs in his ass instantly. They can't flip just yet, though, and there are respawns. This fight's still on.
Yeah, but they have to give up the point in that situation. Majin needs to be able to remech. And now you're playing off the back of that Shatter again. You have the grab to be able to match, but they have the ability to stop you with that Transcendence from Lilax right now, so Crocs just has to be the big one in this fight to pull it back, because this is final fight, by the way. We're at 75%, and Majin comes up big, eats the grab, and now an advantage, and Crocs is in a rough situation. Has the team ready to back them up, though. As you can see right now, the grab out, it's a big shadow waiting for them. They're gonna hold on to it, though. Try to preserve it. Smart, all things considered. It comes out, and it gets stunned out of it, and unfortunately, that weight does not pay off, and now, bomb up in the air, looking to try to trace down their Zenyatta, gets them low, will be able to get a little Lyrex, and eventually hoping to stabilize, and they will. We are going to see Crocs in a rough situation, and will be able to stay alive. 99% does get on the board for Prashi, but will be able to take it back in time, and with that, you force everything except for the rally out of 0907.
Yeah, that they do. And 99%, though, at the end of the day, is going to be the real thing that matters here. You've got the Shatter, that's nice to have. If you connect it, obviously, that's a fight win, but realistically, all you can really do is play slow into some of your bigger ults before you try and take a fight win, because Shatter, that's a moonshot. I think we have to know that by now.
I mean, 100%. Right now, that's all it could take right here is that stun into that Shadow. That would end that round, end this map as a grand total. And here comes that rally ready to go. John Witch does have it online as well, trying to use it, trying to get it going. Crocs just trying to stay alive. Nice little slow-mo, and Horrocks is going to get caught. We are going to see Majin get caught up in that situation. They're already going to take it out of mech, but fight's not nearly over yet. If they want to invest here, they can, and they're going to, but I think that ended up being almost kind of a waste of that situation. I think they would have lived.
Yeah, and now they won't have that for the next fight.
No way. No,
the map is dragged! Bro, that's crazy. But the frag's still in favor. Oh, I missed the old Prashi till the Shatter comes down. Demon not. Same could be said of Velvet. 99
no,
to 99. He's still knocking people off the map!
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to get rid of Helmer Drake, and it's just the 99 on the point. Again, I told you, 0907, they might not be the most mechanically gifted team, but they pull these things out of nowhere. Taking 2 off the point like that, being able to pull it back with the Shatter as well. Incredible job to keep this map going, and sound like a broken record, we're going to the 3rd round.
That is unreal.
Oh my god.
I mean, that was 99 so early on as well. I mean, it feels like I missed the Prashi could have had that, but not able to clean it out, and so Garden going to be coming up next. I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit easier for Misty or Prashi. There's more room for Demon and Velvet to really show just how good they are. I think we did get to see a demonstration there of how Horrocks and Linrax especially could be a little bit flimsy if 0907 are able to put the pressure on them in a way that I don't think Eden and Doki have so far. But normally they have been able to play safe. We should see that again, especially because this map is so simple to position your backline. But it's one thing predicting, and again, it's a very, very different thing actually doing.
Yep. Right now, playing for this high ground control, Nibix is going to be able to take over first and foremost. So, going to be able to maintain realistic control of it, trying to move people around. Rough situation for Crocs right now, who's in the middle of everything right now. Horcrux themselves trying to stabilize. As at the end of the day, 0907 holding on to this high ground is actually eventually going to force them to drop. But without Majin in the mech, you basically just have to go all in and hope you can find somebody hoping to push back into Zenyatta. Managed to be able to do it. Will help get rid of them as well. And now this point going to start unlocking, hoping to find something. No counter pin available right now. But unfortunately, Nevix not planning for what was going to happen after the fact. And now going to be able to wipe them away. Will take the first point. Hoping to find somebody else on the way out. But it's looking like Hammer Drake will be able to stay alive.
Yeah, Demon as well. Next up on the shop as well. That's huge.
Oh, no.
Huge exit frags here for 0907. It's going to give him also advantage. Obviously, the Zarya charge as well. Going to be a huge boon. And a lot of work now to retake the map control if 0907 wants to fight early. But it looks like they don't. They'll go back. They'll play high ground. And I miss your Prashi. Back to the drawing board. Going to be a tricky fight for them to try and structure here. You kind of need to finish up Helmet Drake's rally. But you don't really want to play slow to allow them to charge into their bigger ults like their B. I had to struggle here.
Yep, rally is online though. I saw someone get booped around, didn't quite fall off, but right now, looking right now is Eden right now, and that's stopping them from coming through. And now they're gonna take the rally, and they're gonna go on the aggressive right now, hoping to get rid of somebody. A lot of people low right now. Sky in a rough situation. Nobody has gone down yet though, incredibly so. And now they have the rally to answer back. The Shatter's there though. It's going to find just Lyric Sounds. The beat's gonna come online. Eden's gonna send the beat directly back to be able to stabilize everybody in that situation. And now it's just about staying alive, about stabilizing, getting Sky, keeping that charge, and keeping that grab online too, as it's gonna get in there. They have nothing to fully stop this damage coming through. And right now, the bomb is just hoping to find something in the situation. Velvet hoping to separate, and right now, poor Sky is separated for the rest of their team.
And this is an advantage. They can absolutely capitalize on. Can I miss the old Prashi? Another cliff charge from Crocs. But the frags are going either way. It's Stereo Rainbow in the kill feed.
Yeah, and they're gonna throw a bomb above right now. I don't think this is gonna find anything realistically. So really, it's just the stagger onto the point. Eventually gonna get back into the mech though. So again, the stagger will be able to go a little further for the point. Eventually we'll get rid of them, but 90+% is a good amount to have here. And in fact, they're gonna get up to that 93%. Still in one fight territory. They're gonna have the rally, especially. That is an excellent tool to have for this fight.
Huge. But again, perfection going to be needed from my Misty or Prashi. They really can't afford to lose a fight, because at best they'll have some staggers if they lose slowly.
100% heals right now. Prox does have the Shatter ready to go here. Getting denied that damage for the time being. Nevix does have theirs ready to go. And again, it could come down to a battle of the Shatters to be able to potentially end this third round and this map if Prox is going to be able to stabilize and pull it off right now. Sitting on 96%. Taking time right now. The Shatter comes online. Gets absolutely blocked. Crocs has theirs online now. And you see the separation a bit. It comes out. It doesn't hit anybody. Neither Shatter manages to do much of anything right now. And they're going to get taken out. And Bachin ends up dying. I'm not sure how that second one ends up going down, but now we have this situation. They have nothing to protect them in this situation. The beat comes online, but it's not going to save Crocs. And with Crocs unable to be in the fight, I don't think they can pull this one back. And there's another group for Horcrux.
What isn't there? Horrocks is just frying right now. Has been a standout Lucio in this tournament. I think we saw that in the previous matchup, and here maybe not as bloodthirsty as he was on Lijiang, but still putting his name in the kill feed when it counts. A huge fight win here, gonna get it to almost parity. A fight and a half here now for Nona 7. This window is closing rapidly for them.
Yeah, this is gonna be essentially the final fight coming online here right now. Luckily, Daki is going to have a response right now, that Transcendence, but they cannot go down. They cannot possibly go down. So they're looking for the boop right now. Going to knock people around. I don't know if anybody goes off. Nobody does, and Velvet has to deem back. And eventually doesn't even get back in it as well. The bomb somehow gets two, though. Velvet able to find it. And with that in mind, Korok's not going to be able to pull it back, and instead is going to pull back all the way. And they just have the Transcendence. And now, Daki has to do that to survive, and even now, I don't even know if this touch is super possible. They're going to go for the counter pin, and they're not going to touch. And they managed to. But, Spectrum, there's no real fight left here for 0907.
That was just bonkers here. Yeah,
oh, there it is.
Krabby as well. There are members left, but they shouldn't last too long, especially with the walk with the trans. It's Docky down. It's two members left to try and find something, and I just don't think there's much here to find. Imagine bashed up, discorded, focused up. Lucio's next up on the chopping block, and even though there is a bubble for him, they just can't keep touching. I miss the old Prashi. Tested. As we've seen them tested many times before, but they pass it again with flying colors. They draw blood first in our grand finals. They got 1-0 against 0907.
Yeah, and once again, a very close map contested right now. It felt a bit one-sided near the beginning, but obviously we saw the comeback, we saw the clutch factor coming in from 0907. Unfortunately, not enough in that situation when you have Horrocks on the scene. able to deliver boops like that. So now, got your first map done. You've got the momentum. You got the advantage on your side. Have to decide what map they want to go to next. It's not really in a situation where the map choice is going to change a whole lot about the situation. You have something like Hollywood that exists. If you want to try to put more power into your diva in that situation, which might be the right call in this situation, because as it stands, Nevix and Horrocks are getting away with a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. I think Hollywood has been their pick before, so I expect to see it again. At the end of the day, though, I think you're exactly right. The map pick isn't going to be nearly as important in the CGL GOATS tournament as it is in, say, CGL Season 14. You know, sign up right now, by the way.
But obviously,
wait. I got more spiel for us, because don't we have CGL tokens we're working on?
We do have
and
CGL
out right
tokens.
now, which means that you can convert them for real Overwatch coins. All you need to do is watch the CGL broadcast with such bloody faces as myself and Hunter.
Yeah.
This way.
Hey, I appreciate that. Gotta make sure to link up the account though. Hey, guess what? You can look in the chat and you can find that link and go set it up right now. While we're gonna bring us to our next map and Spectron. I have to admit, I'm a little in the wrong here. I'm a little bit in the wrong here. I thought that, we could go to Hollywood. That'd be fun. But no, we're going to the GOATS OG to keep these going here for the second map. We're going to Kings Row, baby.
Honestly, I remember watching Gator VODs playing GOATS on Kings Row back in the original GOATS team. Like, absolutely ancient tape. So it was kind of nostalgic to bring it here at the very end of the tournament. Yeah, we had some Hollywoods and they were fun, but it just don't hit the same. And, you know, especially considering this is an EU tournament,
yes,
it just feels right that we'd end here in the dark and gloomy streets of London. I mean, that's my hometown, and trust me, it's not this pretty in real life.
Oh, I wish it. Oh, man, that's unfortunate. But it should be fun. God, you've got me, Spectron. Jeez. But it'll be a fantastic time. Kings Row, bring back a little more nostalgia for you. Not that Kings Row. How do I want to word this? I mean, it's just an old map. It's an old map that every team tries to play if they get the opportunity to. If we are doing a CGL tournament, you know, as a caster, as a producer, as an observer, you're gonna see Kings Row. There's no doubt in your mind.
I once had a day where the map pool included Lijiang and Kings Row, and it was first to twos, and we ended up having 6 Lijiang Kings Row games. I was trying to find my my clown makeup by the end of it. I was going insane, just absolutely bananas. But no, you know what? We haven't had it all day, so I'm happy for it. I think a little bit of Kings Row sprinkled in absolutely can hit different.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see it because this is again same thing. This is a very linear map. That's what hybrid normally is, and especially Kings Row. This is very linear. You're not going to see as many fancy things being pulled off as you would have saw in Oasis, where we have a lot of people that are able to be booped around. We have a lot of cliffs. No, there's 1-2 areas where you can get booped into the floor, and we have to get to the third point to even get to that situation. So, Kings Row online, and what I'm most looking forward to seeing is that first point attack and defense of these teams. Like that choke can be very hard to push through. Like, incredibly so if you play your cards correctly.
Whilst you're absolutely right, I think my personal favorite is normally watching how they navigate the streets phase. I think it's got just the perfect mix of linearity and some off angles to take. So I think it can be some really, really interesting play, you know, seeing how they decide to go against or with the grain, so to speak. Kings Row, by the way, I've been thinking about it. Has this map ever been, like, touched? What the hell? What was that? Bro, Demon just hit the tech!
I need to see the video. I need to see the VOD.
How's he done
I need the map code as soon as we're done here. I need to see what just happened. Bro just skedaddled over.
That's insane.
It's on a Hearthstone. You want to play some? You know, we can play some Hearthstone while we're casting. They wouldn't know.
I would struggle. I've been on Twitter before and I'm casting, but actually focusing on a game of Hearthstone is different. This map is for Belgium. What? What are you talking about? I mean, it must be like a football reference or something. I would never understand otherwise.
I have no idea about your soccer reference, but we're gonna get into this map here right now. Is 1907 gonna stabilize around the statue for the time being? Gonna take some aggression, but immediately cross seeing I don't want to be in there. Too bad. You get pulled back in. You don't get much of a choice in that situation. So just gonna focus on staying alive. You want to make sure Sky above anybody else gets out of here and is able to keep all that charge because they're sitting at a nasty 100 charge. So expect they go very quick once they get back.
and full bubble cooldowns as well. This is about as comfortable as you can be on Zarya. You know, Bar actually, oh, that's a strange engage cycle, and one that's going to get them to statue. They're going to have to wait for another cooldown cycle though again.
Yeah, Crocs is struggling a little bit here, just getting pushed back constantly right now. Nevic's already 50% to a shatter. I mean, coming up to the 60, like, this is a rough situation right now for 0907 to be able to push through. Because now they don't have fancy options like they did before. There aren't many options on King's Road to really move around, and anything you do, it takes time to set up, and you're going to eventually get caught out before you can pull it off. So finally, they're able to open up, finally going to be able to start taking it to the point, start taking the aggression, but honestly, Crashly just sitting on the advantage on a lot of these ultimates already. But look at 907, they're going to have the rally, they're going to have the beat, they're going to have the transcendence. They can go very quickly in this fight, and that's what they're going to do. Already, Damon going to be down. That tech not going to save them this time as the beat. Going to force them to stabilize, but they're going to have to wait a tick or two before they can retouch.
Yeah, it's going to be a hot second. They're going to have to stable, maybe wait for who they drop. But at the end of the day, getting a clean disengage here is super, super important.
Oh,
even if you don't recontest, you can just hold Archway, which is almost as viable, you know? Especially when the payload gets jammed in there. I mean, your Prodigy can burn a huge chunk of the time thanks to just this hold.
Yep. Right now, Crocs, I'm halfway to that shatter right now. Unfortunate situation for them, but at least they were able to stabilize that second point. Nevic's kind of looking for the shatter on this situation, which, again, this choke, this archway, it is so nice to be able to hold defensively. If they're able to win this fight, we could see a very prolonged hold, but right now, just looking for the grab. We do see the rally online, though, trying to make sure you don't end up losing Sky. The grab comes down right there, able to catch on to people, hoping to find somebody on the pin. They don't have the bomb to be able to match it right now. Match it is close. The Shadow's going to come online. Going to get nobody now, and Crocs now has Dawn ready to go. So the bomb's going to go up in the air. A very awkward spot. Bomb not going to find anybody. The Shadow not going to find anything on the other side either. As it's a 5v5. The bomb hoping to find something. Hoping to cause some separation at the very least. But Spectra, nobody wants to go down here. But the close bonds of 0907 going to pay off more. Going to get those 6 back. And going to be able to clean it all up.
I actually thought I missed your pack to win that out. They traded the Zarya for the Lucio, and you know, as long as you're not going for any disengages there, that's normally so worth it.
Oh yeah.
Shatter of the day after Nevic's whipped his, that's BM, man. But I meant to Prashy still able to get a hold here. They probably gonna struggle a little bit more here. It's so pokey how this last point hold tends to work out. But also 0907, a very, very healthy time back still.
Yep, 100%, but plenty of time to be able to come back here to contest. You can take your time in this situation as well. You don't have really anything to work with right now. You need to be careful of the fact that John Wick is going to have this rally. And the fact that Crocs needs to have health to stay alive, but unfortunately, now this might just cause a stagger one after another because they're going to have trouble getting out. And I don't think John Wick is going to have much of an ability to get out, but thankfully they will. So now they get a quick reset here.
Yeah, really good disengage there from 907, to be honest, only losing the one member. But also great frag from Mr. Crashy. Allows them to stabilize. They can charge into their transcendence already. That ult is going to buy them enough time to get into pretty much everything else.
Oh, big group as well to force them in. And the transcendence gets forced as well, so now work up Sky towards this grab. Not going to have much of a response. A great pin. But Horrocks goes down. Wait, Crocs goes down just before the beat comes out. And now there's nothing you can do but hope you find something on top of that. Unfortunately, I mean, this is where it's potentially going to start getting very ugly for 0907 because Crashy, now they can play wherever they want to play. They can use these ults almost however they want to now in this situation. Just, you have to worry about the rally at this point. That's your biggest issue.
Yeah, of course, there's the Rhine games that's going to be coming up once again with the Shatters, both going to be online and no trickery in the field so far. Crocs has been doing very aggressively so far.
What
and
the?
Yeah, tries to fake him out, does Nevix.
You know what? I respect it. I respect it. But now you got to pull back a little bit on this corner. A nice grab on the corner here. Still finds a shatter. Just finds Nevix in that situation. Is going to be able to cause him to stabilize a little bit. Machin has the bomb. Going to throw it up in the air. They're going to be forced away. And right now with Horrocks being caught, now it's just the tank's going to be staggered out a little bit here. Taken care of. Going to get that cart moving. And with the cleanup like that in that situation, and Damon, who is going to get out with a little bit of charge, they should realistically be able to retouch, but with that grab, it's going to be very difficult.
It really is. I miss Prashy, unfortunately, fumbling a little bit in that fight. Shatter missing, and then getting counter Shatter to stop the follow-up for the grab. That's absolutely brutal. There is a touch though.
Yeah, touch, but the grab is in there, and they don't have a response right now. Going to try to grind them away, and it's going to take him off the cliff. See you later! They're taken off the side. Crocs will be able to help clean things up. Your point eventually should flip over right now, as you really want to get Damon out of this fight as fast as possible right now, as trying to stay alive with all the energy they still have stirred up, but the point will eventually flip. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock, and they still have all the support ultimates. In fact, they're gonna have 5 ults on this next fight anyway.
Healthy time bank, healthy ult bank. Very, very comfortable here for 0907. I miss your Prashy. Going to find a way, need to find a way to make up at least one of those advantages, or else just find a lucky fight win. They've been able to catch off Crocs' aggression more than a couple times, but I doubt they're going to be given that gift again.
Oh no, poor Lyric just barely manages to get out of that situation, but we see is able to stay alive and get rid of John, which is, well, not sure how that works out, but at the end of the day, they use the Transcendence over on Ducky, and now it's a rough situation with Horrocks going down. They don't have the ability to speed out. They just want to probably stabilize on this corner with this rally, and they're going to try to push them back. They need to try to get rid of Sky or knock Majin out of that mech. The Shadow's going to come through. The grab is going to follow it directly, but it gets eaten by Majin, so I mean, they're just trading ults at this point. They're just having fun with it, but the Shatter gets 3, and the Beat responds once again, and it's a rough situation as they're going to go all in on this attack now.
Yeah, they've got the trans to help them fight, and there's going to be the beat from Horrocks in just 10%. They need to live for it, though. Horrocks needs his sound barrier.
Horrocks does have it online. If they want to take an aggressive fight, they can, but with Crocs down, they don't have to anymore. They're able to hold on to it. Sky is trying to survive, trying to keep that charge, but they won't, and that's going to be so incredibly important, because Sky probably isn't getting another grab now.
Like, yeah, the damage threat of a Missile Prashy is enough to keep them alive, but it is absolutely by the skin of their teeth. Coming up closer to last fight territory here, 0907, they're going to have the rally. A trans is possible on the horizon if this fight isn't lightning fast. And Prashy, how do you go early here? What can you do but outlast?
I mean, there's a possibility of just forcing this fight very quickly, but the way they're waiting, the way they're kind of playing this game, this is probably going to be their very last real fight right now. And Horrocks somehow gets taken out there by John Witch, and now rough situation as they seem to not realize what happened here. As the bomb's going to come out on the other side. Going to get rid of Sky, but eventually Nemesis is going to pay the price for that situation. Grab going to be used here to try to put them away, but for the time being, everybody managing to stay alive here. Nemesis got to be able to get back in time. They're trying to buy as much time as humanly possible for them to be able to get back right now, and nothing left really in their bank. It's just a bomb being thrown into the back, trying to cause separation, not getting anybody, and now it is just with one support all left and a Shatter coming up on each side. It can just come down to 1 Q here, Spectrion.
It really could.
Oh!
Crocs might not be his Shatter as he's stunned up, boot back as he tries to angle for it. Nevix has his. The Shatter comes down, only Velvet stunned.
Yeah, and they're going to respond immediately with the Transcendence. Shatter gets used on the other side, though. It's going to fight Majin right now. And Homer Drake being taken out. Crocs got to stay on that point, though. Has to be able to stabilize the Spectrum. They just need to be able to clean this up as right now. Pressure just buying so much time as the rally is going to get popped.
Yeah, Linmax under some scrutiny, but will be able to back. The same could not be said of Velvet, who's going to be DMAX. Needs that mech back as quickly as possible because there's much utility, so much damage that's gone, especially with Demon hitting the floor. He just knocked the map there, and Nevix does? That's just insane.
That was like, you saw that too, because like he hits him with the flail, knocks him too far forward and can't respond, and Majin just says, all right, that's cool, and boosts back up. So they finish. Importantly, they don't finish with any time, but that was, I'm surprised they got that far. That was a rough situation to walk onto in that final fight.
That was absolutely unreal. But when all's said and done, I mean, no time bank, but a completion. You'll take that if you're either side, but to be honest, if you're I miss the old Prashy. God, that's hard to say. Then it's just going to be, you could have gone a little bit more. I think you're kind of aware of the fact that you didn't have to give them the full completion at least. And you know, whether that comes back to bite your mental or not, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, that's going to be extra innings, of course, secured for 0907. But whether that's going to be them winning out before they get there, getting there with just the possibility of a draw or a tied up scenario, only time will tell.
Yep, 100%. Because that's all you got to do. You push that in. If you're over a minute of time, you don't have an opportunity at another attack right there. You're fighting basically to try to draw. That is your situation. But obviously, we have to get to that point first and foremost. But we've seen the level of aggression both the teams are willing to put out. Obviously, Crocs, who is one of the most aggressive Ryans I've seen in quite some time now, has been able to make some amazing things work. Has had some faults here and there, but honestly, I love seeing the aggression. But honestly, Frashy just needs to keep being able to take advantage of this fact that they're being overly aggressive. Because they haven't been able to nearly as much, honestly, as I saw in the previous matchup.
Yeah, really struggled to find that in so far. I hope they can do it this time for the sake of them. Imagine goes aggro, but not punished in anything other than health.
Yeah, but Crocs might end up getting punished, forced into a corner, eventually going to be able to get out of there for the time being, but they have to give up all that statue space as Velvet's going to be forced out on top of that as well. And right now, just trying to work up, and again, just trying to find something, Majin, just hoping to be able to... Yeah, all this charge, by the way, as well. And now, in a rough situation, the beat's already online, as you said. And now it's a rough situation as Frashy is just going to eliminate them away. Sky will be lucky to be able to get out with their charges. They're just going to focus on getting the point.
Horrocks doing his best. The Violet cosplay to City on heal or the entire time on playstyle. Yeah, that works as well, but it works out all the same. Lightning fast sound barrier. Eden still doesn't even have his. And I miss your Frashy get capped with a ginormous time bank. 5.5 minutes to which Crusade throughout King's Row.
Yeah. That time bank can go away very quickly, though. This archway could be a very important point for 0907 to be able to hold. Like, if you're able to hold on to this point for a long time, this is what you really need to do to bring this one back. If you get pushed through here very quickly in one fight, it is going to be increasingly difficult to be able to pull this one back. So, Crocs just hoping to build up to the Shatter, hoping to get something online as Nevix has theirs ready to go as well. But already Eden's down. The Shatter isn't going to really find anything, but the damage might already be done as Crocs just hoping to survive. Homer Drake is taken out in kind. So we're back to a 5v5 situation with Crocs has a Shatter. And that shield's not looking too hot right now, Spectrion.
It's really not struggling, is Crocs. Hopefully he can find a bit more as they begin to exit the choke.
Yeah, going in kind of hot. The Shatter's going to come online. The grab on top of that to back it up. And we're going to see the beats come online. We're going to see the crab get eaten. And Velvet unable to let that touch their team. A bomb in the background because why the heck not? And Damon is starting to clear them out. All that charge is ready to go, and it's going to eliminate them one by one. Just want to get them off the point, force it as fast as possible. And now you get to move this thing along forward. You get about a minute's worth of time there, which it would normally be a lot, but when they had a 5.5 minute time bank to start, it really isn't.
Yeah, you got to be whistling off a little bit more than just a fifth. And I gotta say as well, while it wasn't the fastest cap of that fight, it was very methodical, it was consistent. I missed the Prashi. Little bit of patience going a long way for them now, and they can begin getting deeper and deeper into the map, and completion with time seeming more likely than ever here.
Yep, they're setting the bomb pretty aggressively. It can be a rough situation. The Shatter comes through. Everything gets blocked though right now. And right now, Crocs is trying to stay alive, ends up in a rough situation. There's so much going on in front of their face right now. Sky is going down. John Witch and Eden likely not too far behind. See Crocs trying to pull this one back, trying to find something. He's going to be able to demech Velvet though, but the points are already capped. There's 5 minutes left, and now Majin's going to get a slight stagger on top of that.
5 minutes, and all you need to do is cap the time. That's pretty comfortable, I'll put it that way.
Oh my
god. Gonna try and touch the objective. Because the neck back and Horrocks puts him back into spawn. Oh, that's gonna really hurt. At least spawns are close for him. If I miss the Prashi. The grab's your closest tool, but everything's close. All you really need to do is slow pay, find an ult scenario you like, and just engage off the back of it. But 0907, they're going to need to find some way of pumping out 4 minutes of consecutive fight wins.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough situation because this could end very quickly. This grab, he's going to force all this stuff out. Ducky does have this Transcendence, but it's going to get forced the moment that grab hits. If it does, you see, they're going to back out. They're going to do the regroup because they can work up to this rally and be able to hopefully match it here very soon right now. Especially around, they're just trying to get in there, trying to make something happen. Horrocks is one, and that's an Ajax! We talked about it earlier, and it finally happens! They're gonna clean things up! And we knew it was gonna happen eventually!
He knows it as well, and half of the team are calling it an Ajax, the other half are calling it the secret EU name. Oh my lord.
We missed the old Prash!
Oh, there's a reason this team was named that. Cass and Prash did have a bit of a reputation, and this time Horrocks plays into it. That's one fight win needed from 0907, but still 3 minutes more left to find.
Yeah, Eden decided, hey, living isn't really my style. I'm not really feeling it. Grab does get eaten though. That's gonna keep things going.
I hit them up as well.
Yeah, I don't know how. Well, you know what? Making up for it. That's what I'll tell you. Making up for it is right now. Croc's in a rough situation. It's getting a lot of charge, I should say. The Shatter's gonna come out, not gonna get anything. The Grab's gonna pull them in, and they just need to focus on somebody and delete them, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. 2.4 meters. This bomb has to be massive. It ain't gonna find diddly right now as they're just staggering onto the point. Need to keep getting bodies for the stall, but unfortunately, it's just Manjin coming back with Eden, hoping for the touch, but 2:47 will be the time. Old Prashy will just need to get one tick to be able to put us on match point.
Can't walk there, mate, says Horace.
Bro!
I think Eden noticed that. But going to need to hold for 3 minutes. Why are we talking about time, bro? He's not here. He's a Tracer one trick.
Oh
Come
my
on,
god.
man. No, I love how much trash talk nonsense we've had in match chat so far. And it just shows how much personality there is condensed into these 15 or so players. Makes the game as well so much more entertaining. But a bit of a pause while we wait for Eden to either untilt and or fix his internet, depending on who you believe.
You know what? Hey, it could be either way. We're not here to assume. I mean, we will make assumptions occasionally. If you don't tell us facts, we will make up our own. That is.
We will also just lie if we think it's funny. You can't stop us.
You can't. What are you gonna do? Get on the broadcast and stop us?
Maybe that's why OC started casting, so we could just stop selling our lies.
Exactly. If a caster says it, it has to be true.
Exactly.
But either way, rough situation for 0907 in this situation. They already got pushed through pretty quickly back on their first defense on that first point, and I can't imagine there are many worlds where they're going to be able to hold it for one fight, let alone nearly 3 minutes. That's rough to do.
They didn't manage to do it last time, so
nope.
You know, it might be pretty simple back in napkin math, but it seems unlikely they can do it again. I think it was a 45-second cap for I missed the Prashy when they attacked, so they'll have what, 4 chances to do what they did last time.
Yeah.
It doesn't inspire confidence, I'm going to be entirely honest here, but it's not outside of the bounds of possibility either. Teams have made a stranger comebacks than this happen, but they don't do it very often.
No, we have seen a big back and forth situation. I don't know if, cause, I mean, at least we haven't seen it because we've been doing first to threes. We haven't seen a team go down 2-0 and make a comeback. That hasn't happened yet. I don't know if that's even going to be the case in this situation because, again, we go back to the situation where about Old Prashy just being able to rest, being able to wait by, and 0907 clearly still have a lot of fight in them, but it's clear it feels like that they're not as strong as we once saw them as, in my opinion. That's the way it feels. That stamina potentially. Ooh.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be clean. Oh,
Nice.
It's actually really pretty sometimes.
It is.
Maybe a hot take. I wish it was less pretty. I wish the game was ugly as hell, so it ran on my PC better. I don't need my games to be aesthetic. I need 6 million FPS.
6 million FPS. That's the way to do it. It's the only way to do it.
Listen, okay. It's like
beautiful.
when you play like an old game, you play like CS,
yeah,
and you just get like 1,000 FPS on like your old ass PC. It just
you feel it
exactly. And Overwatch has got less optimized the more it's got because they increased all the graphics in Overwatch 2, which makes it very pretty. But as previously discussed, not what I want.
Yeah, I mean, potentially skill issue on the computer. That's a possibility. But either way, fight is going to begin. Again, only a tick is needed for Old Prashy to be able to take this one over to a match point. And you will likely see them take a pretty aggressive fight here to start things out with this rotation, just to kind of force them over. And oh no, this is going to be a bad situation if they do not readjust quickly.
Yeah, it looks like they will be able to in time, but it's not a proper setup here. 0907 really struggling. Look at the damage they're taking.
Yeah, and all this help, all the healing that's going through as well, taking off a ton of damage, and now rough situation for Croc, super low, has to dedicate both bubbles immediately, by the way, and now they don't have any bubbles for the Sky. Sky is gonna just be in a rough situation, and Damon still has a lot of charge to work with right now, as they're just kind of force them into an uncomfortable situation right now, as Old Prashy is kind of far behind, by the way, in terms of healing ultimates. Eden does have this beat if they decide to go aggressively, but Horrocks will be able to match now. Spectreon, they are exactly going to do that. They're just going to go all in on this fight, try to take the aggression as the rally's going to come up from 0907. They have the ability to hold on here, going for the pin, trying to get out of there alive, and Spectreon, they're holding on, it feels like, by the skin of their teeth. As the Shatter comes through, Sky is hit. Not down quite yet, as the Trenton is going to keep them alive on the other side. The grab, the bomb up in the air. This could be able to end it right now. It comes down, finding nothing. And after nearly a minute, no one has really gone down yet.
There it is.
deaths in the chat, please?
Crocs finds the double kill. Doki goes down though. Remember, closer spawns for the aggressor.
Velvet.
Velvet getting staggered here can be brutal though. This is going to totally remove the advantage of Doki dying. This player has to do his best to die. Because, or survive either way, and die he will do.
And
But that's
alongside
a huge issue. Finds a way to die as well.
Please don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, Crash Sheep.
We haven't had a draw. We haven't had a draw so far, but we're just a minute away from having one here, Hunter.
Yeah, but important note to come up with right now, going to this one, 107 does clearly have a big advantage in terms of ultimates right now. The Cheddar comes online, it's going to get nobody. Nevix can work up to their own now in this situation, and now they have to fall back a little bit. The bomb's gonna come out. That's a weird place for a bomb, I will say, but it does manage to get Crocs. The Shadow's online. The Beat's coming online. It's the last thing to try to save them, and Donkey's going wild at the back line, has a 2K, and remember, this is gonna be more... you know, better for the old pressure right now, but they're dying quickly anyway, and Damon just needs to find another person, but they're not going to. And now they need to be able to live, and now there's another stagger. There's no way this happens.
Yeah, they won't be able to extend this one all that long, but that is going to make it so that by the time that Velvet is back, by the time they're touching the objective, Diva can't be there, gonna have to be there late. Ult's pretty good, all things considered, for I miss your crashing. Beat, trans, grab. Beat out there early as they just try to increase the tempo yet again.
Yeah, bomb up in the air trying to cause some dispel. Helen Drake is going to get rid of one. Damon, of all people, the one with the grab goes down. And now they're not going to have a tool to be able to stay alive on top of this now. UF Helmer Drake 99 is going to have this rally. It is going to come online. Horse needs to stay alive, though. And it's a back and forth situation, trying to force them into a situation. 0907 wants to end this, but Sky has gone down. And Damon's going to be able to make it back with this grab. They have pulled an unbelievable hold, but it might be coming off the seams at the very end here, forcing them away. The grab, keeping away anyone from being able to touch, hoping to find something with this pin and special round that you're hanging on by a literal nail. The Shatter comes through, and that will be the death, or the last nail in the coffin right now. They just need to cap it off and clear the last two members away. Just Majin and Eden to hold on. So close to doing it, but just, oh no.
Nice try, guys, says Nevix. They know they got tested. They know they got pushed to the limit. But when all is said and done, they're able to close things out. They're able to get their victory. So now they're up 2-0 in this grand final. This is the biggest lead we've had all day.
I mean, most literally, yeah, in this situation. And now it's a little early, it feels like, to say this, but we are at match point right now. One map away from Oppression to be able to take this one away. And I won't say it's been in the most convincing of fashion so far, but they have capped with way more time on their own attack. Like, there's clearly a difference between these two teams, and that rest clearly is just paying off for Oppression right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're coming in cleaner. I think they're executing cleaner. I think that it is really showing, especially by how much damage they're taking. When you pay attention to the health bars, one thing that will stand out is that the only member of Crash who's taking damage at any consistent time is often Velvet, who just wide swing. And in order to, you know, take the Diva beam, to try to draw that attention, will be taking a lot of damage. Whereas if you look on the side of 907, it's everybody who's just kind of facing at the same time, praying that they don't get focused down. But I think that's one of the really big difference makers. It's just not controlling who's taking all that damage. We've got Escort coming up next, but before that, we've got a break. So in just about 5 minutes, we could well be playing through the final map of our tournaments, but we'll find out in a little bit. So we'll see you guys after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, from our break. We are at the halfway point of this series, but might not be quite the halfway point, as we are already on match point. A 2-1 lead here for I Miss the Old Prashi against 0907, who had that miraculous win back in the lower finals, but of course that momentum hasn't really followed them through to the grand final series. They're one map away from losing it, and Old Prashi doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
Doesn't look like it, to be honest. There was a bit of a roadblock when they actually tried to, close out the map, but they got it done in the time provided, so you can't really complain about that. Escort going to be coming up next. Havana, what could be the last of the tournament, but only time will tell whether 0907 are able to find some fight left in the tanks, or if I Miss the Old Prashi are just going to close things out 3-0. Be a bit of an anticlimax after those semi-finals, but no one could say it wasn't absolutely deserved.
Yep, 100% at this point. But, of course, we got to eventually get into that third map, and we're going back to familiar territory. We're going to Havana for our third and potentially final map, which we talked about this a lot earlier. These teams both going to go for that close hold at the very beginning. Those sightlines label for the Zenyatas that we saw pop off a couple of times. It was very chaotic on the last Havana we saw 0907 play. And they had a rough time on their own attack. They almost got held in that first point. But like I said, the miraculous 5K bomb to pull it back, to eventually go and win that map away, they have to be feeling some level of confidence going into this in terms of winning it just an hour and a half ago.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, just having that memory of your victory is going to be such a huge boon going forwards. But equally, you've got the memory of your losses coming through as well. So hopefully it does kind of soften up the momentum, and it does allow a bit of a Volta in this series, because so far, it hasn't been one-way traffic, but it has been I Miss the Old Prashi, who has had a relatively consistent lead, it looks like. Just waiting for everything to get sorted out before we can go into our map, but what we expect to see, exactly what we saw before, really. Spawn hold seems like basically a guarantee, and then just trying to fight whatever corner these Reinhardts can find.
Yeah, honestly, we'll have that situation where we had it before in that map. Both sides, they eventually lose one person. They successfully win the fight, but you'll see them fall back. They'll fall back entirely to get that sixth person back, and they'll try to retake the close hold if they can, because if they win that fight, there's nothing to stop them from doing so. If that bot just hasn't, or that cart just hasn't moved to that first corner yet, nothing stops them. We literally saw, what was it? Man, I forgot the team's name already. That really sucks. That 0907 just defeated before.
Yes. Clients of the Week.
Cons of the week. Yes, they did the same thing. They ended up getting pushed back. They took that fight and they just went right back up to the spawns and pressed it again. You can do that. You can get away with that very cleanly.
But gonna have to get there in the first place. Just waiting for everything to be sorted out and giving us a second to breathe, of course. Obviously, we just had that break, but you know, a little bit more just don't hurt, especially after all the action we've had today. Entering our 13th map of Overwatch of the day. I think it's my 17th map of Overwatch today, actually. So
you have to stop. You have to stop eventually.
I got NA games after this.
Oh.
I'm a one-man casting machine. What's in?
Oh. I still have a little more work later tonight for NA, which, you know, be around for that later, but it'll be a whole lot of fun. I mean, I'm relaxing. I'm relaxing. I've got my popcorn with me. I'm feeling really good right now. I'm having a real good time. It looks weird on the green screen. I know. There's like this popcorn is like, it does have butter. It is yellow.
Yeah.
I have the fancy popcorn, the transparent popcorn.
I will kind of go crazy, honestly. Honestly, maybe I should start buying popcorn for when I cast. That sounds like it would actually go crazy.
Just having it buy as a prop, yes. Eating it while you're casting, no. This has been a mistake.
No,
very, very dry. Very, very dry. But either way, these teams seem to be getting ready, so we'll be heading in momentarily. Either way, I'm excited to see this, because these close holds from that original lower bracket game, that lower finals, both were fantastic holds. Both bought, I believe, like close to 2 minutes on both sides. So I'm expecting 0907 to have some similar success. At least you would hope they would have similar success to be able to pull that off. Just, again, you have to watch for the over-aggression, because Crocs has been caught out a lot in the situation. And we're getting to a situation more and more where Old Prashi is really taking advantage of that.
Indeed. Stefan Curry, no way.
Stetton, bro.
Oh.
Bro. Why is Crocs calling Twitter X? What's X, man? What's that?
I don't know. Yeah, you'd have to ask a very specific set of people to find out, I fear. Okay, we'll see what we've got going. We'll see what we've got playing. 907 going to be starting out on the attack. I believe they're trolling their comp right now, so we're going to have to see Wop, if I'm not mistaken.
They can't run that.
Exactly, don't lane tank. It's cringe and banned.
Yep. The match will end instantaneously.
Exactly. Practice is to win.
it would, but
if we had all the games though today and we end on a rule book, I think my head would actually
cry. Oh, but luckily we could potentially end this here on a big fight, as we have the close hold here from Old Prashi, hoping hold on for as long as humanly possible. I've never seen a situation where a team has held for all 4 minutes, and as things stand right now, don't quite think that's going to happen here either, as right now Eden getting caught out a little bit, taking a lot of damage, as you're just waiting for the right situation as 0907 to be able to push on this and find somebody who's out of place, because eventually somebody will. That's going to be Helm or Drake, and now in this situation, you just have to take the fight on the point here, as you can see them going in for the pin. Nevix does manage to find one. Nevix, though, does need more care right now, trying to throw the DM on them, as Damon is going to be able to get one, and Crocs in a weak situation right now is eventually going to be taken out. So we are exactly where we were at before. They end up losing one, but they stabilize, and now they're going to stay up, and they believe they're just going to get their 6 back in time, and they will.
Yeah, that they will. So great work on the spawn hold already. They do have to back up a little bit, but they found what they need to critically. They've got their met back as well, but re-engaging could be tricky. Closing this space might be a mistake. They want to go for it anyway.
And then there's a big reward for it right there. Within 2, you need to be able to get rid of Majin or Eden, both or low. You get the mech, you get rid of Eden, and this is the first step to making this happen. And eventually they're going to get cleaned up as well. Already minute 15 off the clock. And they're going to have a lot to work with, but, I mean, Old Prashi is going to have a response to pretty much anything they're going to throw out.
Oh, absolutely here. So, I mean, I missed the Old Prashi. Oh, just a flying start off the blocks here. What a grab! They can't even punish that?
I mean, no, I think it was just for hee-hee ha-has, unfortunately.
Knowing Demon, that's very possible.
But it's still a winnable fight. They still have double support ultimates to be able to respond back from the shatter, from the coming grab. But the problem is they have a rally ready to go. So it's going to be a rough situation on how much they want to invest to win this fight right now. As Fixed Nevix is already going to be up halfway to that shatter, but it's just taking too much poke right now, as they're going to get this thing slowly moving, and now they force them out to the open corridor. That shatter is going to get rid of 4. The feats online, though. Everyone will be able to stabilize. Lyrex does have the ability to stabilize if this grab comes through here right now, as they're looking for that opportunity. Big Nevix needs to be able to stay alive here, as the grab's going to get used on top of that. Wants to be able to get rid of them, wants to be able to close this out. The bomb gonna get used, gonna force weird positioning, and gets booped out, and Sky gets caught. And now they won't be able to fully restabilize. They are eventually gonna get forced away here, but Majin getting out of that mech as well is nice. And Damon, unfortunately, is gonna eventually die, but they all should just take the death on the point, take it on the chin. They have stalled for a tremendous amount of time.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes of a spawn hold is unreal. They'd be able to back up now and refight.
Yep.
Basically, whenever they want, just waiting on their remaining 2 members. But that was a huge success by Misty or Prashi. They've still got Ryan and Zara ults to commit whenever they want. This is... he's getting experimental with it. He's getting inspirational with it.
What is bro was taking? Joe was just resting on the wall for a minute, trying to get some sight lines, but Full Shatters online, ready to go, could be the deal breaker for one of these teams right now. Is Old Prashi looking to hold them here on this first point. It'd be unprecedented. I could not tell you the last time I saw that in terms of goats it happening. So now just trying to push them back, trying to put them in an uncomfortable situation, burn that shield as much as humanly possible, and just hoping to find something on top of that right now. Shadow's gonna come through. It's gonna get 2. It's gonna get 4 on the other side, though, and Crocs is gonna get put away. They need to get rid of Crocs if they want to be able to pull this fight, and it looks like they're gonna be able to. As Sevix hits the MTD mid-fight! And now... Oh, and now this is a rough situation. John's getting taken care of. If you knock Majin out of mech, this could just be it, but they are gonna be able to escape. But, I mean, this is rough. They have to... They have the rally and the beat. That's it. That's all they're going to get.
Yeah, you don't really have a chance of building into much more as well. I mean, maybe there's a moonshot of charging up that bomb, but is that even worth striking your flame on? There's a grab onto Crocs, the defensive utility to keep him up, but that's it. That's the whole push. A pick onto Helmet Drake, critical.
Yeah, because now you're in a situation. Hawks is down 2, and now you've used an ultimate. You've only ultimate you really had at your disposal for that fight. You're not going to be able to build to a rally either, so now you're just really hoping you can just find the right pick to start pulling this back, but they're not. And now nothing's going to stop 0907 from taking this first point. And yes, Nevix, you did mess up. You did mess up.
I have no idea how Helma manages to go down first there, but because of it, there's going to be a stay of execution here for 0907. They can continue to play through the map. They get that extension of 2.5 minutes, and I miss your Prashi. Victory just dropped out of their reach a little bit further. They're going to have to really stretch for it now, as they just start clearing high ground and drop try to take this one board.
Yeah, again, Crocs is putting themselves in every kind of situation imaginable right here, but managing to still stay alive right now. Same needs to be said for Majin, who gets knocked out of mech. Bomb's gonna get released in the background, gonna cause a little bit of separation though, but you're just trying to make sure you can keep John Wick alive. We'll be able to do so as the grab is online, and there's not gonna be too much of a response back, but Nevix ends up going down, and the bomb needs to find something, but without a counter pin activated, you can't really do that. So now, you kind of just have to die on this point, and just hope you stall as much time as possible.
Limbright can't really connect the order of destruction, so they'll just be taken down. And the rest of Amisio Prashi as well will just go down in one fell swoop. Minute off the time bank, but not really worth it in the end, because the payload's going to be careening towards the end now. What can Amisio Prashi do? Again, it's the same ults we've spoken about so many times before. The Shatter, the Grab, and this time supplemented with a beat and very close to a Transcendence as well. Could be chaotic here, actually, as these ults almost mirrored now.
Yeah, but now the Shatter could be for free if you manage to hit it. Gonna do it, gonna manage to hit 2, but gets taken away on both and doesn't manage to defend the team in time, but Velvet is gonna eat that grab from Sky, and now this is a turnable fight as they're gonna clean things up here. 50 seconds on the clock, and most importantly, they're gonna get rid of Sky, not gonna be able to hold on to that charge. So now, very likely a final fight going into this one, and they just have a beat to their name.
Subs you can't, Stug imagine, but you'll take that absolutely in exchange for all the advantages you have now. I mean, a grab on the walk could be brutal here. 0907 might not have counterplay to it other than just straight up eating it out. You know, getting a beat forced out this early would be absolutely tragic, considering they have to match Horrocks' own.
Yeah, if they just want to take this aggressive, they could, if they know what's going on. Because Horrocks is going to use it, they're going to go in right now. Eden's going to hold on to it. Really just trying to stabilize, and that's great trust on the team to be able to stabilize. And John Wick ends up getting rid of one, but they're in the grab. Now the beat comes out. That hold ends up working out greatly. And now Old Prashi is using even more ultimates. The Shatter doesn't fight anything. That big ult advantage they just had 10 seconds ago, it doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. And now they have to die on this point. They do manage to get rid of Sky, But at the end of the day, Sky's going to get back for a final fight. And now, I mean, Opreshi should have had that fight on a silver platter.
Bit of a throw there. They just tried to cover too much distance with the sound barrier. So when they actually got onto connecting the hammer on hammer, just didn't have enough overhealth to force 0907 to use anything of their own. Then that's just a beat basically cast into nothingness. And then when it comes down to the ult trade, 0907 are able to just continue trading up. Last fight here, kind of need a miracle.
Yeah, Velvet Doe does have the bomb. The Shadow's going to come out. Velvet is going to get the one person who cannot go down right now with that bomb. Eventually, the rally is going to come online. They have to make sure they keep touches. The bomb's going to come online. Already getting one right now, knocking another into it. Need to stay on the cart. Less than a meter to go right now. Need to be able to keep them alive. Majin going to have to use the bomb. Needs to be able to stay alive. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do so. Taking all the damage from that bomb. And with the beat, we could be solidifying it right here and now. This is how far they're going to have to get, ladies and gentlemen. 92 meters on this second point. Opreshi, that's all they need to close things out. But Nevix is me for real.
It's only 9 p.m. our time, bro. Just lock in. It's not that hard. But no, a couple centimeters away from the third point is where the clock is going to stop.
Bro,
I can't focus. They're so active in the chat all the time. But yeah, and like I said, a couple centimeters before third point, very reasonable to achieve. Also very reasonable to defend. You know, on paper, I feel like this is about a 50-50, whether they cap it out or not, whether we get play extended, or whether I miss the Opreshi are able to close out our finals in 3-0 fashion.
yeah, it'd be quite the way to cap things up with a big exclamation mark, as they're literally just sitting in spawn typing. I love it here. Is gonna take their sweet time, and now, I mean, importantly so, 0907 they need a long spawn hold. This has to be close to as long as you originally had been held, honestly. Like, that 2 minutes is really what you want to take away, because if Opreshi come away with that first or second fight and force them away, this is gonna get very rough, very, very quickly.
Indeed. I mean, it was 2.5 minutes, of course, on the sandbank that I missed Opreshi were able to get off.
True.
If 0907 could just mirror that out, they're gonna be happy with it. You know, and because they can probably find a little bit more consistent value throughout the second stage of the first point than their counterparts. Sport fight going to be coming out here. See exactly how it's going to go.
Yep, right now just identifying where everybody is at, heading away. You see again right there, ducking in a little bit of a cubby right now is Demon very patient, taking the time with these bubbles right now. Could be a rough situation right now, as that Diva's going to force their way in right now. Majin in a rough situation. Crocs, of all people, in a rough situation. Surrounded, pooped away, might be able to save. That boot might have honestly saved their lives. I don't know what to tell you, but John Witch is going to go down, which means they already lose the ability to build up to that rally that they were already sitting 70% on. But Nevix essentially throws themselves out to the wolves, and now they just have to take the reset.
Yeah, that's a minute or so off the bank already. 4-0907, great start for them, but they're going to need to keep this repeating. Beat online for Horrocks, a major gap between himself and Eden. Going to have to be a shatter from Horrocks. He needs to stun down.
Yeah, but able to stay alive, has to work towards the shatter, gets taken down though. They are going to trade up, but they lose their most important member in that situation. They don't get back towards that rally either. They're going to be able to clean things up on the point. You managed to get a minute, but you need way more than that if you wanted to make your time a little easier. Sky just gonna die on the point, and nobody is gonna go down from old Opreshi, so that means Damon's gonna keep all his charge of this fight, and both teams have a lot of ults going into the fight, but that rally is especially important. If Velvet had to swap, they lose all that charge anyway.
You can deal with it though. It's just a self-destruct at the end of the day. You're still coming into this next fight with 4 check marks. You're still coming into this next fight with momentum on your side. And I'd say a little bit of mental buff as well. 0907, they're not going to notice the difference.
Yeah, as we see the rally going to come online from both sides right now, as both Ryan's looking for their respective shadows right now. Crocs needs to destabilize, is going to manage to find on the 2, but it's going to be the tank, so it's going to be hard to answer back. Shatter back instead. They're going to be thrown inside right now. Crocs in a rough situation, going for a pin. Unfortunately, not going to find anything for fake Nevix, as right now Velvet's going to get knocked out of the mech, and the Transcendence is not going to be in time. So now, if they want to use the grab, there is no response, and they're likely just going to get kept away from here. Bomb out, gets 3 on Majin. Holy moly, that's a way to clear things out. Holy cow, and that's going to clear things out. No else on the table for anybody. Maybe just the beats coming online shortly.
Yeah, it's a dry field. And everything from the previous Alvin Zelda, who of course has had to mech reset there. Yeah, we're going to be trading deep to beat here, but other than that, it's going to be a dry fight. Just down to your brawl fundamentals, your execution. See how that's going to work out as I miss your practice square up once again from Doctor.
Yeah, 100% here is thrown into the deep right now. John Witch in a rough situation. Beat's going to get used. And again, Eden's going to hold on to this first situation, wait it out. And now they're going to have a bigger advantage going into this because Lyrax is in a rough situation. Same thing with Horrocks right now as the damage is just too much. And Crocs has the shatter in slow-mo. Majin is getting knocked out of the mech though. So just looking for a stabilization point right now. Trying to potentially burn away Sky right now and that shield right now as they're just trying to look for the shadow. The shadow's going to come through. Getting nobody again right now. Nevix can't find anything on the shadow so far, but Crocs is going to find themselves in the spawn room, and with that, that should clear the rest on first point off.
Yeah, Crocs just got discorded up, and they were burning all their bubbles just to try and find individual value was Sky, so couldn't cleanse it because of that. Cap's going to come through, be, what, 310? I think, going through into the next point. It's, you'll take it, you'll take it. Yeah, 3 minutes, 2 seconds, when all is said and done. How Miss Steel are actually going to attack this? Pretty standard, honestly. They don't have to go for anything fancy. They don't have any weird ult disadvantages to get around, so they can just set up high ground and just start siphoning those things.
Yeah, and you're going to see the aggression from them as well because they realize how much they have, and if they want to take that aggression, they can. But instead, Crocs is going to go in deep. Somehow, Lyrax ends up getting taken out. The counter pick comes through. Crocs ends up getting traded, and now they're going to beat on this fight. And now, guess what? Damon's going to be able to use this grab without much of a response. You have the beat, but you can get burnt through a beat. You can 100% beat, and now they're in a rough situation and have to restabilize.
Absolutely. I mean, being stuck on the low ground will suck, but it's just going to take them a hot second to get back on high. I miss your Crashy, just still stable, still getting the cart forward, and 0907, while they have charged into ultimate, still going to actually need to engage.
Yeah, cannot drop out of mech. They have to basically use the before that, and now they're thrown in all together. That's the response, and this could be here now if they manage to drain them away as both crabs end up getting used. And here comes the response, the ult advantage online, and it is showing right now. The bomb throwdown needs to be big from Majin. Nobody going to be found, though, but Damon at the end ends up getting found. And now the fight on the point is going to be very difficult to be able to pull back. They're eventually just going to get eliminated, and Velvet needs to be able to get out of there. Looks like they will be able to, as Horrocks will go to the spawn last. And now 0907 still with 2, maybe 3 fights they need to win.
It's about to, I'd say, and they're going to need to win them out perfectly. They have no more map left to give. They have no more distance on the payload that they can cede over to their opposition. And in terms of ult speed, they're going dangerously dry. Rally, yes. Shatter as well, but they're lacking the really big tools. A beat, Transcendence a little far enough, and a deep bomb.
Whoa, that was in a weird spot. Now they go for the counter pin. He's going to catch on to Nevix. He's going to put them in an awkward position. He's going to block the shatter as well. That could be game-saving right there. And now Big Nevix trying to stay alive, sitting at 1 in a corner right now. And again, don't have the extra ult necessary to pull that back. And Damon doesn't have any real charge. So now they're going to die in here. And they're going to be able to, if they want to stagger Velvet, they can. But they really just want to close out this fight.
Yeah, and they get it done as well. Remember, they need to win 2 fights. That was 1, especially with the stagger onto Velvet. It's going to be really tricky for him to die as well. You don't have an easy way of actually ending your life. And so just have to wait for the drive to come through. So, see what they can actually get done. I missed the old Prashi. In a bit of a scenario where it might be make or break one fight to decide the map, whether we go to a map number 4 or whether they close it out now. 2 CP on the horizon to stop us going there. It's a beat from Horrocks. Transcendence and Linrax on the horizon as well.
Yeah, and they're going to force this point, try to force them to drop down, and this eat has to be the biggest one they've ever gotten. It's going to come down, they're going to have to beat, but of course, Humber Drake is going to be taken out, the bomb's going to find them, and we're going to come to a very slow and steady end here, as they don't have the tools to be able to really respond in this situation. Transcendence is out, but at the end of the day, they're just going to be staggering on to this point, one after another. 3v6 is going to be hard to really turn around. Nevix does manage to find one, Lyrax manages to somehow find another, but the Shatter should call an end to all this right here. Is eventually taken out. Horrocks back on the scene, just trying to cause some kind of chaos, but again, the counter pin on the situation. Rally's online. We are going to go to a 4th map just as soon as Velvet ends up being taken off the point.
And that's going to happen just a little bit. Nevix is still mad about not being able to eat, but I don't know what to tell you. Really should have won it. Stop lollygagging, and close it out. 2 CP, I believe, going to be up next. We've seen, what, 2 Hanamuras today? See if they want to go towards anything else. reverse sweep now on the cards for 907. They've got to start going, and honestly, it looked pretty good here on Havana. But going to need 2 more maps.
Yeah, sure are. And obviously, good ability for them to be able to pull back, be able to clutch that fight in that situation. Because, I mean, you look through those first 2 minutes, you would almost never bet against Old Prashi losing in that situation. They seemed pretty dominant as things came out the gate, but again, 0907 just able to be scrappy, able to pull back these fights, and unfortunately for Prashi, either a situation of getting too confident or getting cocky, because they threw away a couple of fights that you feel like just should have closed it out.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say they didn't choke a little bit, did Old Prashi, but when all is said and done, that's how the game works, and it was also a bit of a step up in terms of consistency for their opponents. I mean, 0907 playing incredibly cleanly to close things out. A couple of good attempts. For example, Eden just getting bombed towards the end there that, you know, Old Prashi weren't able to clean up, close out, and that's entirely because 0907 were able to keep that play clean, keep it concise, and keep them winning. Just going to wait on our map pick next while we see if we're going to need 5 is going to be needed. They go Hanamura again.
Yeah, I mean, not much of a surprise. They end up clutching that last time in their last series, so it's not much of a shock they decided to go back to it once again. But in this situation, I think they have shown they have the ability to clutch, they have the ability to pull it back, so I think they will simply just continue bringing it. And for Mr. Prashi, it is just fixing your mistakes. The mistakes that you shouldn't be making as a team, that you didn't make in the first 2 maps, that are suddenly happening in the third one when it feels like, again, they should have been able to close this thing out. But now they've given breathing room to 0907, and that is the last thing you want to do against a team like this.
Yeah, hard to say anything other than that. Always fun to see Hanamura again. I think we haven't actually seen us go to really crazy things so far. I mean, we haven't even seen both teams double cap, in fact, so definitely a possibility. We haven't even seen that 2CP Classic, which is the Snowball double cap, actually, as well. You remember those?
Yeah, I sure.
Oh,
I tried to forget them personally.
It's a possibility, though, and one that's always going to be on the cards here. Thankfully, it's not a clean sweep for our grand finals, but I think everybody is getting a little bit tired now. I think Nevix has made it very, very clear that he wants to go home, so for his sake, we hope that Mr. Prashi can close things out here. 0907, I think the 5 players or 6 players who are absolutely certain they want to continue sitting here, just tapping away at the game of Overwatch, because there is material wealth in there for it.
Yeah, 100%. Both teams going to make their way right now as Prashi going to be starting out on the attack here. And again, we saw the same situation where 0907 started on their own defense in the last time they played Hanamura. Fair amount of success, all things considered. They managed to hold that second point without any ticks being given up. Impressively done. It is sometimes hard to not give up a tick. Giving away a tick is something. Sometimes you have to do that. Just stabilize your team, make sure you can regroup with each other. But being able to stop any ticks from happening, that's very good to do. And they can manage to do that against Old Prashi, that could be another devastating blow to that confidence.
It's worth mentioning as well that 0907, I believe, won last time they played this, I want to say. And I missed your Prashi, definitely did lose it. So we'll have to wait and see whether that matters or not. Prox stunned up early, but right now just bullying the choke, as teams are want to do, waiting for either side to make a mistake.
Yeah, 100% here is right now. Just hoping to build up to a lot of this ult charge right now. Biggest thing to look towards right now is Daki, already halfway to their Transcendence right now. Really just needs to make sure not to go down, because Old Prashi could just come around this corner and he'll be swinging away any moment now. Probably just waiting to get these bubbles online, but boot back, double backed in, and what? Eden's in the back line now.
What's the front line? Nothing for it. That's why they're pressing the W key instantly now.
Yeah, and Majin's gonna be knocked out of the mech, gonna get deleted away, at least from the mech side of things. They're still stabilizing right now as Nevix is in a rough area, and they will eventually be taken out. On top of that, as they'll be able to clear things out. 1 minute gone, and a rather clean one at that. It sends a little pin to clean things up.
As long as there's no brutal stagger, though, it's really not the end of the world. I suppose you do get your D.Va mech back, so both sides retreat into their deadlock. And I guess the Prashi just have to start playing for their ultimates here, because trying to break this choke on neutral, borderline impossible without any sort of sim-made gimmicks that aren't allowed in this tournament.
Yeah, but of course, again, Nevik just keeps getting booped back in. Every single fight, they are simply just getting booped back in and being taken away from the team. So once again, now you have to take the reset. That is half that time being taken away from you on top of that, and you're getting staggers on top of that. They're just getting drilled away, and not even Damon can make it back into the spawn, so you lose that charge. You're gonna have the grab, and that's fantastic, but now 0907 is just sitting on all 6 ults, and it is difficult to think that this couldn't potentially be a full hold.
It's looking on the cards most definitely. 0907 so strong on the defense. Amidst the oppression, we haven't seen them close it out yet, but we also can't count a team like them out ever. Helmet Drake 4 out on rotation.
Again, they can't get into the fight for more than 3 seconds without losing somebody, and now they're in a little corridor. And Opreshi, this is the kind of team that might just try to invest here and just try to make it happen. And look at that! That's exactly what I said. And they're just gonna clean things out from now. The Shatter gonna be thrown back into Nevix's fate. The beat's gonna come out. It's gonna be able to stabilize everyone else from 0907 right now. As they're gonna send both grabs into the situation. Sky is gonna find one. Bomb's gonna be thrown into the side. He's gonna find some all people in that situation. So now, Almost Crashing gonna be able to stabilize, and now can 0907 even commit a real touch here?
They probably could, but how good it would be is a different match entirely. You could pin props on and give him the bubble so he could live, but instead he's just gonna get pinned off the objective. There is no touch.
Yep, Transcendence ends up getting used as well, so in that situation, they just, I mean, Nevix really wants to go eat food. I think the hunger is getting into the guy's head, because they are having a rough go about it, but look at that, so many resets. You talked about the snowball stagger. You might be looking at it right now. Sky is dead, Eden's dead. You started to see the point, the counter pin, and now, from what was acting like a good hold is now falling apart at the seams, trying to get everybody back, but it's a rough situation. The rally's online. They're committing touches once in a while, and who is touching this car? Oh, it's Eden. Eden was touching this point. As they're just trying to restabilize, trying to get their Rhine back. Warlocks does end up going down, but I think the damage might have already been done right now as they're just trying to clear them out one after another. Good stagger on the cart, but unfortunately, 3:19 will be the time on the clock. And now Old Prashi, again, another opportunity to defend to try to close this thing out.
Double caps out is crazy there, and a very healthy time back now because of it. Almost just a charge from spawn. They were close, but yeah, the spawn fight really wasn't good for them. Normally second is going to be one of the most defensible, but if you come into second already trickling onto the objective, you know, that just flips, and it's the easiest fight in the world for I miss the Old Prashi to clean up. And so again, victory so close for them. All they need to do is hold here, or if it gets into extra innings, at least make it so 0907 doesn't have a gargantuan time bank. And all of this, as Horrocks says, is entirely doable for them, entirely winnable.
Yeah, because more likely than not, even if they eventually do lose the first point, they're in a situation where hopefully they don't do what their opponent did and stagger themselves out without getting the touch. So in this situation, if Old Pressure is able to set up properly for a second point, that's going to be incredibly rough. Like, that is the roughest situation. In fact, you might see a situation where they give up the touch just to be able to restabilize and take that high ground on second point. But obviously, they don't want to get there. They want to try to hold this out in 4 minutes and get this thing done and over with. But obviously, people figuring out that is a first to 3 and not a first to 4. Oh, man. Uh-oh.
This is the organization that makes us one of the top Overwatch regions in the world.
Incredible. But, God. Alright, well, fight can be opening up. Obviously, the Zarya hanging up on the high ground, knocked away pretty quickly away. As Nevix already has 27%. I don't know what Fire Strike they came away, and Crux goes for the swing. It ends up being a miss. A gargantuan miss as they're going to be drilled into the corner, taken out. Drake to get that elimination, and the rest of the team just going to back out, wants to try to survive. Same thing with Eden, who's trying to fly out of there, so we'll be able to get a fast reset here. We'll be able to get back pretty quickly as well.
You get some Zarya energy out of that, but more crucially, Nevix gets 70% of an Earth Shatter. That could be on the board lightning fast to knock all of 907 on their backs. But they're just going to have to back right now and walk through Trope once again.
Yep, right now just kind of drilling through for the time being right now. Just a lot of damage still online, and Damon getting up to this grab, but importantly so, Nevix is about to have their Shatter here. Sitting on 90%, 98, 99, they have it, and I don't know if they know they have it. They have that out, and they're getting kind of aggressive. Shatter comes out, gonna catch on to 3, need to burn away Eden of all people. That's exactly what they'll do. Dunwich does have the ability to rally if they want to. They're sitting at 1, and they're going to try to hold on to it. But importantly, not only do you end up losing Nevix, you end up losing Lenrix on top of that. But this kill onto Crocs should buy enough time for them to get back.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad at all while they wait for their respawns. Of course, there's going to be a taxi going on and a high charge demon to slam the door in their face should it be needed. On under 7, down the beat does suck, but the trans, the rally, the bomb, these aren't bad tools to build a fight around. The real issue for a while is going to be that Zarya energy.
Yeah, 100% here as they're playing this corner now. Rally is going to be online, getting all the overhealth from that coming through, and Rabbit Transcendence set on top of that. Here comes that grab. They have the response on the other side from that. The Shatter Bomb in the background, only going to get onto Damon, but that is a devastating piece to lose, and they're going to use the Transcendence to try to stabilize on the point. Velvet is going to end up using the bomb, likely not going to be able to re-mech, but gets the overhealth, gets Daki as well, and now they're not even going to get a take from this situation. They're eventually going to clean things up, and now Eden over on the side, trying to get rid of Nevix, who's super low, finally is going to get the healing that they need, and they're going to close that fight out. That was scary for them. I thought genuinely they were going to lose that one.
I gotta say, could be the last minute and a half of the tournament now if Amicio Pashi can keep it going like this. There's only the grab here for 0907, and Amicio Pashi, there's a Nevix Shatter here, and I've seen him make miracles with them before. I mean, they need to win out this fight cleanly to either side, else the ult snowball could go so poorly against them.
Yep, and be in mind, Nevix has another Shatter online ready to go. They have to know it at this point, but he's been getting so much damage away as they're trying to meet them in the room. Shatter comes online, gonna get blocked though, as Daki actually ends up getting hit in that situation, able to restabilize right now as Nevix is just feeding themselves to the wolves, and now a rough situation as they have to realize how they want to play this, but unfortunately, Spectre, there's not a way to play this. The way to play this is die quickly, reset, they take first point, you set up for second.
Yeah, no way about it. If you reset, at least you can't get snowballed like your opponents did.
True.
Gotta say, Nevix there, maybe not playing like he really had no right to be. A bit of a troll, unfortunately, going into that small room, especially once you try that Shatter. Just back out. Instead, he gets boops in, stunned up, and taken down, conceding that first frag. I mean, time back already better for Amicio Pashi, but they want more than that. They want to be able to close it out in regulation. And that might be a possibility as long as they can keep these next 3 minutes clean.
Yeah, big double boop. Somehow everybody ends up making it to the high ground anyway, so now Transcendence is going to be used. Rally on top of that, kind of impossible to die as they're going to throw the beat down in that situation. Grab going to come online. Shatter coming out, not going to get anybody as Prox is just going to clear them away off the point. Transcendence coming online. Just trying to keep Nevix alive, but I think the damage might already be done in this situation right now as Prox just holding on to the point, but they do end up losing the mech, are going to have to use the bomb to be able to remech, and the grab ends up being used, but at this point, they're losing all their tools for an actual recontestment here, and a recontestment at all is just looking entirely unlikely. They're just going to have to die on the point with the bomb, need to clear away the D.Va, to do exactly that. Without a retouch necessary, they will be able to finish the time. They will have 37 seconds less, but still, they got through second boy very quickly, all things considered.
Yeah, it's just the lack of a Transcendence on Linrax there. I mean, there's the beat available to keep Nevix up through most of the pressure of the early fight, but the grab comes through. There's the after ends of the beat, sure, but crucially, Linrax dies 5-10% away from the ultimate, so it's not there to keep people alive, and from then on out, just hemorrhaging frags, hemorrhaging kills, and the trickle onto the objective is not enough, even with the D-Mech onto Imagine. So, 37 seconds the difference. Extra time going to be required between these two sides. Both of them kind of struggle to attack, if you ask me. Struggle to defend second as well. Really not the regular story, it feels like, on Hanamura, but it's the reality that we're forced to live and experience.
Yep, unfortunately the case, but we got a couple more rounds to our name here. Gonna see if either team can able to repeat what they did on their previous attacks to be able to push all the way through. But importantly, you want to get this first point. You need to get this first point. If you have to go into a situation where you have to full hold that to save the map or save even your match entirely, that is a very rough situation that we have seen very, very rarely in the situation. But if one team is able to do it, it's 0907, because guess what? They did it in their last match, and they could do it again.
Absolutely. Either side here could catch up here, but you know, the stakes so much heavier for 0907. Amicio Pashi, the ones with the tournament points already, they've got it established. But they still need to close things out. They still need one more victory. This poke early on is brutal.
Yeah, 100%, but Nevic's gonna get a good amount of charge. Croc's gonna try to max it. Goes very low, so they have to take a lot of time to restabilize here in this situation. Make sure you get back to the full health, but they're going in with only like 2/3 of their health, and they're gonna pay for it in that situation. They'll get just deleted, and now it's all on the scene. Eventually, Sky being pushed back in. They're gonna lose their charge here as well. Devastating first fight for them. They're not even gonna build up to a whole lot of these ults either. Like, Nevix is way further ahead and for the Shatter.
It's a significant lead, but especially considering how fast these things charge on a comp like this, that lead could shrink very, very quickly. Just gotta wait and see how this next engagement goes as we're halfway through the time bank of 0907, halfway through their attacking round, their chance to make a mark here on Hanamura.
Yep, another stun away, and Crocs, again, just gonna get everyone into the room. Able to do a cleaning this time around here, so good situation. Hoping for another transition, but again, Mystial Pressure does not want to give them a whole lot of space to breathe here. They want to burn away this shield. They want to make the shatter as easy as possible for Nevix here. As eventually Velvet going to look around, nearly gets taken out of that mech right now as they're holding in on the side. Rally is online. Hummer Drake not quite to theirs though, as the Shatter is there, and Horrocks got deleted. Shatter gets blocked too, and this fight could be well and over with if they don't find something here. Especially when they're just trying to stabilize. With that grab online, there might not be a ton of room too.
Yeah, they don't really see a way to trade it unless Nevix hits a pin. Will be taken down there. Might be a trans from Linrax that they're going to be wanting back. I guess Silver Lining would be that a grab. Oh no, that was Demon's grab, sorry. So things are actually going from bad to worse here. You've only got the beat for the grab, no trans, which would be the perfect answer, as it were. You've got a match beats with Eden. You've got Bomb, which is nice, but we could be looking at a snowball here, all things considered. 0907 have set them out in a great scenario, and I miss the Prashi. Unless they get a really strong initial setup, I'm worried about them just getting double caps now.
I mean, it's a worrisome situation. Importantly, though, they have to force his way onto the point. They can't take their time up here. They have to transition. They have to go and force it. That could be a rough situation, but Sky eventually will make it onto this point. Here comes the beat to be able to go things up early. This grab needs to be able to hit right now. Need to be able to keep each other alive as things are going. Shatter online. The stun comes through. He's going to find Velvet. Velvet not going to be able to find the remake, and Sky clearing things out. And 0907 looking like they're going to be able to pull it off as Demon are going to have to go back and spawn. They have to find somebody to go and touch his point, but with the bomb on the point, no one's going to be able to. And they're going to be able to push it all the way through and set themselves up for potential victory of putting us on a map 5.
Yep, it's just, again, Trolled Ultimates means that you're stuck in a scenario where you simply can't win. You don't have the tools to just trade with your opponents, and that's a ill-advised attempt to refight first point really comes back to bite them. They have that Linrax trans, then they can live a lot longer. They have a chance to keep it competitive here, but instead, forced to now cap out both points if they wish to extend play again. 4 points already on the board for 0907. Guys, I remember why we don't play this mode anymore.
Yes, we do have a pause on the scene. Croc's having some issues, it looks like, so we'll get that pause in as now this is turning into a rough situation for Mystial Prashi, a team that at a point was looking like genuinely like the better team, the more dominant team. You look back at that Kings Row finishing with significantly more time on the clock, and this doesn't feel quite like that team right now. I know we are on a map where staggering or snowballing is going to happen the most. That's going to be a case no matter what. But even 0907, this team that unfortunately was put in a bad situation on their defense, I look back at them before and how they were able to pull off their own hold, and it was so clean and done so well. I don't know why the same is not happening for Mystial Prashi.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
I think they are getting tired. I think, and while they're kind of tiring out, I think that 907 are kind of warming back up into it. You know, the kind of malaise of playing so much Overwatch is beginning to wear off, and you know they can taste that victory. They aren't just like checked out, getting just ran up on by a stronger opponent. They're fighting back, and that can be reinvigorating in a way that very other few things are. Just adrenaline coursing through their veins has to was keeping them playing at a level like this. Now let's not write off, however, I missed your Prash, who still can absolutely close it out here. It is a relatively tall task for them, considering how much they've struggled to attack Hanamura first. Just haven't really seemed to got a hand on how to rotate around that first choke. You know, they've really loved to try and force into the side room, but they're not capable of buying enough space to actually do it.
Yep, 100%. But 2.5 minutes can be a good amount of time here. Generally, if they do manage to go through very quickly, you could snowball the effect and manage to finish above that 1 minute mark, which would put you in the driver's seat. But I think the biggest issue is getting this first point in the first place. 0907 able to hold back their lower finals opponent to be able to really get to this point. That's kind of what really turned the momentum in their favor in that matchup. So looking to do the same here, looking to set up for the reverse sweep and put us in that 5th and thankfully final map as things are going to get going here. And Old Prashy need to make something happen relatively quick here.
Time's going to be an issue. I mean, their opponents had the gift of a double cap, and Mr. Prashi very likely won't have that, so tempo going to be critical. No chokeholder means that they can push out if they want to, and it would not be a bad idea at all.
Yeah, right now you see right now Majin is looking to boop somebody in. If they were waiting for them to be able to rotate in. Unfortunately for them, they don't quite rotate in. They get a bunch of damage, and Nevic's in a rough situation, super low, will get taken out, and that's another cleanup coming through here. Hoping to find somebody on the way out, maybe knock Majin out of the mech. Unfortunately, none of that's going to happen. Damon's going to lose their charge, and now you already lost your first minute on the clock. 2 more to go, and you don't have very much all charge to show for it.
Yeah, bubble spent early means that there's no Discord to there's no bubble to cleanse the Discord. Sorry, off the Reinhardt. So Nevix can hold shield all he wants, but he's going to get taken down all the same. Pushing once again, trying to do a smidgen better, but it's not the start you're looking for if you're Amish on Prashy.
Now, finishing with a minute is pretty much entirely out of the realm at this point. You want to take your time on this fight, make it happen. Yeah, but the problem is they are jumping straight down into a rally, and they have nothing to match it. They are nowhere close to their rally, nowhere close to a grab. Your Transcendence is like 70% of the way there, but that rally goes online. They're going to go in hot. They're going to go in heavy. And here comes the pin. And again, Crocs just loves going in with the aggressive pins. Does not pay off this time around. And now they get time to stabilize. They realize they are just worrying about finishing this map in time right now. You want to be able to delete them, take them off the face of the earth. Take your time doing so. It's going to take a long time for Crocs to be able to get back into this. But the thing is, they have the beat. They have a stabilization tool, and Crocs is not far off. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, it's looking like they're going to hold on to this beat and just play for second point, as they're just going to be cleared off one after the other.
Yeah, good instincts there.
But
so,
he's going to take off!
What?
Oh, Crocs never change. Never change.
He's a character. But no, just playing for the refight is a good idea. There's going to be a small extension to allow them to have at least one. It's going to be all the bells and whistles of realistically both these teams. Missing the grab and the bomb for Prashy, and missing Shatter and Rally for 0907. It's going to be incredibly close. See, 50 seconds just to allow them to reach the cart first, and there's not going to be any snowball shenanigans here. Just one fight, 66 for all the marbles.
Yeah, both levels have already been used as things are right now, so a rough situation, counter thing, don't have the bubbles, so they have to use the beat instead on both sides. The shatter needs to be big from Nevix to be able to pull this one back.
Dead.
Already, and that's the Transcendence gone. Sky has the grab. If that grab goes through, nothing's going to be able to respond right now. When it comes out, Crocs is going to be able to stay alive, hoping to find a pin on the other side. I don't know if he got anybody. He will take Crocs off the side. So this is the chance right now. Felbit is out of the mech, but they need to be able to pull this away. Bomb coming onto the point. Need something to block it all, and it will get blocked away, but time is going to expire. So they need to just regroup and look for a retouch. And at the time right now, I don't know if that's even a situation right now. Crocs does manage to get Boron somehow. And Velvet goes down as well. This could be falling right down the drain, because it is just this grab. This grab is going to hold them in place. It's going to be able to get rid of them. Majin hoping to make their way back right now. Right now it's 87%. As they're staggering onto the point one after another, hoping to get back to use this shatter, use this rally, but it's not going to matter in time right now. Crocs not going to find anything with it, and in time, especially around, they're going to be cleared off for this point. And with that raid boss incoming, it's not going to quite be enough for them to be able to stabilize on it. Eventually, we will see the full cap here, just as Majin and Daki are taken off this point, trying their darndest to stall it out, but the numbers are just overwhelming for them.
Yeah, surely this is it now. There's been so many stagger kills, but there's a timing. A minute left to go. It's 4-4. We can't get off. We can't escape Hanamura. And for the 12 players in the server, they must feel like they're stuck in Groundhog Day, for crying out loud. Attack, defend, 2-1 on the scoreboard for so damn long. But it feels like in this cauldron, there is no team that rises to the top. Inseparable, it feels like, on Hanamura. But surely now, with just a minute on the bank, there is no more margin for error. There is no more extra room to flub your lines. Surely this is the round where we get a victor crowned, right? Or do we draw?
Don't even say it. Don't you dare, Spectron. Don't you dare.
Do draw.
Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. There's two Captain Precious.
Good lords.
But yeah, we're still here on Anamora. Here for an extended vacation, it feels like. At this point. It's not the vacation I booked, by the way. They just, it's a detour. we had to stop here instead. It's beautiful, but the restaurants are kind of suck.
It's one of the most beautiful maps in the game. It's a shame about the map design.
Yeah, well, we're getting a couple beautiful maps here coming on Tuesday. We got
That's true.
they're gonna look beautiful. Are they gonna play well? Well, we'll find out when we get there, but we have to wait and see. We got to prioritize this match for the time being.
Pushing out once again. A minute left to go. Remember, any kills they concede now, you have to insta back. Any staggers are essentially going to cook you. Oh, lovely boop in from Velvet. What a set play.
Yep, Ducky is already going to go down Sky. Needs to be able to try to stay alive. Unfortunately, not really going to happen. Nor do you really want to stay alive for long in that situation, as they're going to be able to, thankfully, take a pretty fast reset here. They're going to have plenty of time to set up for one more fight. But now, you don't get it. You don't get the glory of having an extended fight, of having to do big rotations. You have to get to this point.
And Velvet just sits in the Izakaya behind the choke and flies through, just booping everybody in, out of position. And it's a free setup for I missed the old pressure to punish. 17 seconds left to go. Last fight territory here. A full hold is going to guarantee I miss your pressure at least won't lose this.
Yeah, that's the situation right now. And right now, hoping to find something is that pin, but that pin could be devastating, and it could be match ending potentially right there. We do have someone trying to get a tick, but unfortunately, it is just one person standing back on that point, and unfortunately, they're not going to get a tick. So Spectron, either Old Prashi pulls it out of not out of nowhere, pulls it out as we would hope and expect, or maybe this series is going to extend longer, as they are going on one at a time very well. Unfortunately, the numbers is just too much to deal with.
Drawable. It's drawable. I
swear.
all they need to do is hold for a minute. They were able to do that before pretty consistently.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but unfortunately, it seems like we're going to be heading into map 5 or our first of 3 grand finals. Still, with Amisio Prashi up 2-1.
Yep, just a minute to do it. Unless that fight ends as quickly as we saw before for 0907, they're just going to have relatively that one fight. But 0907 knows their regular rotation. They know the way they want to rotate. They're going to set up Majin in that situation again to be able to boot people back out into the open, try to catch somebody out. So now the question is, do you do it differently if you're Old Prashi? Do you have even an option to do it differently? That's the kind of crux that we're at right now.
Not really. I guess if there's a weird setup from Crocs and Co, you could try and punish that. But if it's a standard setup, your only real options are just kind of bubble your tank and walk through and pray. That's the issue with Hanamura. That's the reason why people struggle with it so much, because playing around it, you have no options. So I don't know. They have tried this rotation through the right side multiple times. They got it to work the time they actually got it successful. Can they do it again? I'm not entirely hopeful, to be honest. I wasn't really inspired by how they did it last time. But, I mean, if they want to approach this again, we'll have to wait and see.
Yep, 100% could be the match ending here in a minute's time, or we could end up going, I don't know what that word was, I'm not going to try to repeat it, but potentially the last fight of the EU Ghost Tournament online, and yeah, clean walk, nobody takes out much damage either. It's a clean transition, and now they just wait for the Ryan to do the same thing. You just want to make sure Eden doesn't boop anybody here, as they're going to back out, and this is final fight now. This could be the final fight, or it could just be the setup to go to map 5, and Eden's already down! That could spell the end right there as they're trying to run them down, trying to burn away Cross right now. He's in super deep. Eventually, he's going to back out a little bit, trying to restabilize. The bright side is Eden can get back faster than any character, but the damage might already be done as they go for the pin, trying to send it in, trying to force them away. And now John Witch is being taken out. Crux is just trying to hold on, trying to stay alive, hold that shield, hoping that Eden is able to come back, keep the touches on. They're booped away. Eventually, they make it back, but they're so separated, so staggered apart. Face Nevix is just ready to go eat their meal, and they're going to be eating good tonight here as Fake Nevix is standing and chatting as I miss y'all Prashing will win the EU Goats tournament.
Dude, he's having a Homelander moment as he gets his win.
I am better.
No, that was a crazy series. That could have went all the way, and I think we're just blessed to have our EU finals be so competitive between all 3 teams. I missed the old Prashing in the end, though, able to close things out. But I almost didn't expect it. Finally given the opportunity to do their same rotation for free. You know, they tried it so many times in their own more standard attacking rounds. But when the timing is low, it feels like just a crack opens in the gate, in the armor of 0907. And I miss the Oprashi. They're able to close things out in 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, you finally saw what they were able to do after they were given the ability to take their time on the rotation and then to get caught on the rotation at all. That is where 0907 came away with a lot of success on Hanamura, was catching them on their rotations. Unfortunately, not able to do it. Fortunately, they paid the price for doing so. Unfortunate pick onto Eden at the beginning as well. They might have been able to stabilize, but again, that's at this point, it's already in the past. But congratulations to I Missed the Oprashi pulling off the 3-1 victory. But I will give glory to 0907 because 0907, I mean, they played, I believe it was 13 or 14 maps of Overwatch today. Pretty much back to back. That is insane to be able to still play at that level pretty much the entire time. That is an incredible thing to do.
Yeah, we do have an interview though with one of the victors, so we're going to go to a short break while we set that up. When we're back, interview with one of the winners. That is a member of I Missed the Oprashi coming up.
Thanks for joining us once again here as we are at the conclusion of our grand finals matchup for the EU Ghosts Tournament, a 3-1 victory in the form of I Missiled Prashi against 0907. Big victory for them. Goes undefeated in the playoff bracket, a fantastic feat, and especially around there's no better way to close out the EU like this than having a fantastic interview. And we did not just one person, we got two people joining us today. We have Nevix and Horrocks joining us today, and first and foremost, congratulations on an excellent one.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, cheers.
I mean, I want to start off my questioning pretty early here. So obviously, especially during the early games, one thing we would really like to zero in on was that Demon was having a crazy performance on this area. Would you say that having the Epic Land 41 champion on your side was a really big bonus, or would you say somebody else really steps up?
Having Demon on the team helps 100%. He knew the bubble rotations to a T, so he helped out a bunch with when to go in and when to go out. Definitely a carry behind the scenes, I'd say.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, going to the most of the matches, you pull off both those wins, and you get the win against 0907, but also you had the match before that as well, which you ended up taking that very close 3-2 victory against Clan of the Week. Did you feel like a big difference between these teams? Did you have to kind of change up your style at all between them, or did you just kind of remain the same way throughout?
It was a lot harder to play against Clan of the Week for me personally, because they were playing to bully the Reinhardt more rather than the rest of the tournament, the rest of the teams, you know.
I mean, understandably so in the situation. Obviously, a close one between that one went to literally the absolute limit, but it seemed easier because we had a lot of situations where we saw Crocs, where we thought a lot of times Crocs is getting very aggressive. You guys are able to capitalize on that a lot. So that's a lot of what we were really pointing out is, unfortunately, Crocs getting caught out a lot of times by you guys.
Yeah. I think all the players we played today are amazing. So it's I think on the live patch in Overwatch 2 they beat us 9 times out of 10, but it's just we know how to play GOAT. So all the people on our team are all old heads who have been playing the game for a long time. So this is our tournament.
I guess something we were talking about heading into grand finals was the fact that you guys obviously didn't have to play losers grand finals. Would you say that having time to rest, sit back, watch the stream, whatever, was a bonus for you, or do you think it would have helped to just come into the game as hot as possible, having played the losers finals or having 10 minutes or so of break?
I liked having a break. I'm getting too old for playing the game too long now.
I think most of us like having a break, and we were all confident we could warm up during the series, and even if we did lose the first couple of maps, we could have come around and still be warm and win.
I mean, honestly, just a fantastic job being done. Overall, and obviously coming into GOATs like this, it is a wildly different style from the Overwatch that we have now. It is very clear that we have stepped into a time capsule and gone back 5, nearly 6 years now. For you, just obviously you came in as the best GOATs team for EU, but what does GOATs mean for you, kind of just as a composition or just that era of Overwatch? Because obviously, at least some of you were able to play back in that era of Overwatch.
It's good times, man. That's what it is. Yeah. It's good times. I get to play Lucio all the time and Reddit around. If I feed, I'm still back first, so I can still just be a Reddit Lucio all game. I love it.
Watch one. Get to play with Gas on D.Va again. It's really nice.
Yeah. I kind of went off as well there. I think my last question I can think of top of my head. Obviously, there was a lot of chatting going on, right? I think you guys said you just muted match chat and just started firing off whatever. But you think you won out the mental war between you and both your opponents, or you think it went 50-50?
Oh, we definitely won the mental warfare. No doubt about it. I don't lose that.
Yeah.
No, it's fantastic. It was very amusing for us, and I'm sure for chat as well, those last 3 matches, especially that first one where it was really coming out when I checked in, seeing the back and forth. But obviously, kind of had this platform right here, so if there's anybody you want to thank, you got your teammates, parents, your cat, whoever you want to thank, this is a fantastic opportunity to do so.
There's 2 people. I'd like to shout out Captain Prash and Siva.
Those were the 2 I was going to shout out, so I'll just say thank you to the country of Belgium for inventing Stella. Thank you.
That's in character. Thanks so much, guys, for this interview. Of course, congrats again on your win. And I think we'll be seeing you guys very soon, sometime or another.
Thanks very much.
All right, cheers. See you in a bit. Thank you.
Take care. I mean, just fantastic, honestly. I don't know how to word it many other ways. Just fantastic to kind of, I mean, just have this in the first place, quite frankly, because while Goats is gone and God forbid will never come back properly, it is great to have these nostalgic moments every few months and come back to this moment. And even for players that played back in the day that perhaps don't play as heavily anymore, are just able to come back and even just watch to enjoy this, because it's nostalgic at the very least.
Oh, definitely, yeah. So I hope everybody's had their fun in the tournament. Of course, NA is going to continue in a little bit, so we're going to have to wrap up sooner or later. I've had an absolutely fantastic time working the EU broadcast, watching all the players I've grown to know and love just absolutely duke it out on the oldest comp known to mankind. And it's been an absolute pleasure casting all these games.
I mean, no, it's been a fantastic day so far, and obviously that day isn't quite over yet because we have a whole different region that is still going on. Obviously, things went a little over for EU, kind of had some very long games, so I believe currently the upper finals are being played, and we'll be broadcasting the lower finals and then the grand finals, so I believe we have to wait for that match to finish up, but obviously we'll get back to you as soon as we can. You'll see that lovely timer, but there's plenty more Goats action for you to see, so we'll catch you for the other half.
Thank you.